Check. Great. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming. I think we're ready to get started. As of the moment, there is no one on Zoom, but just for the record of the meeting, I will introduce everybody and then we'll start with our formalities and get into the meeting. So, first of all, just do the roll call and introduce everyone who's here in the community center. We have with us today Councillor Brian Woods, Councillor Janice Bray. I'm Mayor George Comrie. We have Councillor Joe Lamb and Councillor Scott Nash. So all of council is here today in person. We also have several staff with us for this meeting today. From the clerk's department, we have our CAO clerk, Michelle Hendry, and our deputy clerk, Wendy Schroeder. And we have our fire chief, Bob Whitman, our treasurer, Manish Kulal, and our manager of public works, David Creaser. And that's it. So, could we start, please, with the playing of our national anthem? The municipality of Whitestone recognizes all of Canada resides on traditional, unceded and/or treaty lands of the Indigenous people of Turtle Island. We recognize our municipality on the Robinson-Huron Treaty Territory is home to many past, present, and future Indigenous families. This acknowledgement of the land is a declaration of our commitment and collective responsibility to reconcile the past and to honor and value the culture, history, and relationships we have with one another. I'll now ask if any member of council has a pecuniary interest
It is through Smellies. Yeah. I can't hear anything. Check your emails.
On the, we were talking about counselor health benefits, I guess.
Yeah, no, I was just asking Manish, I still didn't follow the taxes, like, so I guess there's $100 claim. There was gonna be a 10% admin fee. Where does the other 12% in taxes come from that?
They have sent us in a PowerPoint before when we requested that. It was being included in that, but when we are doing the budget, we couldn't factor that be more taxes will be charged when the actual billing is being done. So in the last year, that what happened because we are in the initial stages of doing HSA and they send up all the PDF version with all the charges, but we only factor 10% as a cost. But when we realize when actual cost started building us, then we realize it's a 22% the chargeback. And that is normally with Sun Life and also with the Meldrum Holdrum. It's a two different providers charging same. So I have the, we have that, we can discuss this. We can share with the council member with how the charges are there for the 22% how it comes. With that, there'll be province and Ontario taxes included on that. I can share that with the council member, how that 22% comes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I may be able to simplify this.
Yeah.
So when we first started looking at the counselor health benefits, we did get a breakdown, we got a contract, and frankly, it was just a budgeting error on staff's part. So there's two taxes. We included one in the budget and didn't include the second one. So that those taxes have now been included this time. So if you see what we tried to explain here, let me see if I can find it again. There's the, as you noted, let me see if I can find it. So I'll make sure I've got the right location here. Page 2 of 5, that's right. That's right. So the new expense, the new increase is $1,000 per year per member of council plus the 22%. And then the remainder of that $7,975 is made up in the taxes that weren't budgeted last year. So hopefully that helps.
That explains it. And when we're using the word taxes, it might just be a service fee, right? Or is it actual tax?
It's a percent.
Okay,
So
yeah.
it is, we call it a tax, but you're right. It's an administration fee that we pay the organization to manage the health benefit
Perfect.
accounts on behalf of the
I was
municipality.
confused on the word tax.
We don't it's not self-funded. Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
perfect. That answers everything. Thanks.
So,
Okay.
so at the risk of prolonging this, can we assume that this is in fact what the budget for 2024 is what I'd call a worst case budget, meaning that every member of council utilizes the entire amount that they're entitled to? Is that what it is?
That's correct. If every member of council spends $3,500, then that's what we budgeted for. And you've looked at the budget, you see that not everyone spent their allotment, but they're certainly entitled
And
to.
on top of that, in 2024 has also been included the makeup of the other service fees that we missed in 2023. So it's like the mayor said, it's the worst case scenario.
That's correct.
It would probably be less next year, even if everybody still used it all. So it answers it.
There you
perfectly.
go.
Perfect.
Okay,
Thank
we've
you.
got it.
But
We've
I'll
got
go
that.
on here because I know we have a long meeting, so I
Yeah.
think I got 3 or 4 other quick items here. So, well, quick again, there I go. So, I'll just go over it and I think we can talk about it when it comes to it, but new for 2024, it says a wash cache docks and booms. And from what I understand, and in speaking with one of the contractors, I think that number might be larger than it needs to be, but we can get to that when we're actually in the budget. And I know last year, this was something that really, I think council really had a lot of discussion about, and it was when it comes to legal expenses and HR contingencies. And we noticed here again that we've estimated them modestly. I think council did a pretty good job, even though we still came in over budget, but we did a good job when we all sat down and came up with what's a real number, not a modest number. So I think when it comes to that in the budget, we have to take a good look at that again and say, let's not use a modest number. Let's use a more realistic number than a modest, just so we can be on track. And then for the ice cap budget, I think that's just something that needs to be looked at again. What are we getting for the fees we're charged? And then the Bensic monitoring. I also think for that one, it's a matter of, we've done 3 lakes. Do we want to continue with it? What does our new planners think? You know, and how much do we want to spend next year on that? Is it new lakes? Is it not new lakes? So that just comes out to me that I think that needs to be looked at. And then, overall, you've already heard what it said about the reserves, that I really think we need to be putting in much more than we call for. Like, we got to find the money from somewhere, which is hard, but we really need to take a good look at that reserve contribution that's noted. And what we're suggesting is it's 50% of that. And when we look at the overall loans we're doing, just the very last debt summary there, you know, when we think about it, I think Manish, you'd mentioned we were 8.64 and the recommended amount is 10% or so for debt. But each year in our small municipality, our debt repayment charges are now estimated to be 305,000. 10% tax increase. Well, if you work it backwards, it's probably more than that, but 10% of taxes just goes to paying off the debt that we've accumulated. And at 5%, that's going to add up quickly time after time. And I know this year again, we're suggesting another 700,000, which is really just the interest on that. Forget repaying it back. Just the interest payment on that is 1% a year for whatever, 10 years or 15 years, because the loans we do are very long, it seems. When you add into the debt repayment on that, you know, that's probably another percent of that. So, you know, 2% of our increase this year is just to pay off a loan we're going to take to pay for stuff. So I really think when it comes to looking at our budget, we really need to look at that. It's going to be a very hard budget. There's a lot of, you know, walls, I'll call it, restrictions that we have. But I think we really need to look at what can we do for our municipality? How can we rein in costs? You know, there's normally 4 things you can do, right? You can raise taxes, you can borrow, you can cut services, you can cut salaries. It really comes down to 4 things, and it's a matter of grouping all those things together and figuring out how we're going to do it for the debt. Very tricky, but anyways, thanks for everybody for listening to me, and I appreciate the time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Other questions on these first 5 pages? Questions or comments? Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, and it's more a comment. Some of the things that Councillor Nash said, most of them I'm obviously in agreement to the commentary there. I've done this for a long time, as most of us have, I guess. The mayor's second to me in terms of, I think this is my 17th budget. So what normally has happened in the past is you go through operating, and then you go through capital, and what ends up at the end of the day being sacrificed is mostly capital. You know, you adjust the capital to say, you know, what's a tolerable tax increase, if you will, right, at the end of the day. And last year, our number was roughly in the low 6s, like 6.1 or something like that. And when you took into effect the education tax, and Jeannie's, I don't know whether she's on the line or not, but because it's level, it brought the overall tax increase, if you're looking at it, to 4.9% or something like that. And I think that's a tolerable number, is a 6% increase. We're looking at an 8%, what we have in front of us, or 8.2% right now. And people may argue that an 8.2 is fine and dandy. I don't think any of us would want to say, well, we're going to put our budget up 10%, or that area. I think that's an intolerable number in my mind, at least. And I see a lot of challenges in this budget. So, you know, not only because quite frankly, there's nothing to cut in capital. We're not doing very much in capital, quite frankly. And most of it is the fire truck and other stuff that we're financing. And I don't see a lot of projects in there. In fact, you know, one might say, and again, it's facetiously, what are our guys going to do in the summer? Because there's no projects that, you know, and that can catch up to you too. And so we have to really seriously look at this. We've got other things that I think are, whether it comes to legal or HR, I think it's greatly underestimated. And if you're going to put more into reserves, like it's got to bust at some point, right? So when we get to operating, we have to look very, very carefully at our operating items. And because quite frankly, I'm afraid at the end of the day, we're going to be much higher than 8% once everybody gets their 2 cents worth in here, right? And that's not acceptable to me personally. And so anyway, I won't go into the various items. I think we'll get. Yeah.
Councillor Lamb.
Yeah.
Do you know, is the 8% that's proposed, when you said it, is that really 8 or 6 right now? You said something about the school board.
No, what is being suggested here on the first page is the preliminary tax rate increase is 8.2% for discussion purposes. So 8.2, once you factor in the whatever $1 million for education, might be 6.5.
Okay. That's
Right,
what I
that
wasn't
sort
sure.
of thing, right? But at 6 last year, that area came down to 4.9. Again, don't quote the exact numbers, but that's sort of where it, and quite frankly, that's how we communicated it, right? You know, 4.9%, because taxpayers, when they look at their tax bill, they say, I paid $100 last year and I'm paying $105 this year. They don't go in and say, that's education and that's,
Yeah.
you know, the municipality. They look and say, my taxes have gone up 5%. So in essence, the education tax sort of helps us a little bit in terms of communication anyway. And the mayor is nodding. So all I'm trying to say is this budget really bothers me, because you can't cut out like we did last year. Don't do the bridge up near you, and don't do this and don't do that in order to bring it down. There's not that flexibility. So whatever you add, you're either going to have to tax people or borrow or find savings somewhere else. That's my point. So we have to look at it very, very seriously. And I know we'll get into some line items that people say, well, that's only 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000. But, you know, 3,000 can add up if you do 10 of them, right? There's 1% tax increase, right? So anyway, I just caution council that I'm more worried this year than I have been in some years. And my last comment will be, somehow we always seem to work it out, right? I think it's going to be much more difficult this year to work it out. So that's my comment. Thank you.
So just to add on to what Councillor Lamb just said, I think somewhere I saw in the preamble that the increase in just the operating part of the budget is somewhere around, what was it, 4.2%, Mr. Treasurer? Did I get that number right? I can't remember what page I saw it on, but it was
4.41.
4.41. Okay. Thank you. That's so That doesn't mean that that operating is correct. Anyway, are there any others? We're still working on these first 5 pages or so. Are there any other items that you want to raise at this time? Looking at the other counselors or? Your answer. Okay, I'm just gonna make a couple of real quick ones. I see the Police Services Board says estimated costs for half of the year. We're assuming then that that Police Services Board is actually going to be up and running halfway through the year? Is that I'm sort of looking at Councillor Bray because she's the person who's on the. Doesn't sound like it. I think your mic's probably turned off at, oh no, maybe not. Is it powered off at the back? No, you got to press the one at the top now. Okay, try again. No?
Hello?
Okay.
Yes, I'm on the Community Policing Advisory Committee. And yes, they're looking at the actual legislation is to be proclaimed April 1st, 2024. And so that's, we have to work towards getting all the municipalities together to get that started up. But we don't have any idea really about the full costs for it yet. But we're still getting information from the ministry. Maybe Ms. Henry would comment on that as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. I did attend a session at the Stockey Center with other CAOs and clerks, and Councillor Bray was there remotely. So we know what needs to be done, and we're working through it. We know that there will be costs, administrative costs, website fee, whether it's linked to another municipality or not. There's still going to be costs for managing the Police Services Board, and the members of the Police Services Board will also be paid. And it's the ministry that decides what that per diem will be per meeting. It's not a decision of the local councillor. So we don't have all that information yet because the regs aren't completely written. So we just guessed. We knew that there's going to be some costs associated with 2024. I actually started at 10,000 and then talked to others and lowered it to 5,000. So at this point, we just don't have all of our ducks in a row in terms of what the costs are going to be, but we do know there will be costs, and the OPP board will be starting up as of April 1st, and there's training that's required. So that's as good as it gets at this point.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nash mentioned the item for the Washkish docks, which is in Logboom, which is here. And he is correct that the cost associated with taking those docks in and out and the Logboom, separating the Logboom and rejoining it again, which are annual costs, don't add up to $4,000. However, where the $4,000 came from was the report that the Washkish Landings Task Force gave in March of last year, and also included that in that $4,000 was the water monitoring system, which is that you'll hear referred to as HoboLink, and sometimes which is unique to Washkish, but is a very critical part of specific to Washkish, of course, but it's a very critical part as far as the residents on that lake are concerned. And it's my understanding that we will be receiving shortly. I thought maybe it would have got to us before today, but a request from the executive of the Conservation Association to pick that up, that expense up. It was supposed to have been included in that, in what we passed last year, but for some reason it wasn't. And so I just alerting you, I have not seen the request, but I understand that one is coming to have And the argument be that to have us assume that additional cost and the argument behind that is that when the council agreed to take over those the Wawashkesh landings and other landings, I guess, and also agreed that there would be no charges for parking there. We did in effect remove a source of revenue that the Cottagers Association had through their voluntary parking permits. And they were using that to fund a bunch of other things, including some water quality monitoring and various other things that they now really don't have a revenue source to cover. So I just mentioned that. We won't get to it in detail because I don't think there's anything in the detail part of the budget, but we could expect that. So the only other question that I had, there's an item that says Fire Chief Whitman requested $30,000 contribution to a forest fire reserve. I guess I didn't realize that we had a forest fire reserve, but I wondered what exactly that, I wondered what that was.
Mr. Mayor.
Because I don't remember seeing it before. Yes,
If you wouldn't mind, just before you get onto the forest fire reserve, so we don't
Mm.
lose track of where we are. To your suggestion, we did receive a letter from the Wawakesh Conservation Association with regard to Hobalink. We also received a letter which requires some clarification of the ownership of the docks. I'm not sure that the $4,000 in the budget, and when we get there, Dave will clarify why he budgeted $4,000, and I'm not 100% sure that actually includes Hobalink. So just so you know, as we get to that piece, there's probably a little bit more information, a little bit more discussion on that. So
Okay, thank
I
you.
didn't want to lose that thought before we moved on to the reserve.
Sorry, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, just carrying on that, just before you go to the fire chief, is it okay for 20 seconds just on that last comment?
well, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I think if memory serves me correct, I think when we'd spoken about taking over the dam and the docks going in and out, I think we had a discussion about the Hobalink, and I think at the time council had removed the Hobalink because there was some discussion about it, and we said if the association wants to do that, they're more than welcome to do it on their own, as it's just a water testing for them. It's not for the benefit of the community. It's for people to see what. Well, anyways, so I think when it comes to that, it's already been addressed in that it wasn't passed at the last. But anyways, no, I guess we can go on that when it comes up. Sorry, Mr. Mayor and Bob, sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Forest Fire Reserve,
Yes.
Mr. Fire Chief?
Yeah, we've always had this reserve. It's for if we need to bring him an RN to assist us with a fire. A lot of times it's just to pay them at the end of the year if we do have a fire and we charge somebody else, like on the Bunny Trail when we had that fire. It was 90-some thousand. We had them in for 12 days. We had to pay them first. So that's what that reserve is for. It's always been in there.
But presumably if it's a reserve, like, I mean, we have borrowing and other and other capabilities to deal with something that's going to be an in and out. Is there an assumption that we might end up paying money to fight a forest fire and not getting it back? Is that? Sorry, I'm asking the
yeah.
fire chief if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah, sure. If it's a lightning strike, if it's a lightning strike, we're not gonna get any money back for that because nobody caused that fire. Most of our fires that we bill for are on CN, and we can bill CN because we're good at doing our job and we have M&R come in to assist us. And we usually get our money reimbursed. But yeah, there could be a possibility where we're not gonna get any money. Yeah, for sure.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think at the last budget, on this topic, I think there was a number to go into the fire reserve last year, and I think staff had done some research, if I recall. And I think, the fire chief had, and it came out the 30,000 because we understood that we have insurance. So therefore we don't need to put more money away because should there be a fire, we have insurance that would cover us. And I think that's why we didn't do the 30,000 last year. Does that ring a bell to everybody?
Yes, oh, sorry, yeah, that's correct, we took the money out to put it towards the fire truck because we figured 30,000 would cover it. And in our municipal insurance, we have $2 million that will cover us for forest fires. So that's a fire that's about 2 weeks, and then after that, you're gonna have to find money somewhere else. Yeah.
Could we increase our forest fire insurance to 5 million if we wanted? Off
Yeah,
topic here a bit, but not
That's
really.
not my area of expertise, I guess, so you'd have to ask Manish that. I'm not sure.
I will check with the insurance company on that.
Okay, so are there any other questions related to this section of the report before we get into the more detailed items? Anything about revenues or general? Councillor Lamb,
Yeah, I have one because I'd exited here and forgot.
can you get closer to the
Yeah,
mic? if you don't
sorry.
mind, please, Councillor Lamb?
Sorry, I'm getting too comfortable. I'm laying back in the chair here. Yeah, it says fire chief has requested 130,000 contribution for the fire pumper. However, we're only putting 105,000 in. That's the pumper we just bought, isn't it? Is that, we just bought a
Yeah.
pumper, didn't we? And isn't it coming in like March or something?
Yeah, so that's correct. So if you recall, when you did had that company come in, they said as soon as we buy the truck to start paying for the new truck in 25 years. So start putting money away. So our new truck in 25 years will be over $1 million.
So this is for the next truck,
Correct, yes. Now,
25 years from now.
yeah, or we'll be in the same spot we are now. We don't have enough money.
No, I know, 25 years is a long time. Oh, sorry,
So, yeah.
I've got, pardon?
Through you, Mayor. I just want to let you know that 105,000 we put on a reserve, and we are taking out a reserve for fire pumper, 406,000 from there. Or it will be $0 reserve in that particular for the year. So for the fire pump trucker, we are getting $406,118 from the reserve, fire pumper reserve, and 300,000 approximately from the bank loan or a debenture.
So I guess my question is the 130,000 contribution to the fire pumper, is that to reduce how much we have to borrow, or is that
Correct.
for the next new truck?
That's a reducing amount on borrowing for this particular year.
So it isn't to replace it.
No, we have right now, once we approve this approximately reserve, the fire pumper reserve as of, it will be $0. We can incrementally add on next year because we don't need a fire pumper for another 25 years.
Right. But am I correct that we're gonna get the fire pumper like in March or April or something?
Correct,
Not the end of the year, which is I think what we talked about, right?
correct.
So maybe we talk about that when we get into a line item, but I mean, that costs us, from March till the end of the year. What did the contract say, and can we get it at the end of the year for? Yeah.
It says it'll be here in 2024, near the end.
Yeah.
So, it's just coming early because everybody else got bumped because they can't get trucks, cabin chassis, so.
But can we say we don't want it till December?
I'm sure you probably could.
Which would save us interest from whatever, March till December. I'm not saying we would do that.
No,
I'm saying,
sure you
can
could,
we
but
do?
I'm sure they're gonna, bill you to store it and bill you to keep it somewhere. They're not gonna-
But if that contract says the end of the year, I mean, I don't know the contract, or does it say end of the year or sooner and we decide, or what, right? Question is, what does the interest cost from March till December? And I don't know the contract, right?
Approximately delivery date is late 2024.
Well,
Chief
well,
Whitman, could you just get a little closer to the microphone so our recording is
So it says,
solid?
predicted, delivery date is late 2024.
yeah, but that interest, Bob, might, and again, the pumper, we're getting the pumper and all that. I expected on council it to be the end of the year. Our current pumper, I think, is fine till the end of the year. Probably it's 10 grand or something of interest between March and the end of the year or something, so there's $10,000 savings right there. So that's the only point. Can we do that? Like, or they're gonna say, no, we're gonna, charge you the whatever.
Well, there's the contract. You can ask somebody who knows more than I do, and if you ask them and they say yes, great. If they say no, then
Yeah. Yeah,
then they say no. I mean,
yeah,
don't know.
that's my point, okay.
Okay, thank you.
But,
Councillor Woods.
but, again, Bob, you're saying the 130,000 goes towards to the next pumper.
that's what I had put it in
Yeah,
for.
and Manish is saying, no, that goes to reduce the loan. So,
Yeah.
which would mean,
We need 260,000.
that's what that's my
Exactly.
point. Like, are we communicating right here?
So my intent was for it to go on for the new truck for starting as per the company that did the audit for us. They said, as soon as you get the new one, start putting money away for the newer one. And that's what I did. So yeah, I guess if we're on the wrong page, you need 260 instead of 130.
Well, there you go. That's why I'm saying we're in deeper trouble than we think we are.
Well, sorry, but we don't, if, we don't need to put $130,000 a year into reserves for 25 years unless we assume that the next pumper is going to be $3 million or something, do we? I mean, that seems like forget the timing issues and all of that. It seems to me like it's not $130,000 is not an appropriate number in the circumstance. I think, so I frankly,
Well, did-
by I think Manisha's number, frankly, is generous. And keep in mind, it's just an in and an out for this year as a way of reducing our borrowing cost. It's not a reflection of what, let's say we had now taken delivery of the truck and we've got it here and we need to start putting money in for the future. We're not in that situation in this fiscal year. That's a discussion for next year.
and I think-
Mr. Mayor? Can I just say one thing?
Yes, go ahead.
It's 20 years we get out of our truck. We get an extension to 25, right? But we're supposed to start the replacement for 20 or 22. So not 25 years that we're gonna be putting away for to pay for the new one. Right?
And it's two trucks.
Okay, well, anyway, I guess it sounds like there's a good discussion here, but I still think it's a next year discussion and not this year discussion. That's the conclusion. Right.
Mayor Conley, may I say something? And perhaps Manish and I should have said this before we started. When the whole budget process starts, one of the things we do as senior staff is say, what's a reasonable increase? We start looking at what other municipalities are doing. Dave just shared with me that Huntsville approved, 10.9%. The municipality I live in, which is Seguin Township, they're just under 5%. So you're seeing a whole range of increases, not too much less than 4 or 5. And at the conference, I spoke with a number of mayors and councillors, and everybody's in the 4% to 8% range. So one of the things that Manish and I first started thinking about is where should we aim? What can we bring to council that makes sense, that's not outrageous? And so we started at, I said to Manish, let's work at 6%. That very quickly crept up to 7% as some of the pressures showed us. And then it got up to 8.2% for a couple of other reasons. So I just wanted to explain that. So where Bob was thinking that we needed to start putting money away for the next fire pumper truck. And he had asked for money for the M&R Fire Reserve. It's not that Manish didn't hear him. It was a bit of a balancing act. You know, how do we come to council with a budget that doesn't look like it's 20% when we know that that would be absolutely unacceptable? So some of the decisions that were initially made internally or suggestions are just there for discussion. And it's not that maybe you do want money for the M&R Reserve and maybe you do want money for the fire truck, but those things weren't included so that we could find a balance between all of the other things that we saw. So hopefully that explains why we're starting at 8.2% and why not everything that everyone asked for is included in the budget.
And
But the bottom line is on the pumper, Manish is looking to reduce the amount that we'll borrow by 130,000.
Correct, 105,000.
And
Yeah,
what Bob asked, what our fire chief asked was 130 towards future purchase. right?
correct. Yeah,
So in essence, that's, you know, if we take what Bob wants to do, that adds another 130 to our budget, which at 33,000 is a 4% increase. So if we say what Bob says is true, it's not 8%, it's 12%,
and
right? If we go along with that.
Correct,
I mean,
yeah.
this is why I'm so afraid, right? That we're in this quagmire that, you know, this is very, very, very serious. I'm really afraid of where we're heading here.
and
And, you know, and particularly if we start saying, well, you know, that reserve has to be in there. There's nothing in there for the landfill. Let's put 100 grand in for that. It's got to come from somewhere, right? And I mean, I don't know, what will the taxpayer, you know, and we have to be responsible to the municipality too. Like we can't just say, well, a taxpayer will tolerate that. That's what we're going to work to. You know, there's a balancing act here and you know, there's always a come to Jesus meeting and this is the year, I think. We pushed it off last year and now the freight train's coming at us even faster, in my opinion. So anyway, sorry for rambling.
just as a quick follow-up, Michelle, I just want to understand to correct I'm rounding, the 8% we're talking about, I'm rounding from last year. Does that really equate to the 6% based on just the municipal, or are we talking 8, which is really 10? I just want to make sure, I know I'm rounding some numbers, but which way it works. It's 8, but if we look at it overall, including the education, would be down at 6% only for municipal?
that's a question for our bean counter.
Thank you.
Yes,
Through you, Mayor. It's 8.2% is for the municipality portion, and there is no increment in education taxes. But when we do the final report, I can give a summarize how much is together for municipal portion and how much is education level. But there is no increment in education levies
But
from the ministry.
last year, because of that, it had come down.
Correct.
So we could assume it's 8 point whatever, but
It will be,
overall
if
tax
it will,
maybe be 7 something or 6 something, right?
correct, it may be
Okay.
a little reduced, but I don't have exact percentage now.
I just wanted to make sure I wasn't thinking it was 8 and 6 or it was 8.
No,
and 10.
last year was 6.1 or that area and it came down to 4.9.
Okay,
So 8.2 might come down to 7,
Yeah.
whatever.
okay, perfect. I understood correct. And I think the last thing, just on the fire truck, or sorry, did you have
No.
something on that? Just on the fire truck was, if I'm correct, Bob, on our reserves, however we want to spend it, about 130 this year, next year, 105. We have 2 fire trucks, a pumper. And, well, I guess we have more. We have an ambulance, a pumper, and a rescue truck. So if we're looking at that, the next truck we need to replace, I'm gonna say it's the pumper, but it's probably not the pumper. It might be the rescue, but do you know what age that next truck is? If 20 is the limit, are we at 10 years now or 13 years now? And which truck is it?
So right now our tanker's a 2000 or a 2020, it's 2022. No, it's a 2002, sorry.
Okay.
The tanker, because it doesn't have a pump in it. It has what they call a rollout pump or a portable pump. There's no time frame on replacing that truck. So the next 2 trucks that are up to be replaced are Rescue 1, which is the ambulance that we used to get from Perry Sound EMS for $1. They've decided now that they want to sell them to the municipalities for $30,000 and upward. I wouldn't suggest paying $30,000 for one when we got them for free. That was good. But if you had to go out and buy a new rescue truck for the fire department, you're probably looking at 210, 230.
Okay, so I guess when do you think the one that's a 2002, even though we don't need to get a new one, eventually we will need to.
Right.
When do you think that 2002 will need to be replaced? Like, is it 5 years out from now? Because right now we're not, we have to budget for the 20 years out for the rescue, if I'm correct, or sorry, the one we're just replacing. I don't know the names of them. And then we're gonna also have to replace the ambulance, which is Rescue One, and we're gonna have to replace the tanker. So it's really 3 trucks, which are always rotating. And how much money do we need in the reserves to constantly keep up to not 1 replacement, but 3 replacements, right? Is it every 10 years for an ambulance? So that 105 that you've asked for, that's only enough to cover the replacement we're doing now, but there's 2 other trucks, the pumper, there's 2 other trucks we also have to think of, right? So that's why I'm saying that 105 or 100 and whatever might sound like a lot, but there's really a lot of very expensive vehicles in the emergency department that we have to keep on top of, right? That was where I was trying to go.
So the tanker, we're probably good for another 10 to 15 years. Because when we bought that tanker, which is all like all new trucks now, they have a poly tank inside. It's not a steel tank. So the biggest problem with them before, they always used to rust.
And leak.
And then you couldn't change the tank. With the poly tank, yeah, they don't leak. The truck's in really good shape. I mean, we could probably easily get another 10 to 15 years out of that. The biggest one is gonna be Rescue One, especially if EMS doesn't give us one for $1 anymore. That's gonna be a real thing, because we use that truck probably more than any other truck.
And is that in the next year or 5 years? When do you?
We
think?
asked to replace it for this year. I put in a letter to EMS. They won't know until February. But when I talked to them, were pretty sure that they were gonna sell them from now on, not give them away.
And how old is our truck now?
It's 2011,
Yeah,
and it's got 338,000 kilometers.
and
on
you
it.
need it to be reliable, right?
Well, we use that truck probably more than any of the other trucks for sure.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to, I
Right.
just wanted to fully understand. Is it 1, 2, 3 trucks, and how much money do we really need if we want to do a good job of reserve funding for the future of it, right? So.
And just so I
But-
can comment through you, Mr. Mayor, on the forest fire reserve, last year we didn't have any forest fires, so I guess we were good. And again, it's up to you whether you put money in there, as long as you understand that at some point we're gonna need to call in M&R to help us, and we may not be able to charge the person who started that fire if we don't know, like a fire at Black Lake, if somebody starts that and we can't find them, then we're paying for that cost. So as long as that's understood, I'm good with it, whatever the decision is.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering if we can close this portion of the meeting.
If I could just make one point, I just did a calculation. If we paid roughly $750 for the pumper we're getting, and we said 20 years from now, it's gonna be $1.5 million. I don't know what it'll be. And we try to amortize that, that's 75,000. If you put 75
Yeah.
for 20 years, you've got $1.5 million. So, you know, I guess it's all a guessing game as to what it'll cost 20 years from now. But maybe none of us in this room have to care.
I plan on still being here, so.
I don't mean that. Yeah, then you have the ambulance, right? But
That's
that's
our-
not in here, in
Yeah,
that
it
130.
is. No, it's.
No, is
not
it in the 130?
No, it's under there.
Yeah, I know it's in a different place, but
It's in
it's
a
not.
different spot. yeah.
This is just for the pumper, the
It's
130.
for the pumper.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Because, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, over the last 15 years, EMS has always sold them to us for $1, so we've never really needed a reserve as such. This is the first year that they're gonna not do that apparently.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that discussion. And we're kind of at we're past a little bit this lunch break that we said we were going to. So, if we could, end this particular portion of the discussion, have a recess for lunch. And when we come back, we will go down through the more detailed budget and try to get through it as quickly as we as we can. So I'm gonna declare a recess, and you can, Wendy, you can post your recess message, and those who are online, take take a break. It'll be a good half hour probably. We'll get back, try to get back by 1 o'clock at the latest. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are now back in, our recess is finished, and we are now back in session. And we're moving ahead with item 5.3, which is the draft operating and capital and special projects budget for 2024. And what we're now going to do is kind of look through the first the operating budget, and then we will talk about the capital budget, and then we will talk about reserves. And that should be it for today. Now, as I mentioned previously, we did we did give the library and the recreation committee stated hour for after lunch, and just in fairness to them, since we have now representatives from those two groups have joined us. Kathy Lamb is here on behalf of the library board, I guess, and Eva's going, and there are a couple of others coming shortly, and Deborah Comrie, my daughter, who is she is the secretary of the recreation committee, and Andrew Lackram, who is a member of the recreation committee, are here for that. So I thought perhaps what we could do is, rather than, we're jumping a little bit ahead, because normally we would start with the revenue portion of the budget and try to go through in the order that it's there, but we could start with okay, here we have we have our other two representatives of the library here, the chair of the board, Peggy Whale, and Eva Fincham, who is the what are you? Even the chief librarian? CEO. All right, there we go. And so welcome to all of you. And it's not, we're not, if you do have things that you want to say first, you could do that. I would ask you to go to the microphone that's over there to do it, because we do have, well, I thought we had a person who was online, who was listening to us, but she appears to have disappeared. So anyway, we are recording this, and people could come back later on and listen to the proceedings. So if you do get up to answer a question, we appreciate that you use the mic that's on the podium there, because then it'll get recorded. So with that, why don't we start with the library, and I'll see if I can find this. Michelle, maybe you can help me. What page should people be on?
Attachment E.
Attachment E.
After attachment D is in
So, Mr. Mayor, if you're right, there are no page numbers, but the library budget is account 16-803. So that should help. Is anyone else turned on?
I'm on, but
Okay, sorry about that. Not sure what that was. So as I said, the library board budget is shown under account number 16-803 library expenses. And it's about the middle of the page. It's page 8 of 9. Sorry, that's quite small at the bottom of the
Of the
operating
big
budget.
pages, is that,
Oh, I've got small pages.
well, is it the same? I guess the
It-
big ones and small ones are the same, right?
following.
You're following in a different location. The best thing to do is follow by account number.
So
Okay, it's not on it's not on page 8 of 9 of the big.
Sorry,
page.
because I'm using small pages. See if I can help you find that, Mr. Mayor. This is your,
We've got big ones and small ones mixed up
okay,
here.
hold on, I'll find it for you.
Let me go back and look at
Yeah.
this one.
This is capital.
Yeah, I don't know why that's in there, but no, these are reserves and so on. See now they give their
Where's your budget report?
attachment A. Is that the one we want? Yeah, okay. I was trying to get rid of those pages and deal with the big ones, but
Fair enough. That's where you'll find the light.
all right. Okay, so I guess I was looking for a bigger budget, but or a more detailed budget, is what I mean. Not
And
a
we
bigger
do
one,
have.
not a
the-
bigger one, a more detailed. Page 8 of 9 of the small pages, and you'll see at the top, it's you know, it's a page that has recreation on it, and it has a library, and then goes on to planning and development. But there's 3 items there. There's in 16-803 is the overall expense library, the overall library expenses. There's an insurance item, there's a building maintenance item, and then there's a total library. So that's the detail what we have in front of us. Councillor Lamb, maybe I should have got you to introduce.
I'm on the
Yeah.
library board, so I don't know whether they have a formal presentation. I don't think so. I think they're mostly here to answer any questions that council have. I've been, as a member, harping about budgets the last 6 months, and I think I scared the living bejesus out of them. But anyway, I'm very proud of what they've done. They've worked very hard and come in with a 2.5% increase on their budget. I think it's very reasonable, and you know, I'm sure they'll answer any specific questions. The only thing I had that because I wasn't directly involved in the budget was there is a line item in here called in your budget called transfer contingency fund. And it said 1,000, and then in 2024, it says 10,000. So what is that?
One moment. So that's in attachment D to that report, Mayor, is the actual detailed library budget. So if you go to those pages,
Attachment D.
D, so there were a number of attachments to the actual budgets.
Never G, but I don't know where I have D. Wait a minute, here's C. I think we're getting
There
there.
you go. Okay. We've got it.
All right. Thanks. I was almost certain that I had seen a detailed library budget, so now we have it. And the pages aren't numbered, but you can see the detail of income and
You
the
see what I'm
expenses
talking
and so on, so.
Yeah.
So you asked the question.
Yeah.
And Eva is going to answer it. When she gets the microphone working.
Oh, no, it's not muted. Okay. Thank you. Oh, okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Okay, so that transfer is from our fundraising account. So the.
Can you just speak into the microphone?
Yes. Okay, so that is from our fundraising account. When we got the new building, the board of the library decided to fundraise $25,000 to put towards furnishings over 5 years was our goal. So we have enough for some new shelving, and so we're transferring that from our fundraising that we've done to purchase these new shelves. So council's not paying for that $10,000. It was fundraised within the community.
Oh, very good. Is that come from like the Friends of the Library? Is that part of it or no?
No,
No longer.
no, we don't have a Friends of the Library anymore.
Okay. So do you know, Eva, of the 25,000 that we kind of said we try to raise over 5 years? I don't know how many years we're into that 5 years,
3.
3, and we're transferring 10. You know what the total amount is?
About 15,000.
Okay, so we either got a lot of work to do in the next two years, or we'll have to adjust things, so. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. That's the only question I have, and again, congratulations. I think you've brought in a really reasonable budget. Thank you.
Councillor Nash?
Thank you. Eva, I have a few questions. One of them was already answered by Councillor Lamb's question. I had number one, transfer funds, $10,000, what is for? So now I understand that there's a account for fundraising that has about 25 grand in, and you're using 10 grand of it this year.
We don't have 25,000. That's our goal, is to hit 25,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
What, we have 15 now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then under miscellaneous, I noticed in 23, the budget was 5350, but under miscellaneous, this is for income coming in.
Mhm.
15,219 came in, and now you're estimating 9,500. I'm just wondering for 2023, if you know why it was 10,000, which is great, 10,000 extra came in. Do you know what that was from?
Yeah, so we got the participation grant that we partnered with Recreation to run the archery programs. So participation sent us $5,000. And then so we didn't know that they were going to get that at the beginning of the year. And then the Historical Society also donated $5,000 for us to hire a second student. So that was $10,000 that we hadn't budgeted for that came in partway through the year.
That's great. So it's nice the participation gave some money.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering, because I saw it here year over year, it's the same number. I'm just wondering what it is, pay equity, and I'm just saying it's $1,000. Is that a provincial grant?
Yes, it's a provincial grant. Pay equity and the provincial grant from the province has been the same since the 90s. It was based on per capita back then, so, yeah.
And then my very last question, I know what I'm looking at was a attachment D, I think it was, if I have my attachment numbers correct. And I know this is for income, but for expenses, is there a breakdown of what we think it is for expenses? Like what, for example, my one question, I have salaries, for example.
Yes.
I know we have income here, but I don't see anything broken down for expenses.
I submitted both, but both pages were not attached. Only one page was attached. So I do have the expenses breakdown. It's just not in your documents. I'm not sure why.
Okay. Would there be a way we could get that, I guess, for the next meeting then maybe?
Yes, we can, I can add it to the next meeting on the expense part.
Okay, yeah. So without that, I don't have any more questions. Thanks.
That was going to be my question too. Other questions? Councillor Bray?
Hi, Eva. I just have a question around the budget part. The insurance is now broken out on a separate line. Did that used to be in the library expenses before?
No,
So this is a new thing, the insurance?
you'd have to ask Manish, but the library has not paid insurance, not out of our operating budget. It comes out of a separate line for council. I'm not sure what it was last year because we're not responsible for paying it.
Okay.
Through you, Mayor, the last year insurance around 500,000, that is actually already we charge on the library. The expense actually was 11,100, like 100,000, 11,000. And on top, there is a 5,000 added on the insurance cost. So it is the 117,000 total cost for the library for the last year. And this year we separately separated line for the insurance around 6,000.
Okay, thank you.
So what, but why did we do that? I mean, it would have shown up on the detailed expense budget, would it not, or was it never charged to the library before?
It's charged on library and library expense, but this year we showed a separate expense for the library insurance separate and what is the contribution to the library to segregated line. Separated from the last previous year.
So I think if you don't mind, just for clarity, where were these insurance costs shown previously? Just as general insurance, Manish? Or were they part of the library budget?
Last year, we added 5,000 on the library expenses, Michelle. And we budgeted with on our library insurance around 5,500.
Can I say something? It just wasn't included in our operating grant.
Yeah.
It was a separate line item last year, but it wasn't something that came into us and then we paid out again.
Is that correct? Is that correct, Manish? I just want to make sure because I'm not sure. And I think others aren't either.
Last year, we paid a library around 111,000 and we added insurance separate and it is clubbed together 117,000. But this year we segregated contribution to the library 114,300. On top, I had a separate line for the insurance for the clarity.
Okay, I think maybe just maybe some more clarity for the next meeting. It doesn't change the fact that there's insurance costs and that the municipality pays them, but we'll provide a written explanation at the next meeting. How's that? So I can understand it better.
Okay.
But you're not, as Eva said, it's not part of your operating expense. So we pay the insurance, we don't charge you and then
Yeah.
we're doing business with ourselves, so that wouldn't make sense. You've just separated it out and showing it as a library expense, but not to the library itself.
No. It's a library expense municipality is paying. It is not
Yes.
charged back to the library.
Right, okay, very good, thank you. I
So
think we're there.
but the insurance on the library is all part of the property insurance that we have as a municipality. So we have insurance on this building, the
Correct.
office, the works garage, the library, other places. It's all one policy or whatever. It's just a separate premise that's insured, right? So you're just taking that item and showing it separately. So people can understand how much it costs to insure the library. Is that,
That is
have I got
correct,
this right?
Yeah, cost breakdown to the library, the insurance is that much for the 2024.
All
Yeah.
right, okay.
Yeah.
I think I understand. Counselor Bray, you
Yeah.
said, yeah, you started the question. I'm
So
sorry.
I guess I have a
I hijacked your
question as to
question.
then, if that has been included elsewhere and not in the 117,280 that was for 2023. I'm just curious as to why the library expenses have gone down almost $3,000 to 114,300.
Councilor Bray, I just through you, Mayor. For last year, the insurance was included, but we paid only 111,000 to the we reimbursed library, but the insurance cost is paid by the municipality. So it is combination of insurance and operating cost. What we paid for the library is 117,000 for the year 2023. But this year, the operating expense budget for the library, we are paying 114,000 and we segregated insurance costs separately for the library, 6,995,000.
Okay, so that means our library expenses, including the insurance, is up to 121,295.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I think anything else, Counselor Nash?
Yeah, I just have a really quick follow-up on one thing. and I think you've just answered it, Manish, in your response there, but and because I don't see the expenses, would the insurance deductible or something like that be part of the library budget or part of the municipality budget?
That's the municipality
Okay.
budget.
I wasn't sure if it was in our budget yet or not. That's why I was wondering. And then, yeah, if I understood, and I think what Counselor Bray just said answers my question, the actual for 2023 of 117,280 included roughly $7,000 for insurance. Now you've broken that number out, right?
Yeah, insurance number is 5,413 for last year.
Yeah.
So this year I segregated 6,995 a separate line.
Yeah. Okay. And I think overall it's a good budget, and I was sitting here looking at numbers. And if I'm correct, including all grants and donations and interest and connectivity grants and fundraising, last year we budgeted 143. This year we're budgeting 150 coming in, so more grants and stuff coming in, which is good. And when we see the expenses, it equates to an overall 2.5% increase on expenses, not on income, because income's gone up more, right? That 2.5 is really meaning the overall budget and expenses, right? Yeah, okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions regarding library budget? Counselor Woods?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just one question about it says building maintenance, 16,806 for $3,000. That's what we're budgeting for 2024. What are we intending to do for the 3,000 for maintenance, building maintenance? Is it the lighting or the downspout issue in on the one side of the building? So I remember there was a few things that we had brought up. I was just curious as to.
Mr. Creaser, do you want to answer? Take the mic and.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we certainly hope there's not much, but of the items, there's some drywall work that needs to be done inside. There's some issues with the downspout as well. We had some issues with the heating recently that we had to have looked at outside. The heating unit had to get some service done on it. We lost heat for better part of a day. So there's a few items, but nothing major. We hope the building is overall in good shape, and it looks like it's been kept quite well as well. I know we do have out back with the gardens, we have a downspout to catch the rainwater. We move that back and forth. It may look a little funny in the summer, but it kind of goes back for the winter. It goes back to looking the way it was intended. But overall, the building is in generally good shape.
What about the front steps?
That's 6,000. It's in the budget.
Yes, sorry, I did skip over that part, I guess.
But it's not in the, sorry, it's not in the library budget
In the
though.
capital budget.
Capital budget.
Okay, well, that's. yeah,
There's
okay.
6,000 in there. Capital budget.
That is correct. That's separate through capital. The regular maintenance of the building is the smaller amount.
All right, thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Dave, what about the light on the side of the library? We've got a ramp. That's the only thing that people are using to come in and out. Has that been fixed? Has the light been fixed on the side? No? I think that's a critical safety issue, particularly in the wintertime, because that's the only ingress and egress from the building, right down the ramp. And there's no light there, right? And you know, you've got the winter, you've got like, why can't we fix the light? I guess is the question.
We've made a few attempts and apparently not successfully to do it. The way it's aimed seems to allow water to come in, so the unit was fixed, but then I guess it had a problem again immediately. So we will replace that fixture, and then we'll also add a shroud over top of it to protect it from the weather. The existing, just the way it's set up is, it allows water to come in to aim it right down, to aim the pickup straight down, allows water to come in straight down for the sweep. For the
And none
light-
of these items are recoupable from I guess we're out far enough from the builder, right? From the contractor, right?
That's
I mean,
correct.
we seem to always have problems like this. You think it would have been designed a little different so that that wouldn't be happening as opposed to us chasing it.
This is a struggle whenever you start to add on to an old building and your
Yeah.
services, those are the things. If it's a completely new build, you certainly have accountability from the designer, builder and everything else. But once you start adding on or modifying old buildings, there's certainly existing issues that are at play.
Can you
So,
make the lighting a priority, please?
absolutely.
Yeah, because, I'm afraid someone's gonna slip or something out there and I think it's pretty important. A good try, I guess. It just didn't work, right? Whatever you did. So an electrician did that?
The electrician came to do the initial repair and there was water coming in and they made a repair to what was there. The idea was, it was working, power was going to it, everything was working. But, apparently it didn't,
Okay,
it didn't,
thank you.
so we have to replace the unit
Thank you.
and, thank you.
Okay, anything else, boat library? All right, thank you. Eva? The next one that we had for our stated hour is actually just, depends what sheet you're looking at, but, it's previously on page 8 of 9. Sorry, I guess it starts on 7 of 9. And right at the very bottom of the page, and it starts oddly enough with a paid telephone, which there has nothing to do with the Recreation Committee, I can assure you, but anyway. And then there is a budget, a rather large item, proposed of $50,800. And the detail of where that came from is in Appendix G. So if you look at Appendix G, you'll see a page that looks kind of like this. It's got green and white hatches on it.
Mr. Mayor, which page is, sorry, I'm trying to find it just on you said 8 of 9?
It starts on 7 of 9. It's at the very bottom and it continues on to page 8 of 9. You'll see. There's a budget for,
There, okay.
there are 2 items at the top of the page, of page 8, and they also don't have anything to do with the committee itself in a sense, because the first item is an inspection of some parts of the facility that are used by REC for AMP, for asset management plan. And then there's the swim program, which the municipality has traditionally listed separately in the budget. And the hope here is, of course, that we couldn't do it last year, and we knew we couldn't when the budget was finalized, so that money got taken away. But the hope is, and our CAO can perhaps speak to this if you want, is that we may be able to reinstate it this year and run it, and that's the swimming instruction that takes place here at the Dunchurch Beach that historically was supported financially by the Lions Club in past years. So anyway, that's so really the item that we're here to talk about is the 16-790 Recreation Committee programs, the last item on page 7 of 9. And it is detailed. If you're saying, well, where did that number come from? The detail is in attachment G. The only other thing I will say is that the committee put this, members of the committee, and I'm the council representative of the committee, but the committee worked on putting a budget together, and there are a mixture of if you look at this list, it's kind of organized by activity, if you will, mostly, and some of those activities are new that we haven't done before, and some of them are traditional ones. And so I don't know, maybe if the members of the committee who are here to answer your questions maybe want to highlight what things specifically are new, and you may have some questions about what they are, of course. Things like Canada Day, we do every year. And there actually is no change from previous years on that one, I think, but anyway, I don't want to do the talking on it. I'm just a rank and file member of that committee, so anyway, do you want to have any, do you have anything you wanted to say first, or do you want to just take questions from people?
Yeah, that's okay. I think I just, I do want you to know that we are aware that this is a significant increase from previous years. And so, you know, we are aware that there, is a little bit of, I'm sure, shock at the number. We did go through, and tried to cut it back as much as we possibly could. But these are the events that we currently have planned for 2024. We do have some plans in the work for fundraising and for some sort of pay what you can for some of the events. But because those numbers are unsure, we did not put anything in the budget for any kind of revenue. I think that's probably, I'll leave the rest to your questions if you have questions.
Could you just highlight the ones that are completely new that we've not done
Sure.
in the past, just so people know and what
Yeah.
they are, and maybe.
Sure thing. So there are 3 main programs that are new, that are for the coming year. Those are the cooking classes, and those have been requested by the community, that we had some type of, it used to be run through, community support services. They did crock pot cooking classes and things like that. And those have not been done in a while, so we're hoping to bring those back. The food pantry is also a new program, because we are seeing a lot of food insecurity in this area. And so this is sort of our solution to this, is the food pantry, which would be an accessible place for people to come and get food in the right in the village is what we're thinking. So we have a whole plan for that, and we are working again with a couple of other organizations on that. But again, because we didn't know about any income that would come, we didn't want to put anything in there for that. The third program is the Taste of Whitestone. You'll see at the bottom, and it's sort of similar to what McKellar and both McKellar and Magnetawan do, which is the summer market. And so what we're looking to do is just trial it this summer, and just do it once and see if there's an appetite for it to do something like this in the community. Something that would be small local vendors, similar to if anybody's been to McKellar or Magnetawan in the summer, they have almost like a farmer's market every weekend. And that's something that we're looking at potentially doing here as well.
Can I just?
So the only other one that you didn't mention was movie nights. We have not. We have not done movie nights.
We did do in the past, and we slowed them down during COVID, and then we started them back up. But because we don't really have a big screen, and realistically, none of us know how to use the sound system, so that's been a problem. But we would like to again bring back the movie nights. We used to do them once a month.
Deborah, isn't the social dinners at 4,500, isn't that new?
No, we've been doing that for a year now. It's just, that's been coming out of people's pockets. That hasn't been supported by, the municipality up to this point.
That's the lady that puts on the free dinners?
Yes, yeah. So
Well, why
recreation.
would we expect taxpayers to pay for it when it's already free in the community and they put in a donation?
Well, because it won't continue to happen, because it's coming out of individual people's pockets.
But is
Um,
social dinners recreation?
yes. Yeah.
I don't
And,
see- I don't
and,
see it that way. I hate to disagree with you, but
no,
a
and,
social dinner isn't recreation.
and you're well entitled to your opinion on that. Andrew has something to say about that, I think.
Yes, just that there are a couple of things that are not necessarily traditionally what one would consider part of recreation, but that doesn't negate the fact that they are necessary and valued parts of our community. These social dinners may not technically be part of recreation. However, we have been in charge of making sure they happen. And they are of great benefit to our community. We have heard nothing but positive feedback about people not only experiencing food insecurity, but loneliness is an epidemic, particularly in places like this. And these social dinners really do a lot for mental health and for other things that just plain are not addressed in any other part of the budget. This is a small municipality. You don't have people on staff for every single thing that a community needs to have a vibrant, full, and happy life. And so, yes, we do end up sort of becoming the catch-all, like the food pantry thing, for example. But that doesn't negate the necessities. So I just wanted to emphasize that.
I just had a really general, very general question before we might get into more
Absolutely.
detailed ones. So when I'm looking at attachment G,
Mhm.
it says 58,310 for the budget, but when I'm looking at the budget number, we have 50,800. So is what being asked for is the 58,000 or the 50,000?
So when I spoke with Michelle about it, okay.
Yeah, I'll just jump in
Michelle
quickly
can
and
answer to
explain.
that.
The rec committee's budget included $7,500 for the swim program. I was aware that it's likely closer to 5,000 and it's a separate line item. So it's the 58,310 less that 7,500.
Perfect. So that I understand. And then it's great that you've given all these details of all these events. And I've heard there's 3 new ones.
Mhm.
Food pantry, cooking classes, and movie nights. And I think then Counselor Lamb had asked about what about social dinner? So
That's new.
when I'm looking at this list,
Mhm.
out of the list of whatever it is here, 15 or 20 items, there's 3 new, but then if social dinners as an example, it's a new thing that you're asking for funding for. So is there anything else on this list that's new that you're asking for funding for, in the sense of, well, you might have had, what's an example here, Halloween haunt before, but you never asked them for money for it. So out of the list, what are the new items that funding's being requested for, even though they might have happened free of charge before? I think that's what I'm trying to get my head wrapped around.
Yeah, no problem. So the social dinners would be the only example of that, would be the ones that this is the first time we're asking for funding for it. We have been running those, and they've been supported by, mostly by, members of,
Okay.
recreation.
Deborah, the summer student is
Yeah.
also in, right? $7,500 for, that's.
Yes,
Yeah.
we've asked for that, multiple times in
No, I know, but
previous
it's new.
years, yeah.
What Counselor Nash is asking, what's new?
Oh, okay, sorry,
For
he's.
Having asked for it is one thing,
Yeah.
it wasn't approved, obviously.
Yeah, I think
But the summer student is another,
Where-
as I look at it here.
when
right?
I'm looking at it, and be it we approve it of 50,000 or 2,000 or 30,000, whatever it might be approved at the end of the day. I
Right,
Look at a budget that was 14,000 or 15,000 last year, came in at 14.2. Great job for everybody and all the work that you guys
Mhm.
did. But now it's 50,000. But
yeah,
what I've been told is there's 3 new programs, 4,400 for movie night, $3,000 for cooking classes, 22 for pantry. So if I take those roughly 10 grand off,
Mhm.
This
that's
is a summer
no, but
student.
that would bring it down to 40 grand.
mhm.
But it was only 14 last year. So that's why I'm asking, out of all this money, there's another 40 grand that's new that I have no idea where it's from.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm asking.
So actually, last year, we asked for
That's
$30,000.
not what was- Yeah, not what.
And we didn't know what amount had been approved by council. And so we really didn't find out until I think it was October, when we were planning for Halloween and we started to spend, when Michelle pointed out to us how close to our budget was. And so we actually stopped spending money as of October because we didn't, because we realized how close to, we only had 1,000 or 2,000 left
So-
at the end of the year.
I-
And so we didn't want to go over
Yeah,
budget.
I guess what I'm asking for is, sorry, I'm getting kind of different answers. There's no sheet here that shows where the 14 was spent. All I'm trying to figure out is, we went from 14 to 50.
Right.
Where's the new 35,000 here? And all we're being told is there's 10 grand of new expenses. Everything else was
Mhm.
old.
Yeah,
Sorry,
so
if I,
each and every program, every single one has a line item that has a per event cost. And each one, if you, and I'm sure Manish can provide what we spent things on last year. But it's, you know, the events here are what we had planned. And so that is, you know, it's entirely up to council to decide what they can, what they do want to support and what they don't. And that's sort of what we're looking for, is direction from council on what do you want to support? And so, you know, Councillor Lamb has mentioned that he does not want to support the social dinners, and that is fine if council does not want us to put those on. But that is why we provided such a detailed budget, is because we wanted to show you exactly what we're planning, exactly what that will cost us, and then let council decide what they want to support and what they don't want to
And
support.
sorry, I know I was trying to ask not detailed questions, but I don't know. I think, Mr. Mayor, you might know what I'm trying to
yeah,
ask.
I know exactly
And
what you're,
hopefully you might be able
what
to-
you're asking, if I may, just to help here. As we've been talking, I marked my list up, and there are actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items that last year the Recreation Committee did not spend any money on. And they might have in some time in the past, maybe have done some of these things or done them as an experiment, but we didn't spend any money.
Okay.
They are the following. First of all, movie nights. We used to do movie nights a long time ago. Some of you may remember us projecting on the wall in the evening outside on the community center, but we haven't done them in the past since before the pandemic, basically, other than a few ones for kids in here using the screen across the TV screen. So there's nothing spent on movie nights last year. There was nothing spent by the committee on social dinners. That's the next one. And as you heard, that those were contributed by and mainly by one individual who decided that it would be a good thing to try to do this. And there were a few here in the community center. We can talk about that some more later if you want. The next one that we haven't done for quite a while is cooking classes. We didn't spend any money on that last year. We didn't spend any money on food pantry last year. We didn't have a summer student devoted to doing any recreation things in the past. And we didn't do a Taste of Whitestone, which is that summer market. We have not done that in the past. So those are new things. And you can see an estimate from the committee for each of those things of what they would cost, and you can add them up and you could see, sorry, we could have done this in advance for you, I
Yeah,
guess,
here, I'll
but
get it
then
for
you could see what sort of what that's contributing to the $53,000 or whatever we've got there.
22,300.
Okay?
Yeah.
Does that help?
Yeah, 22,300
All right.
is what it is.
So those are new things that the committee is contemplating doing this year. Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, like we could be sitting here an hour from now, you know, we're not even into our
Yeah.
revenues or expenses yet, okay?
Whoops, sorry. My apologies, folks.
No
That's,
problem.
I'll get rid of that.
So you know,
Go ahead.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Deborah, because I know your committee does a lot of work, and I know Eva helps out from the library. So anyway, what I look at it is, and I'm not going to go into the individual programs because we'll be here till 6 o'clock, right? Debating back and forth pros and cons and whatever. I look at a budget where 2 years ago, it was something like $12,000 that you spent on a $20,000 budget, 2 years ago, not last year.
Yes,
And
during
that's when
COVID.
council said, fine, we're going to cut it back to 15,000, but we also said at the time, if you go over 15,000, don't fuss. Don't go to 50, but if you're 18 or whatever, don't worry about it. You know, that's okay, right? So that's what was told here at the council table, right? But at the end of the year, you spent 14,200, okay? That's what it was, all in. You missed earlier our discussion on the budget, which is really not a good news story this year. It's not a spend budget, okay? And many of these things, when I look at it, I say, the line item for revenue on $50,000, and I know you say, well, we were looking at, you know, doing some fundraising or whatever, but last year, the income was $260. There's a line item that says recreation, $260. That's what we brought in, okay? This year, it says it's going to be $600, I think, on that line, if I'm not mistaken. That isn't good enough. I'll tell you where I'm going with this. Other councils can disagree, and you can tell me that I'm a bad person. You had $15,000 last year. You didn't spend it, but let's say you did spend the full 15,000. If we gave you a 20% increase, which is a hefty increase on that, that would be $18,000. And not 50, it's not 50. It's not anywhere near 50. If we do, we're going to be looking at double-digit tax increases here. And again, I'm not going to go through everything. 22,000 or something of this is for food. You know, like, I mean, anyway, I don't want to pick at movie nights and stuff like that. You know, I don't know. It's just not, it's not going to work. So, I mean, I'm supportive of $18,000. And if you want to go above 18,000, then fine, fundraise or charge people or get more income or knock your socks off and do it. But I cannot support, in terms of our total budget, anything more than that. And sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but that's where I stand on it. So thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions for me?
Or Councillor Woods, go.
Councillor Woods.
Just a real quick one, because I don't remember even thinking of this. The food handling for 2,500, what's that for?
So that's not just food handling. That was for, but that was for a couple of licenses. So, we do need to have, all of our people have food handling, but that's not the cost for it. And I'm sorry, that is a mistake. There is a couple of licenses that we have, in order to, play music in public. Which is one of those things that you have to have, if you even put a radio outside here. If it's in public, we need to have a license for that. And then as well, we were at one point paying for a movie license. So we put the cost back in case we got movie nights approved and could continue with them. So those are for our licensing fees. We just kind of tossed all of that stuff into a last category.
This might be silly, but who licenses us to turn on a radio? Because I've never heard of that.
I don't remember the name. Michelle might be able to, but it is a license we have to have.
It's called SOCAN, and I don't know
SOCAN,
what the
thank you.
acronym stands for, but it's for if you're utilizing commercial music in a commercial space, there's a fee, and it's based on the size of the bill. There's an equation, and there is a fee that we pay every year, and it includes anything that happens here, whether it's music that's played for Walk Fit or music that's played outside if there's a small event.
Yeah, it's an organization. They used to be a client of mine when I was consulting years ago, and the organization that does it collects money from people who present publicly, copyrighted materials essentially. And so every time a song, if I compose a song or I sing a song or whatever, not that that's going to happen, then I'm entitled to some money every time any radio station plays it, right? And they report that they played my song and it gets I get a few cents or a few dollars or whatever for every time it gets played, right? So that's how that works. And it's the same sort of thing for the movies, right? If you want to show a movie, you can show them in your house to your family, no problem, and your friends if they come over. But as soon as you do it in a public venue, you need a license. And so there's an organization that we have dealt with over the years that has movie material, and when a movie shows up there on the screen, they've given us a license to play it so that somebody doesn't come after us and sue the municipality, right? So anyway, that's what that's about. Kathy, did you want to ask a question? You need to go to the mic though, if you're gonna, if you don't mind.
Anyone have a stool?
Thanks, Joe.
I'm sorry.
I worked for 35 years as a recreationist, and I got a couple of comments. This is such an ambitious program. I have no idea how you're going to accomplish it, but kudos to you for thinking of it, planning it, but it's really ambitious. When you talked about the cooking classes, I just wanted to say the cooking classes that were held here previously were done because we wrote grants. We got the money. So through New Horizons for Seniors, we got a chunk of money. We offered cooking classes for men, for seniors, and every participant paid a certain amount of money. So, and it was men's cooking. Joe participated in that. There was grandmothers came and children came and they made cookies, but that was all done through a grant. So I would really urge you that to look for grants to pay for things, because if you're saying that people in the community can't afford to pay, then you got to find the money somewhere else, and you got to do it now. The grants.
We have applied for a number of grants, thank you. though.
But you didn't,
No, I
you didn't
do-
say
well,
that in
we
your
don't know
remarks?
What we do or don't. do,
Right, so-
So what I did explain that at the beginning, that we did apply.
Anyway, so again,
Thank you, no, and I
it's a
appreciate.
very ambitious program.
Just a reminder, everything everyone says is important, but we're recording, so I just want to make sure you speak into a microphone.
Yeah.
There's no one else online, but sometimes people listen to the audio,
Yeah.
so thank you.
Sorry about that.
No,
yeah.
no problem.
No,
It's-
and I did say that at the beginning, we did apply for a number of grants. We haven't heard yet if we've received any of them, so we don't know, and so we didn't want to guess. Sorry, go ahead, Andrew.
I would also just like to add that if we do plan to charge for anything at all, we're going to have to then face income inequality and how we determine who gets discounted tickets and who doesn't, and somebody's going to have to keep track of all of that. And it's probably, in my opinion, just easier to keep things free.
So are there any,
Yeah.
okay, yeah,
I'm not sure if somebody else is looking.
Probably not.
yeah, he's just dropping off an invoice. Go ahead.
Perfect. So I guess I started off with trying to ask some really generic questions, so I guess I'll finish off here. And I think Andrew and Deborah, thanks for the presentation. I think what I might suggest is this is only the first go round of the budget. And I think it is, as Kathy Lamb said, it is ambitious. I think everything that's here. Hey, do I think it would be great for a food pantry to help out some people that are looking for food? Sure. I think everybody here would say it's probably a great idea, right? Now, how do we fund it? Where do we do it? Right? There's some great ideas, and you have some good ideas here. But when the mayor gave out the 6 items, they added up to 23,300 out of the 51,000 budget.
Yep.
So basically about 28,000 of new funding. So, you know, you have the 28,000 plus the items that are a repeat from previous years. But I do think out of the can today, it's gonna cost $6,000, but we do get a grant back, if I'm right, for maybe $1,500 or something. like that,
fireworks.
For the fireworks portion, of it, right?
Yeah,
Um,
depending. It's
so-
different every year.
Yeah,
what
no,
we
but
get
that-
back. Yeah.
You know, so there might be a bit of funding here, but maybe what I might suggest is take this back. It's great and ambitious, but I think it's got to be brought back down into a better form of what I'll call reality in a budget. You know, going from $15,000 that was reduced from 20 to 50,000, having all these new items. And where I'm going on that, I'm not sure what a summer student would do, but be it cooking classes or, you know, breakfast with Santa, there's probably a good one that's remained, right? But the cooking classes or the social dinners, like I know if I was to take my son or daughter to an event, and it was a cooking class in Durham, even if we're doing it at a municipality hall, I'd pay a fee to do it. If
Mhm.
I'm gonna do swimming lessons, I'd pay a fee. There's some great ideas here, but I don't think we can assume that everything's free. And I think if it comes back with a, hey, we want to do cooking classes, but we feel that we're gonna bring in $1,000 from people being charged $50 a class. And that's some of your money coming back. Try and think of the fundraising or fees on how to increase some of the stuff to be able to provide more items on your list than saying we just want everything for free, because I don't think many municipalities you'd go to and a lot of these things would be free, even swimming lessons. You know, you go to swimming lessons and my daughter's in a swimming lessons for Bronze Cross right now is 6 weeks and it's like $700. And that's through a municipality, right? So I don't think we can think of everything's free. So I'd urge you to try and go back and bring that number down.
Yeah.
I think Councillor
If you don't mind me just
Yeah.
speaking to that really quickly, and I do understand what you're saying, and I really do appreciate your comments, Councillor Nash. And the only thing that I would say about this is that I've lived in this community, you know, year round for 25 odd years. And it's, I've seen a lot of examples of the sort of events when it's free and how many families come out to them. And that tends to be, you know, we'll get 40 or 50 families when it's free. When it's not free, we'll get 2 or 3. And so that has been one of the benchmarks of our recreation committee, is that we've tried as hard as we could to provide as much as we can for free. And I do understand that that's not always the case. And we do have some programs that we ask that we do charge for when we have to. But then, you know, we do try and make things as free as often as possible. We have a very different community here than we then say Durham. And there is a very wide gap in income in this community. And so that is something that we, you know, try and think about. You know, I do want to say when we take out all of the new programs, we are sitting at a much more reasonable, say $30,000, which I know is still, you know, but that is around what we asked for last year, was the $30,000. We wanted council to be aware of the ideas that we do have. And for the first time in a very long time, we actually have a very large, very dedicated and enthusiastic committee. For a very long time, we had 2 or 3 people on recreation. And I've been on rec for a very long time. And for the most part, there has only been sort of 2 or 3 people. We have 10 members now, and everybody is very excited to provide new programs and exciting things to the community. Anybody who has lived here for any period of time and has children knows that for a very long time, we took them to Magnetawan for anything. because there wasn't anything for children in this community. And we've tried to change that, and we've tried to make this community better. And so I, you know, I do understand that it's a big number and that there was going to be some sticker shock, and I expected that. However, I still wanted you all, council, to see what it is that you are supporting.
And out of the 7,500 for the student, I'll wrap up at this one. What is the 7,500? Like, what would you use a student for?
So we run a lot of programs in the summer, and we have been running them, myself and the chair of the committee and Eva at the library have been running them the last 2 summers, running all by ourselves. And we're here, not, you know, we have a lot more people now, but we were sort of just looking ahead at this coming summer and how many days and nights a week I'm going to be living at the library and in the community down in the Dundome. And so having a dedicated person to run some of these programs and take some of the burden off of the volunteers is what we were thinking.
So would that $7,500 maybe be to pay somebody to run the cooking classes as an example?
Archery is the big, archery is our biggest and our most, I guess, burdensome program because we run it so often and it's so popular, and you have to run it constantly and you have to have trained instructors. So right now we are all trained as instructors, but we'd love to have some extra people because I was here all summer teaching classes.
Thanks, Deborah. And did we get a grant for archery in the
We
library?
did, yes,
$5,000 or something?
yes.
That's great.
That was
Perfect.
applied for by us in the library.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, and we need to wrap this up in the interest of time, and I think this is helpful for the council to sort of understand what's going on with the rec committee, and I guess the only, excuse me, the only comment I would make is that there has been, and I had hoped that we would be able to give you a report on this, because there are some really exciting things that have happened, and the archery is a good example, but there's a tremendous amount of collaboration between the recreation committee and the library. And the library, as you heard from Eva when she was here, but they actually, Eva actually worked on applying for that grant from Participation, it was, and so that as it happened, it went through the library's budget, but that's just an example of this sort of thing where it was enormously successful. We did have to go out and buy some more equipment because we had so many people that were taking advantage of it, and it pulls people from the community, and I talked to some of them at the early events when it started up, and they were really pleased at the fact that it, and I guess surprised a bit that it especially ones who came from somewhere who were summer residents from down south or whatever, that it was a free program, but still it's there've been a lot of group a lot of energy and enthusiasm that we didn't have since before the pandemic. Again, when we had if you remember, we did have a large rec committee at that time and a lot of stuff going on. We're kind of getting back into energy, and we also have more new people who these days that would be taking advantage of these programs than we had, say, at the start of the pandemic. So I think we have to have some more discussion about this later on and arrive at some compromise. But anyway, I think we should wrap it up for today if possible.
Yeah.
And
Thank you very much for listening to us, and thank you for at least looking at our budget line by line. I appreciate all of your time. I know it was not, it's a big document, so thank you for going through it and at least considering it. We appreciate that.
So if everybody's in agreement, I guess what I would like to do is go back to try to put us back to the page. And I thought we started normally with revenue. Do we not?
Usually, yeah.
I did, and maybe there's nothing on, there are not a lot of items, but what page should we be looking at for that, Michelle, if you don't mind?
Attachment B, I think.
Yes, if you go to attachment B, that is your
I'm sorry, attachment what?
B is in Bob.
B as in Bob, thank you. I'll see if I can find that one somewhere. We've got B, B, E, F, G.
Still don't have it.
Oh, gosh.
Again, how do we come up with 26?
Yeah, maybe you could help. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I've got my pages so mixed up now that they're. So could we go down through and just keep in mind, these are revenue items, just pick up the any significant ones that you wish to ask about.
Are we going page by page? Is that the easiest way?
Yeah, I'm trying to do it section by section, and I guess I've, historically, we've always kind of started at the high level. The revenue is the first item that we deal with. So, but revenue is all, it's all lumped together. So you can just start and go through.
If you mind,
If you have something really, really significant, please.
all right, if you don't mind, I'll ask
Yeah.
a couple of questions. I have for page one, at least on mine, page 1 of 3.
Yes.
And I think Counselor Lamb had spoken to it a little earlier on, but I had circled and I said, why 50% less? This is for item 15-100, interest earned from bank balance. And I know last year it budgeted 17,000, came in at 45,000. This year we're budgeting 26,000. So if interest rates haven't come down very much yet and what's being provided, and I think the government is saying, there might be 1.5 basis point cut. Why are we reducing this by 50%? Wouldn't we want to say maybe it's going to be 35,000 or 40,000 this year?
Through you, Mayor.
Go ahead,
When we are doing the initial budget, it was a discussion going with so many economists predicting the interest may come in the month of March coming down, but lately now it's few of the economists predicting the interest is going to come in the month of June. So I'm not sure when cycle will start. It may be a 1.5 bit down, or it may be more, or it may be less. So on that basis, the latest I was reviewing economics by CIBC, Benjamin Thal. He's predicting the interest may come down in the month of June. A 3-point cut will be there, like a 50 bits. So my assumption will be maybe 3.5. It's going to be end up, but I'm not sure. This is an estimate I predicted.
Okay. And the reason I was asking that, Manish, thanks, is in 2022, really before interest rates started to really go up, we got 26,000 in. And then last year it was 45. Now we're back to 26,000, which is basically saying, let's match what we're going to get from interest rates from 22. But I think we're higher interest rates. So I don't know if you can look at that and maybe put it back up. I think more reasonable might be 35,000. That's just my take on. And then on page, what's it here? On page,
We're only dealing with.
we're just dealing with page 1, sorry.
Yeah.
I'll leave it for others' questions on page 1 for now, sorry.
Okay,
Councilor Lamb.
yeah, very quickly, what's supplementary taxes, which is 14,431?
Through you, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead. Supplemental
Is that new
taxes.
bills and things?
Every year, the MPAC do a reassessment of the property. The supplement bill will be sent to the taxpayer. It is like after issuing a final bill, some of the property impact that isn't done the assessment. That will be reassessed for last 3 years, then we had to rebuild that. That is a supplement bills.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's an example might be if a building permit is finalized and they have occupancy. So now MPAC has reassessed that
Yeah,
property.
so
It's,
Yeah.
So
it's
it's renovations and new
Yeah,
builds and all
right.
that kind of
Yeah.
stuff, okay.
and that comes directly from MPAC.
So why do we, like, anyway, again, this is revenue. It was 80 last year and we're going 67. The year before that, it was 63 and we budgeted 65, so it's going up. What makes us think it's gonna go down? Like, why wouldn't we put 80 in there?
I'm not reasonably sure with the exact amount, how much is going to be. For the safer side, I put as a budget for 2023, around 67,000, what we budgeted in the year 2023.
Okay, not a hill for me to die on, but I think you could find a little there. Let me see here what I had next. Yeah, David, why does the scrap metal come down from nearly 30,000 to 20,000? What's happening there? That's line 15,346-5. Down to, well, the budget's 20, it was 22. The year before that, it was 29, so. Why is our people running out of metal to put in our landfill site or what?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't completely understand why it's going down. Prices seem to be down and we seem to be collecting less. So maybe they could increase that a bit, but I can't speak to why it's coming down. We did enjoy when rates were high during COVID and that, and the commodity prices were high. I think that was part of it. People were a combination of maybe cleaning up a little bit more in the yard and the prices of the metal were higher, but we
Okay.
seem to be getting less now.
Thank you. Item 15,370 recreation revenue. That's what I was getting at. We budgeted $800 last year for revenue for all recreation programs. We brought in $260. And we're budgeting this year $300 on all of those programs. So that's just the point that I was trying to make. 15,380 planning and zoning revenue. Again, that's actual was 20,000. It was estimated at 37,000. So it was 37,000 in 2022. So again, why the big drop to 20,000 in planning? That's pardon? Well, but nearly half? Are we only putting out? It's only half of what the activity, or that seems like a big drop? Just a comment. Does it reflect that our planning is half of the applications that were in last year, or what?
That's through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd have to look at the Q4 report in terms of statistics, but the revenue is a tough one. You don't want to overextend. You want to be modest and careful. And yeah, we budgeted 37 last year and our revenue this year was 20. I think.
Could you maybe just let me know at least how many files were in 2022 and how many in 2023, please?
Yes, you'll see that on February 20th.
Okay.
Yeah.
And could I ask one question? Do you mind, Councillor Lamb?
No,
Just
that's
about
fine.
that same line item? It's actually, I only had 2 comments on the first page, and the second one was to do with planning and zoning revenue. And it was 20,000. And I said here, I think everybody's gonna look at me with big eyes and open them and go, what am I talking about? But I had revenue for it, should be 60,000. And the reason I've done that is we spent 20. I think last year was a slower year for planning services for reimbursements. Therefore, the revenue was down because the reimbursable amount was down. But with our new planners that we have on staff, I'm guessing that if it cost 20,000 in revenue last year for a planner, we can probably triple that and say it'll probably be a 300% increase for any file that comes in. So anything that we're going to get reimbursed from a ratepayer on a fee, If it was 20 grand last year, it'd be 20 grand times 300% for the new applications because of how much more our new planning consultants are gonna cost us. So I think that number is drastically underestimated because the reimbursement fee, I'm gonna say if there was a consent application that cost an applicant 10 grand last year, it's gonna cost 30 grand this year. And if that's a reimbursable amount, I think we have to take that and drastically increase this number. But when it comes to expenses, unfortunately, we have to drastically increase our expense number as well, which will balance some of this off. But I think the 20 grand, that would basically be saying if you have 1 or 2 consent applications this year, that's your 20 grand. And we all know we'll have more than that. So I think that number is drastically under budget because of how much we're going to be charging the new applicants to get reimbursed for it. So I don't know if that can be looked at for the next time it comes back.
Just through you, Ms. Mayor, just for clarity, so the consents of the planning board, which I think you know, this is related to rezonings, minor variances and short road allowances.
But it would also be if I do a consent application and
It requires a rezoning thereafter.
what if our planning consultant comments on behalf of the municipality on the planning file, wouldn't that go under this revenue? Because we'd get reimbursed there, right? If John Jackson in the past had sent in an invoice for file X for attending a meeting and doing some work on the municipal side, we'd get reimbursed that, and that's what this 37,000 budget, which came in at 20, would be for rezonings, but also any consents. So it would include, those are the fees that John Jackson charged to ratepayers here and we got reimbursed for, right? It wasn't just rezoning, it would be consents or subdivision applications, anything that we're charging as a municipality to the applicant, right? Now that we have our own planner, those numbers are gonna go up multiples of hundreds of percents in my eyes. I hope I'm wrong.
So
But if
just for clarity, so if there's a consent application through the planning board and the municipality asks our planner to comment on a planning board matter, we have no mechanism to invoice the applicant on that consent. Our planner is going to be charging the municipality on our behalf, commenting on that consent. So we're not able to charge that per. I know where you're going with all of this and we'll look at it.
But unless I'm wrong, like I've done consents in the past and I'd get a bill, not from John Jackson Planning Board, from John Jackson Municipality of Whitestone for a consent application. Now we're gonna have invoices from our new consultant that are gonna go out to the applicants for work they do on behalf of the municipality. Are you saying from now on, because if not, this is a big difference, that we're eating all planning fees in the municipality side for any application? I don't think that's correct.
Okay, let me look into it so we don't get stalled. I know where you're going with this and we'll look at the number.
Yeah, the answer is we don't take that into, we don't take it into revenue and we don't treat it as an expense. We are just like the Canada Post passing the invoice to the,
Even if, sorry, Mr. Mayor, even if you're,
for ones that are the responsibility of the applicant,
even
right?
if they come in, if we take a check in, it's revenue. We have a bill that goes out as expense, so it still shows up under revenue, it still shows up under expenses.
Well,
We're just the middleman gatekeeper of it, but it
I'm
still shows
arguing
up
that
under
it doesn't, because in my experience, what would happen is I would get an invoice that is payable to the planner or payable to a lawyer who acted on behalf of, did something to register whatever the result of the process was. I would get that invoice from the municipality, but I wouldn't pay the municipality. I would pay the person to whom it was, like whether it was John Jackson or the planning board or whoever it was, I paid them, right? So the municipality wouldn't take that into revenue and it wouldn't list it as an expense, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we do it a little bit differently. So if there's say there's a rezoning, all of the planning fees are paid to say John Jackson. We pay him because he does the work for us. We're the one that
But
hires
we're
him.
not talking about
We then, we
yeah.
then invoice.
Sorry, we're not talking about rezonings. We're talking about consents and subdivisions and things that
You'd get an
that-
invoice from
that go through the planning board.
You'd get an invoice from the municipality for their planning fees. done by John Jackson. I'd write a check, not to John Jackson, to the municipality of Whitestone.
Okay,
on
well,
John
then that's a
Jackson.
change in how we do things, but from when the
Well,
last
let's
time
look
I
into
did
it.
one.
Let me get a little bit more information so I have some
Yeah,
clarity as well.
okay. All right, we'll get it clarified.
I only have two other small questions.
Go ahead.
15,395 community development revenue. It's nothing. It's not got really to do with money. What is that? Community development revenue?
$300.
You were budgeting $300. We got $1,100. We didn't budget anything. What the heck is it?
Through you, Mayor. I think we got a small amount of a grant for the $300.
No, we got $1,100 last year.
That is a, That is-
1,100 from someone for something called community development revenue.
oh, sorry, I just got to know, that is a Canada Day grant. But this year, sorry, I just mixing up that.
It's the fireworks?
No.
Yeah, because fireworks is somewhere else.
That's revenue from the community development, the rec community, $300 approximately, which we got it from Easter, some.
No, we didn't. Actual 2023 was 1,100. We're budgeting this year 300. Is that more rec revenue? Is that what you're saying?
I will double check on that and
Yeah,
get back to you.
sounds-
Councillor.
Sounds like we need to check it out. I think the rec committee did get some additional revenue that's not.
Well, I
It's
wanna
not
know-
fireworks or anything, but anyway, we'll,
I just want to know what it is.
yeah,
so-
good question. I don't know.
And the last one is modernization grant 15,504-3. Was 2022 was we budgeted 14 in revenue. We only got, and then we got 6, and we got 5,500, then there's nothing. What was the modernization grant?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I
Yeah,
can
see.
speak to that. That was a grant that was applied for, and it included the new phone system for the municipality. It included the purchase of the CBO's cloud permit.
Oh, okay.
And there was one more minor purchase, and I'm just trying to recall what that is. There's still a very small amount, and Manisha and I still have to work on a final report that's owed to the municipality. We haven't budgeted for it because we haven't done the final report,
Is
but
that an annual grant that we could apply for, or was just? a
no,
special-
it was a one-time
Okay, thank
grant
you.
that was available
Okay,
to all
that's all I'm
municipalities.
done on that page. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else that got anything on page 1? All right, let's go to page 2. Counselor Nash.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Thing fell over there. I guess I'm gonna go to line item 15-570. It's the grant for recreation, which I think is the fireworks grant from the
Oh.
comment. And
What's the number?
15-570, it says grant recreation. And I'm just wondering, have we applied for something and just haven't heard back as yet, or is there no grants to 2024? Just have we not heard back?
I have applied for that, but I'm waiting for an answer, and they didn't said it's approved or not as of now.
Okay, perfect. And then my next question kind of goes in line a little bit with the planning item I asked on the last page, but item 15-753 and 15-754. So I guess I'll go to the 15-754 parkland interest income. So we know that there's money in the parkland reserve account in the amount of, I think, 130,000 or so. Parkland dedication has a balance of 120,000. So obviously there should be a number in there for income, and if 120,000 at 5%, if I put it in the bank, you know, that's what, $6,000 or so. Whereas it was 14 last year, but I think we're missing a number there. It was 4,000 in 2022, 14 in 2023, but we know we're going to earn money from interest that's in there for the cash in lieu we receive. So the next time I'd like to see something there, and I'm guessing I don't know, I'm putting a guess, 6 grand or 7,500. But then for the item above it, unfortunately, the parkland in lieu fee, we had 35,000 in 2022 that we collected. We tried to budget the same number last year. What we actually collected was 20,000. When we went to the planning consultant fees, they were lower also. But I don't think we can carry the same number that we budgeted in 23 when we actually got 21,000 last year. If we're going on the assumption that our planning fees are going to be down, we have to go on the assumption that our revenue for parkland dedication fee will also be down. So, you know, we brought in 20,000 last year. I know this is a throw in the dark number, but maybe it's 25,000, not 35,000. When on the last page, we'd said, I just want to find it again, that our planning and zoning, we'd budgeted 37,000, it came in at 20, right? So maybe we do something similar, bring it back down to a reasonable number of maybe 25,000. And then the only other question I had, the active transportation fund 15-797-1. I know it says not applied for in 2023. I don't know if David, you're able to give any update. Will that be something that we're going to be asking for revenue for 2025 as the budget coming in, or is there any more design work that we can get paid for as part of the grant this year? Or there's no design work or anything this year?
Through you, Mayor. We have only $2,000 work for that particular with the permit with the MTO. That takes significant time, so we are not able to do any work on that particular project this year. That 2,000 should be taken from the operating, from the budget. It is on the capital project. It will be on the asset management plan for this year. But all the grant money from this, it will be secured from next year when we secure all the funds for the particular budget. Unless we don't secure the fund for the active fund grant, we are not supposed to put an application to get the money from there. That is a particular specification they given on the contribution agreement. So we are not able to get any funding from them this particular year.
So maybe I misunderstood, but last year we spent, I thought it was 8 grand or something on an engineering fee for this, because we were told that there was a grant that would get paid back for that. So instead of waiting, we'd start work on the engineering fee. Are we now saying that we never got anything back from the grant for that work we did last year?
Once the condition of the agreement is that we had to secure the fund, like council have to tell when we doing a projecting next year, that capital project for the sidewalk, we are budgeting that amount, full amount has been secured by the council. So then we can apply on that particular year. That is a condition on the contribution agreement. That's the reason we can't apply for the fund from them for this fiscal year or the previous fiscal year.
Okay. So we did work last year, which we thought we were going to get funding from, but we didn't, right? Is that?
Yes, we are going to get next year when we applying for, when we done the work, the next year when the project finish, then we can get the 60% of what we paid last 3 years.
Perfect, thank you. And what's that what's the maximum amount for the grant? Do you remember?
132,000 approximately.
I don't know if that might be able to be scribbled in there. Just
I
so
don't
we-
have that documentation, but my understanding is
Maybe
132,000.
just when it comes back to the next time that we know how much of a grant we might be talking about for future years. Thanks a lot, Manish. That was it on that page, I believe.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Lamb.
Yeah, I only have one, 15,751, Shore Road Allowance Revenue. 15,000 last year was the actual. We only budgeted 3 and now we're budgeting 5. Seems to me that there's more and more people buying the Shore Road allowance, and I just wonder why that's at 5. I think that could easily be 10 or 12 or something like that. So I'd ask you to look at that, because that's revenue, so that's a good thing. So, thank you. I think it's under budget at 5. Thank you. That's all I have on that.
Okay, anything else on page 2? Well, I just have one, which is the second last one. It said surplus items, and this is the restaurant equipment that's in Twist property. it was, when I saw the original draft of this, it was 0. Council's decision that they made was, we're not gonna sell it till we figure out what we're gonna do with the property. Sounds like somebody thinks we're changing our mind and we're gonna. Yeah, I don't know.
Yep.
Where is this coming from?
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly one of the things we realized that 12,000 that was budgeted last year would never be realized. We had that conversation. So when we started doing the budget, there was some uncertainty as to what was a council priority and was there going to be a discussion about the Twist property? What's going to happen to it? Were there some plans that were going to be made? Is there going to be a demolition? Is it going to be renovated? So for the first draft of the budget, the thought was, possibly you want to sell some of that restaurant equipment there. So that's why that 5,000 is there. If there's no, and I recognize in January, there was no discussion in terms of priorities of having a discussion about that property. So if there's no intent to give consideration to that property other than to look at whether a renovation is actually possible, I heard some conversation about the Steenhoff report. Does it really need to be demolished, or could we do something with it? There's some assets there that may have some value, but that was just first guess at this budget. If there's no intent to surplus any of the equipment there for sale, then that can come out.
Was that what you're suggesting, Mr. Mayor, to take that number out for now?
Well, I think it is, unless,
I think you'll never get $5,000.
yeah, I mean, I regardless, that fact of the matter, I think there are some possible interim uses for that building, and there have been I've heard some discussions, and there might even be a possibility that somebody wants to use it for something in the meantime, we could get some revenue out of it, but they may want that equipment to be there. So I would suggest that we remove it, but that's
Oh, there we go.
my opinion. Anyway,
Well,
I just want to raise it. I was curious as to how it got back in at $5,000. Anyway, page 3, is there anything on page 3 you want?
Through you,
Yes,
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nash.
Yeah, I guess when I see, we've already spoken a bit to them, but the financing fire truck, financing municipal contribution, rec center and other capital projects. So I guess when it comes to the fire truck, I think the fire truck is the fire truck. We'll see how our budget comes in, and maybe there's a way to squeeze a little bit more out of our reserves, but I don't think so this year. So the fire truck one of 315 is what it is. When it comes to the recreational and cultural center, I'm just trying to flick through for my last question here at the same time. So
just sorry to interrupt you. The 315, that's what we're financing? Is that what that is?
Through you, Mayor, that's correct, Mr.
Okay. So this isn't the actual financing cost. We're financing 315.
That's a fund we are getting from the bank or debenture, like for
Right.
purchasing
Right.
the.
But I had asked, that we at least investigate, can we get delivery of that towards the end of the year? So they just hold it, right?
Yeah.
For us. Not that that may be a decision of council, but at least let us know whether it's possible, right?
So, I guess it'll come under expenses. We'll get the 315 as income, but just in case I forget, because I don't want to, when it comes to the fire truck under expenses, hopefully we can get a reasonable length loan, not like a 10-year or 15 or a 20-year. Hopefully we can get this done and paid off in a relatively short length of time. But that'll be when it comes under income or under expenses. For the income on the rec and culture center, here's my take on this one. And I might differ from many people in council on this. There was a resolution to pay the 250, and then we know that one of the other municipalities are out. We've asked for a couple times a proper report, I'll call it.
Study.
Review. And it seems like nobody's listening to what we're asking for. Although there'll be a shovel that goes in the ground this year, I don't think we need to carry this number. We can pay them next year once they've put a shovel in the ground, done the report we've asked for, whatever is happening with other municipalities coming out of it. Once we know that, we don't need to take out a loan for this year. It can go into next year. If they start digging in the ground in September, we can pay them in January once we know what's going on. And once we have our reports, if they don't want to do reports for us, I don't know why we're budgeting money on our budget to give it to them when they're not even doing anything we ask for. So that would be my comment. I'm not saying don't give the money. I'm just saying shouldn't need to worry about it this year, I don't think. And it can probably go into next year. I don't know if anybody else wants to comment on that one before I go to the last one.
I'll comment on through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, our resolution, I don't think Councillor Bray was here, but the resolution from the four of us was to say the study or the review that you didn't meet our condition, and let's talk about it, right? And I can tell you it's been very frustrating because we passed that in, I think, November. And we still haven't got a meeting, you know, it's Clayton Harris sort of saying, well, I'm available, but it's Don Sanderson's problem, right? Or issue with his calendar, whatever, right? We're now into February. And this did come up at the last meeting of the pool. They really didn't make a comment on it. They just said, well, scheduling problems, right? But I mean, I don't know whether they want to meet with us or they don't want to meet with us, but we're on record to say the study that you did is not the study that we wanted. And so anyway, I don't know where it stands. I got out of the last meeting when I attended it that they intend to put shovel in the ground in the spring, whenever that is. I guess spring is March to June. But I think our resolution says that we don't pay them any money until the start of the physical building. And I don't count a hole in the ground as a physical building. I would say once they start the basement or something, that's the physical building. So I don't know when they intend to start that, but it certainly wouldn't be. How long have we financed this for, Manish?
It will be for 15 years.
No, but when does it start? For 3/4 of the year?
That's what it is.
It's 3/4 now, right?
Yeah.
Again, my opinion is not gonna matter. They'll want their money, and if we give it to them next January or in September, it's not gonna be a big deal. So if we can save a half year's interest, I don't think it's gonna be March.
Okay.
You know, so I think it can be adjusted somewhat to whatever, September, for whatever you want, but anyway, I don't.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Woods.
Going back to the last pool meeting, Joe, the committee actually passed it back off on Whitestone and said it was because we couldn't make ourselves available that the meeting hadn't happened yet.
Yeah, well, that's not correct.
I just wanted to
Yeah.
throw that up because I know that's not correct.
And I guess the last item I had on that page, other capital projects, it says 135,000. So we'll get $135,000 loan. And it's made up of $25,000 for Ladd Road Bridge Engineering Rehabilitation Analysis, $50,000 for Farley's Road guardrail and end treatments, and Maple Island Bridge 1 kilometer. And again, I know this is going to come under expenses, but we kind of have to talk about it as income as it's coming in on items we're going to do in capital. And personally, I don't think we should be taking out a loan due to an engineering study on a bridge. If we can't afford the engineering study, there's no way we can afford the bridge. If we have to borrow money to do the study on the bridge, we should not be thinking about doing the study on the bridge. So I think that can just come right out. And it would almost be the same if we can't find in our budget to do a guardrail on Farley's or Maple Island Bridge, one kilometer. I don't know, what is the 60,000 for? Is it for an assessment report, David, or is it for actual physical work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there's actual physical work. The only assessment review for rehabilitation or replacement is for Ladd's Road. That's the only engineering report that's coming in. The rest of it is physical work.
Right, okay. Yeah, so it's only the Ladd's, which is the analysis. So for the Maple Island Bridge, whatever work is being proposed for 60,000 and the Farley's Road guardrail for 50 or for 60 grand, I might have used there, sorry. I'd say I really would hope that we can find it from staff once they go back to look and say, let's make that 135,000 disappear. And if Ladd's Road is another year off and we find a way to pay for the Farley's Road or Maple Island within the budget, if not, if something else under capital gets pushed off, be it the Bunny Trail or something. But I'd really like to see that 135,000 loan come out. And I think if we were to do something similar, as I'd said for the pool, and the 250 comes out, in my eyes, having a $300,000 loan for a fire truck is going to be much more palatable for the ratepayers if that's the only loan we're taking this year, because they can understand that loan, I think, really well, that it was a needed thing. And if we can push off the pool till next year for a payment, depending on whatever comes of it, and find a way to get this 135 gone for these other 3 projects, I think residents and ratepayers will look at that much more favorably than what's shown now. So hopefully staff can just take that comment back and see what they can do when they're looking at it for the next go around.
Anything else? Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, and I agree with Councillor Nash in a perfect world. It's not a perfect world. If you say we want to do this stuff and if we want to not do it, then fine, it's not going to cost us anything. But if we have to do it, or we are going to do it, that 130,000 is another 4% tax increase this year, right? So where are we going to find that? We didn't do it in the revenue, so we've got to find it somewhere in expenses, where that 8% becomes 12%, just on that one decision. So, we're boxed. That's what I was trying to say 2 or 3 hours ago, right? It's not a perfect world. We're not, in terms of, and I agree, it's hard to swallow borrowing at 6 and 7%. That's why we started to borrow years ago when it was 2%. And I always, George can remember this, Mr. Mayor can remember this. We said, we're going to look like Flint when the interest rates return to whatever normal is, because we're going to have a bunch of loans that are 2%, right? But it's hard, but you're boxed. So
Yep.
you're either going to tax people, or you're going to go find a grant, or you're going to cut. Like that's the only, we're boxed. So anyway, I don't disagree with you, but I don't agree with you. I guess I don't know whether I can be in that position. So thank you.
David, did you want to?
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, to speak to some of the items coming up, and one of them being the Ladd's Road rehabilitation versus replacement analysis, something like that. If we have, let's say, design in place, a viable design in place that's practical in Whitestone terms, practical for Whitestone. We have an engineer that does make a practical design that we can shop for funding. We are in much better position to find funding if we have these shovel-ready projects and plans with good numbers, with viable designs. When we look at our biannual bridge study, they speak to a lot of things we have to do, and we have to really sort through what we can get done for with the resources we have. And we really try and put this forward. And I know I'm stressing the council, a lot of these numbers have been tailored down so that I can be creative, or we can be creative to solve some of these problems. So that analysis is one of the things I'm going to push for. Just, I know, Councilor Nash, I do respect that you've asked me to look at me taking that out, but that's going to be one of the items for sure that we look at. I know we have some other items like guide rail and such things that we've put off in the past, or struggled to get contractors in because we have such a small budget to do the work. Once we get a large enough budget, we can tender and get more competitive pricing. But with some of this work, I know we put off over time, and I know you're going to respect me to say I am back. Some of this work has been put off from last year, and we are this year. And I know there's difficult conversations, but we can't keep pushing some of these things off. We just can't. I'm just reminding. council. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to reinforce David's point, about having shovel-ready projects. And we see this all the time. In fact, councillors should have seen an email from the Deputy Minister of Infrastructure Ontario very recently, in which she says, we've got some money. Here's $1 million for municipalities to spend on their water projects, okay? And we don't have a municipal water supply, so we're not eligible. Like, but this is an example. I see these all the time where there's a very short window. You've got to apply by March, and it's got to be shovel ready. So if you need shovel ready, means that you've done your design work, you've done your feasibility study, all that kind of stuff, and you're ready to go if they give you the money. And it has to be spent within a certain time frame. So you can't at that point in time say, well, we've got this thing we always wanted to do, but we're going to start engineering, because by the time you get it done, you're not eligible. So I think, if we know it's something that we are going to ultimately have to do, we should do our best to try and get ready for so that we do know what it is if we get an opportunity and can get the province or the feds to pay for it.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's great to have shovel-ready jobs. I think, yes, it's 100% important and we need to have them. Last year, we spent money on what I would say was preparing for a shovel-ready job for the Alds Bridge. Right? So we already probably do have what would be $10,000 spent on some form of shovel-ready job for a bridge. Now we're gonna do another one for 25 grand, but take a loan out for it. All I'm saying is simply, don't take a loan to do a report for a project that you might get funding for. Find a way to come up with the 25,000 without borrowing for it. Find a way that money comes from somewhere instead of borrowing for 10 years to do an engineering study in case something becomes available, right? That's all I was trying to say. I couldn't be, shovel-ready jobs are great. We just shouldn't be borrowing. We already have one bridge that's partly under review. Maybe we should finish that bridge before we start on another bridge.
Okay, well, thank you. Is there anything else under revenue that anyone has?
No.
Do you wish to, now that, if not, then we can go into expenses, which is attachment A. Do you wish a 5-minute break before we do that?
Yeah, it'd be great for me.
Yeah,
Okay.
We're going on to expenses.
Yeah, which is attachment A. Sorry, we
Okay,
did B before A, but now we're going to go back and do A, and that's the biggest
Yeah,
one, I
yeah,
think.
Big print here.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll declare a recess for a few minutes. Nobody's online, but if you want, you can post your, turn off the recording and post your recess notice. Okay, thank you, everybody. I think we, in the interest of wrapping this up as quickly as we can, and we still got quite a bit of work to do. We're on attachment A. If you're looking at the small pages, they're numbered page 1 of 9. Oh, in fact, the big pages are numbered 1 of 9 too. And they look almost like, well, they're not quite identical. But the first page is as you see, will go along anyway, regardless of which one you're working on, large or small. So again, what I'm going to suggest we do is take these in general headings. So our first heading is general government. It's on page 1, and the whole of it is on page 1. What do you have that you want to talk to about under general government? Councillor Nash.
Sure, I'll start. Page 2, I will not start on. Somebody else can go first on that one. I guess just going through it, I see the first one is XXX council insurance. And I see that there's never been a budget for that before. So I just wondering what the 6,134 represents. What insurance is that for council?
Through you, Mayor. Historically, this is, we used to be included in the fleet and other insurance expenses. But for the transparency this year, we separated for the council travel and council critical illness separately on this, on the, with the councillor expenses.
Okay.
This is, sorry, this is directors and officers liability.
Correct.
What we would normally call
Oh,
in the insurance world, directors and officers liability, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
And does this also include travel and critical illness in the illness that you'd mentioned as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just three things. Okay. Perfect. And then,
that's like out of province you're talking?
yeah,
Oh.
and travel insurance, critical illness and the officer's liability,
Okay.
it sounds like. And then 16-100, it says, it might just be a typo, because I know last year we added, I think, section 101 maybe. It says admin salary and benefits, but it's really just salaries. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay, so maybe that can, benefits can just come off there. And then for the benefits, I won't speak to it much, but I think we've already spoken to it earlier. I have review and why, and it's a 9% or 32K increase. So hopefully that can be reviewed as to are there other insurers that can do it. You've already heard what I've said about that one in the past, so hopefully that can be followed through on.
Can I just
Yeah,
comment
sure.
while you're there,
Yeah.
through you, Mr. Mayor? Yeah, you see, here it is. Here's an example. Last year, we budgeted 35,000. I think that was when we were told, oh, it's going up 50%, right? So we budgeted 35, but it didn't go up 50%. Obviously, it's 25. So now it's going up to 56. So there's something went haywire in there, right?
Through you, Mayor, there is one of a member is not there for almost 6 months, so that is the insurance saving on the payment on the admin side.
One of the members, one less employee. Oh,
Correct.
okay.
Judy.
But we pay, yeah, but we pay by employee. Our benefits, it's not cost plus, right? We're not just paying out whatever our costs are and then an administration fee. We're paying an insurance for everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then,
So are you saying to me that insurance on one employee is $10,000?
Around
35, 25?
5,000 approximately.
Okay, well, anyway, you know our concern on benefits and our comments, so we don't need to spend a lot of time, I guess.
and
on it.
then just working back down, legal expenses, I actually had a check mark and said, I was thinking, should it be a little bit more? Or should we leave it there? So for now, I'll just say leave it there. Under HR contingency, we'd budgeted 35, we'd spent 33, down to 10. And I have on here, that I think that should be increased a bit. I don't think 10, it looks like the previous year it was almost 20 grand. So I don't think 10 is enough. I think that should maybe go back to the 35,000 or 25,000. I think that HR contingency encompasses a lot, so I think that number should go up. I don't know if anybody else has anything to say on that.
I do. I think it should go up by $50,000. HR.
16-131 they're talking about.
I think we should add, in succession planning, another $50,000.
Go 50 total? Or
No,
60 total?
60 total.
So, but succession planning is not a separate item, right? It's
Yeah, it's called, yeah, no, that's correct.
HR contingency is
Yeah,
the one you're
that's
talking about.
16,131.
I guess we have a range now between 30 and 60 for staff to look at.
Yeah.
And the one item below that, I know Councillor Lamb and I have actually spoken about it a little bit in the past. And I think it's something I've spoken to at a couple council meetings, item 16-126, communications. And, it was budget 13 grand, so we're just carrying the same budget. And this is just me speaking. We have a tight budget. In other municipalities that you might pay taxes in, I think we do a lot for our ratepayers. Sometimes maybe too much for our ratepayers. We do council highlights. We do 3 or 4 times a year newsletter. We do end of the year summary. I think we do, we're always posting information for communications. And if you pay taxes, I'm gonna use Toronto as an example. I don't pay tax in Toronto, but you pay your tax, that's all you get. You don't get newsletters, you don't get anything else, you don't get highlights. You get your tax bill. So I'd like to see this number really come back. The mailing out of some of the newsletters we do separate to our tax bills. Some of the work on staffing that we have to pay to do these newsletters, I think we can par back on that and find savings in salaries, find savings in mailings, and have it used somewhere else. So I'd like to see that number re-looked at and come back to, maybe, what did I write here? $7,500 or so. And
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just for clarity, when we did our strategic planning, the issue of the hard copy newsletter was talked about, and council directed staff that they're to go out 4 times a year. So if we're going to do something different, we would need some guidance on that. It doesn't cost extra when it goes out with the tax bill, but it is a standalone cost in May and November. No, I've got the dates wrong, but anyway, twice a year, it's
So we
a
do it 4
standalone.
times,
We do a hard copy newsletter 4 times a year.
and 2 of it's with the tax bill.
That's correct.
If we were to make that 3 times a year, including 2 tax bills plus 1 more, would that save $2,500, as Councillor Nash is saying? Would that take it down to 7,500?
I don't know. We'll look at it if that's council direct. It's the postage, the paper, the cost of staff time, and our communications person's time. We can put a number on it. I don't think it would be 2,500, but we can give us some time and we can look at that.
And it's a little item at the end, but what if we went down to the 2 times just when our tax bills are mailed out?
We'll look at both options. How's
okay.
that?
Perfect.
And it's really the postage and the new
And
and the cost
The-
of paper.
The only other item I had on the first page is the asset management reserve, and I know I'm gonna take it for what I'm about to say because money
What-
doesn't.
Where,
money-
what number is that?
16-163. I know money doesn't grow on trees. I know we can only get it certain ways. But this year, we're suggesting 250. Just look at the numbers. 2022, we put in 338. 2023, we put in 293. This year, we're gonna put 250. I've never seen a chart where the asset management plan is telling us to do this. And we're doing the exact opposite. They're telling us to put more and more in each year, and we're putting less and less in each. And we talked about brick walls. That's your brick wall steering you right in your head, right? We have an asset management plan that says each year we have to be putting more and more in. And in 22, we put in, I think, less than 21, but 23, we put in less than 2022. And this year we're going to put in less than 2023. That's a wrong direction chart, big time. And I know we have to find the money. How do we find, there's this whole thing on it, which becomes an impossibility. But just when I look at that, that's a really, really big issue. You don't want to raise taxes too high. You need to invest in stuff, but we need a chart that's not going the opposite direction to what our AMP study says. And I don't think anything in the world's getting cheaper, except we're investing less and less and less each year. So I just hope staff can look at that and see what magic.
And
Both
thereby
might
the
be
dilemma I
fine.
spoke about.
Right?
Yeah.
3 hours.
This is
Yeah,
the big
okay.
problem, right? So.
All right. So is there anything else?
Well, that's the
let-
freight,
let-
I have a couple.
Yeah,
That's
go
the
ahead.
freight train hitting us, right? And so if we say, great, we're gonna go up another 100 grand, there's another 3%, like we're really
And
caught.
I think though that that's a sort of, when we get to the end of this process and at 2 meetings hence, we will have to deal with this, but I don't know. I mean, it's just, we're just flagging it for now, so.
Yeah, well, I agree with Councillor Nash. It's not that's the reserve that's
Yeah.
gonna keep your roof on your cottage or your whatever. And I agree with him. We're going downhill, but I don't know where to get the money. I guess we could just tax them, right?
No, the.
All right, so that's, and
You
we'll
won't
have
have
to
to
make
work-
that decision,
Yeah.
but I don't think we have to make it.
No,
today,
no,
that's
we
what I'm
don't,
saying.
we
So-
don't have to.
The, just in closing on that one last comment, the 250 we have, this is me thinking outside the box. We want a $250,000 loan for the pool. Don't pay the pool until next year. There's an extra 250,000 you have, and all of a sudden your reserves have gone from 250 to 500,000. You haven't changed anything in your budget, but you've added 250,000 more going into your reserves. You're
But
just
the
not gonna
pool
pay
is
for
only
pool.
the interest. That's
But
all
it-
we're budgeting for is the interest.
But in income, we're taking the whole 250. But anyways, it was just, just an idea.
Anyway,
Don't-
we will get to that, but not.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
My only comment on this
Yeah.
page that hasn't been covered is firefighters' wages. Our fire department does a fabulous job. We're now up to $105,000 in wages for the year. The fire chief reports to council. I would like to see a distribution of that if it's legal, I think it is, as to who made what, and that would come to us in full, obviously, because we don't want to discuss that or make that public or anything like that, but I personally would like to see, and I'm sure other people on council is, who made what, right, at the end of the year. So, thank you.
Okay, yeah,
And
we
should
haven't
be
got
doing that
into the,
just
we haven't
just
got
for
into the,
oversight, right? We should be doing it as a council for oversight.
I agree, we haven't got into that part of the budget, though. We're still on the general government.
Oh, sorry. That
anybody
was
else
the
have-
last line on the first page.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's, we've got it flagged.
Okay,
Does-
sorry.
Does anybody else have anything else under general government? All right, sorry, Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just had the one question about the office building maintenance. It says 4,500 improvements from the Steinhoff report. There was a lot of improvements when we went through that whole report. Just wondering what it was we were planning on doing for the 4,500.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, for the office building, there's been recommendations to balance the building. There's cold spots in the building, warm spots and cold spots in the building. That was the major expense. There's some minor ones as well, that we've been addressing along the way. That's the big one.
What
That
line?
answer your
item?
question?
That was building maintenance for what?
The office.
Oh,
Office
the
complex.
office, okay.
What is it?
16,151.
There it is. Thanks.
Fire chief, Bob.
I phoned Rod Harris, the guy that we're getting our fire truck from. Well, if he.
Can you bring the mic right up 6 inches to your mouth, Bob?
I contacted Rod Harris, the person who's selling us our fire truck, if he'd come online and answer Joe Lamb's question. And he said he'll do better than that. He was on his way back from Brooks Falls and he's right outside. If you permit him to come in and ask the question that way, you'll
Sure.
know exactly what he
I'll
wants.
ask him a question.
And
All
that's
right,
permitted.
we will just take a little detour if that's, and since he's here, and ask him to come in.
Rod Harris, is that his name? Yes. Just tell him, go right to the mic.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that mic turned on?
Remember,
Do you
we got a
suppose?
lot
I
more
don't
with
know.
honey than we do with the darts, okay?
What service?
Timing is everything. The timing is everything, so.
Good
So,
afternoon.
I'm happy to
You'll have to
welcome,
excuse my attire. I didn't know
yeah,
I'd
that's
appear
all right.
for council.
Thank you for sticking your head in, Rod.
Don't worry, I was just-
We were having a discussion about the delivery and the timing of payments and so on for the
Sure.
fire truck. So if you can comment on the status of it, and then Councillor Lamb has a question for you.
Yeah, not sure how I can best help, but when we originally proposed the truck at that point, the delivery schedule was looking towards the end of 2024. And through a series of circumstances, I believe what happened from the factory perspective, and please respect, I'm the dealer, not the manufacturer, but from the factory perspective, I believe they work on build slots. And the truck was originally scheduled for a little later in the year. They had a build slot allocated to another municipality and their chassis had not arrived. So they had basically a vacant build spot. And because your chassis had arrived, they opted to move the truck forward and get it built as soon as possible. Partly, we operate almost always under the aspect that municipalities want their vehicle as soon as possible as opposed to a little later. So it was kind of happy news under normal circumstances, but it may not be in this case. I don't know.
It's
So-
not in this. case.
Not in this case. I understand. I
So
understand.
Rod, maybe I can just, because I brought it up this morning.
Sure,
Much of this we're borrowing. okay?
understood.
And
Not unusual.
And I'm sure that you realize that our budget is really, it's like a freight train kind of coming at us.
Yeah,
right?
the scope is
So,
big.
so when we went into this and bought it, and God bless you and all that, and we expected delivery in late 2024.
Okay,
So if we're gonna take it in March, we have to finance from March till December, okay, or whatever, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
but we've got a 6 or 8 month gap here that's gonna cost us a lot of interest. And so the question is, we didn't make the decision. We signed a contract that sort of said late 2024, and that was our plan.
right.
Is there anything you can do for us to take delivery later in the year? We'll certainly pay and all that kind of stuff, but can we delay it 6 months?
Well, I think I didn't have much chance to look into it in the short time since Fire Chief Whitman called me, but the factory probably won't be in a position to entertain that just because their throughput is such that it needs to leave. And we purchase it from, we being Carrier, purchase it from them. So I don't think they're going to want to do that. I think we probably could, but we would be looking at short-term borrowing costs, and I'm gonna guess that they might be at a higher rate than what your borrowing cost on a long-term would be. I'm glad to look into it, but
Well,
I-
the contract we signed said delivery in late 2024. Didn't you say that, Bob, or?
well, yeah, okay,
2024. So, that's the contract. So part of this is contract sort of
Yeah,
law, right?
understood.
If I buy a car and you tell me you're gonna deliver it 2 years from now, and you deliver it next week, I'm not prepared for it, right? That sort of thing. So whatever you can do, please, this is a very important thing for us. By the
Yeah.
way, as a side comment, are you part of, I used to work at Mack Truck for many years.
okay.
And one of our major Mack Truck dealers was Bob Carrier out of London. Are you in any way related to that Carrier group?
We could be, we underwent a bit of a reorganization ourselves last year where we were originally Carrier Truck Centers, which had locations all across southwestern Ontario, which
Yeah.
London would have been one of them.
Okay, Bob Carrier was the principal.
Yeah,
He's long dead, I'm sure.
I'm sorry,
He's long dead, I'm sure. He was pretty old when I worked there 30 years ago. So
at Carrier?
I didn't work at Carrier, I worked at Mack Truck.
Oh, I see. Yeah, there's been quite a bit of change in the trucking industry, but our Carrier Centers as
Okay,
an international dealer
Yeah.
had multiple locations,
Okay,
and we've now separated from them, and we're actually Carrier
Okay,
Mercy
thank you.
vehicles. So
Thank you.
yeah,
can you do whatever, please, because we need that money.
I can. I don't know what the best help would be. Like, is your preference to absolutely just delay it, or?
Yeah, delay it till later in the year.
Okay.
Like just, or not pay it.
Sorry, just a minute, hang on.
Yeah, sorry.
Councillor Bray has a comment.
Well, I think what you were saying is that you would be ending up to take on short-term financing,
Correct,
which would be then passed on to us.
correct. And
Yeah,
I'm,
I'm not suggesting you do that. I'm suggesting you go back to the manufacturer and say, park it for 6 months. These people want it. and live up to the contract that they signed, which was late delivery in 2024.
Well, we did communicate that it was going to be ready earlier, and I wasn't made apparent to me that that was dissatisfactory. So I guess there's a bit of a communication issue. And as I said, it's more rarely do we have this situation where somebody doesn't want it as soon as possible. I mean, this truck, I think, is already somewhat later than probably would have been ideal for you folks anyway, from a replacement point of view. So I think there was probably some impetus to try and move it as
Okay.
quickly as we could.
And
I'm glad to look into it for you,
Yeah,
but
okay. Thank you. That's all we can ask.
I suspect that the borrowing from us is going to be more than your borrowings.
and I have a couple questions, if you don't mind, kind of going off of what Counselor Lamb said.
Sure.
I think you just said that you'd let us know in the past that it was going to be early. How long ago did we know that it was going to be coming in what I understand now is March or April?
I'm gonna say we probably were made aware some around December or so, something like that. I'm thinking, I'd have to look back and
Just
see when I got emails
yeah.
about it. Yeah.
A few months ago, yeah, because we heard about it when we're looking at this in the last couple days, so. And then I'm trying to think of ways for funding. And I know right now we've said in our budget, and I'm just throwing it out there, that we're gonna keep our old fire truck, if I'm correct, right? We're not trading it in. But should we decide to trade it into a dealer, are you a dealer that would take those old trucks, or is that a different dealer? I'm just curious if it's goes through you guys and goes out the door somewhere else, or?
There's a couple of avenues to dealing with used apparatus. So we typically, in some cases, we'll take them as a trade-in as part of the purchase of a new truck, and the benefit to the municipality there is it reduces your GST exposure. But we don't typically buy them and put them in our yard and hope to sell them, because there's a glut of 20+ years old trucks in Ontario almost all the time. So they don't garner a ton of value. What we do if we're asked to take it as a trade, if you will, is we reach out to a couple of brokers, usually in the US, and try and find out if there's any interest in them. Again, as I said, there's typically a glut of 20+ year old trucks around, so they don't bring a ton of value. I know most municipalities have the most success putting them on gov deals or something like that, because smaller municipalities in far northern Ontario, or particularly down in the East Coast, where they're not as interested in insurance ratings and so forth, are quite happy to buy a truck of your nature, for example, that is well maintained and in good condition. It may be older, but in fact, it might be quite a bit newer than something they're already running.
Perfect.
So gov deals would probably be my suggestion for quickest and most advantageous realization of value out of it. So,
and if we wanted just to know, just we're working on budgets now, just out of curiosity, maybe the fire chief could just get a current value of what you would accept for a trade on that, just so it can be presented to us. Maybe that can offset some.
I can actually probably help you without that. You can probably expect to maybe get, you might see upwards of $10,000 to $15,000 depending on who you might find to buy it. As I said, the truck is in quite good condition. You've maintained it very well. The manufacturer that you bought it from was well respected at the time, and although they're not in business anymore, they tend to be one of the better trucks for people to buy because of that. So you're in a good position with that. It really just amounts to whatever somebody's willing to pay at the time. And as I said, gov deals with a minimum bid would probably be, the way to approach it to realize turnover as quickly as possible.
When we decided to, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, when we decided to buy this, there was a trade part that in there, and I thought it was like 31,000 or something, like 16,000. Okay, so you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Rod.
Appreciate your,
So if we do that, we delay that, and we delay that, and the truck ends up scratched or something, you repaint it for us?
Well,
Like if some kid runs down, takes a screwdriver to it or something, or gets scratched somehow, like, does that get repainted for us before it gets delivered
I-
or?
Yeah, technically it stays our responsibility until you take it over.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
I mean, I quite honestly, what'll probably happen if you decide that you want to delay it is we're going to bring it, it's manufactured just outside of Ottawa. We'll probably take possession of it to our location in Brantford and store it. Because there's really, they don't have storage facilities there. And they probably want the responsibility of it anyway. From that point of view, so it'll likely would come back to us and we'll put it in storage at our place in Brantford until you're ready for it, so.
Okay.
So can you just find out how much you have to pay you? And then send that to me if you don't mind?
Sure, yeah, no, I can get a value. What would your, like, we keep saying end of year, that to me is anything in the last quarter, so what would your desire be?
Ideally, the end of the year, but at least the last quarter.
Last quarter, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm glad
Which
you
would
could.
push it out at least around 6 months or so.
Sure, no, I'd be glad to do that, and I can report back to Chief Whitman and he can advise you,
Perfect.
so,
Thank you.
yeah.
Manish has a question.
Through you, Mayor. If you want to keep it for next year, like if you want to finance for January, what will be the cost from today till the end of the year? The reason I'm asking that we are going to finance this particular year, the interest rate is 5%. Next year, maybe it may be 4%, because when we go to debenture, we're going to for 15 years. So that will advantage for us. Can you just give us from this today's date till end of the year, what is the cost?
That's what I'm gonna have to look into because as I said, for us to do it, it's going to be at a short-term borrowing rate, so which I think typically is running around 10% right now, so. Yeah, depending on where you are in your debenture cycle, I totally understand where you're coming from, but yeah, I'm not sure what works best for you, so.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
well, thanks very much, Ron, for
Glad I could
stopping
stop
by
in
on
rather
such short
fortuitous,
notice.
so, okay, thanks.
Appreciate your time. Okay, folks, can we go please back to the,
Just one comment after he's
Mhm.
left here. We may be in a better position to take that short-term finance.
exactly. Yeah,
Right, and
Yeah.
then the interest rates come down. and
Sure.
We pay less on the debenture, right? So-
yeah, absolutely. And
In
I,
fact, that may be a strategy for all our borrowing this year.
well, that's something I was
If
gonna
we
say,
can,
that's something
right.
that I see where Manish is going with this, and that's something that we should maybe think about and see. But we
short
can
stop.
come up with a better, I'm pretty sure we can come up with a better answer than he's gonna come up with, right? So
Yeah, we
as to how to bridge this,
play a little more for 6 months
Yeah.
and, but yet gain for 15 years, right?
you know. Anyway, we can't solve that problem this afternoon, so let's move back to now the rest of protection of persons and property, which goes, this section goes to the top of page 3 of 9. Well, it actually goes down, there's other protection, the emergency plan and so on. And the building department seems to be in there too, so that's gonna take us down sort of 2/3 the way down page 3. So what items have you got in that section, please? Bob,
Yeah, I just want to clarify, there's a couple mistakes on here that I just want to clarify that before we get going and somebody catches them and thinks. So in 2022, under line item 16204 for WSIB.
16204, okay, that's on page 1 still.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
In 2022, I budgeted $7,500 for WSIB. It ended up being almost $1,900. In 2023, I budgeted, sorry, thank you.
Yeah, please speak right into the mic.
The same thing, $7,500. It ended up being almost $1,900. And then in my budget that I submitted, it was $7,500, but here it's $8,000, and I don't know why. It's going up.
Well, I was gonna add to that.
Through you, Mayor.
Through you,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor. Why is it even, if we're only paying $1,800, why are we budgeting $8,000? Why isn't it $2,000? The last 2 years, that's what we paid. But in my budget that I submitted.
All right, so Manish will answer.
Through you, Mayor. There is a WSF payment for the firefighter volunteers. That is not factor. I had to do an entry in the year-end audit. And also, when we do the WSIB final payment, that time we had to pay the firefighter volunteer. That is not factor as of now. That will become on, when you do the year-end entry, that will be around $7,000 to $8,000 for the.
Oh, so the
Yeah.
1,800 is really gonna be 7,000 or 8,000.
Correct. That's not an entry has not been done for that.
What, was there a similar entry in 2022 when it was 1,800?
Correct.
Why doesn't it show here? I guess, why doesn't it show 7,500 for 2022?
Normally, what happened when we do the budget number, that number come always after the, like, it will come in the month of March. The numbers are not updated during that period.
Yeah, but I'm talking about 2022, Manish. Like, why wouldn't it show then? Like, why wouldn't it say 7,500? Because you've made that adjustment.
Yeah, when we do budget number, when we come to the council, that number is not updated on that particular year, on 2022. Because the entries done, few entries done after the, this report come to the council. So it may be not updated during that time.
Okay, I don't follow it, but anyway.
It was
thank
the
you.
actual of 2022.
The
Sorry, Jim.
expense history is not updated because it happens after that year is closed, right?
Okay.
So, but
In the books, it could be, but I guess we should have to go back and open it again
Yeah.
and
Am
and
I
adjust it and close it.
am I understanding that when we're looking at actual 2022, December 31st, these aren't the audited numbers, these are pre-audited numbers?
That's correct.
Well,
That's correct.
how can we be looking at stuff that might not even be showing real numbers and we're calling it actual? We can't call something actual 2022. There's been
Okay, but did you hear
audited.
what I just said?
Yeah, I did. That's why, how can we call it on here actual 2022?
Because
should
it-
be pre-audited.
It involves a
2022.
whole bunch of extra computer work to go back and tweak stuff and redo the reports. That's why.
It's a spreadsheet. I'm sure it doesn't take too long to.
It's
input
not a
numbers in.
spreadsheet.
Well,
It's
okay.
in the, it's
But
in the
Can we have this
companion
read
system.
pre-audited 2022? It's not actual 2023, it's pre-audited 2023. There's a big difference when you have council looking at stuff that thinks 2022, December 31st actual, and we're looking at 1,800, and then we have the treasurer
Oh.
saying, well, no, that number's really 8,000, but we didn't want to go in and redo a report, even though council thinks it's 1,800, it's not really 1,800.
Okay, folks, please, we don't have supper arranged. We've got to move on. We got an explanation of why it's not showing correctly. So let's just
So
keep moving on and ask more questions.
could
And
I ask other council members if they're okay with the column saying actual 2022? If it's pre-audited and the numbers are incorrect?
I am, now that I got an answer to the question, is my answer.
So everybody's fine with that? Okay.
What else do we have?
Right, thanks. So that didn't even cover the cost of the pump testing, so it must have been entered wrong, or I put a wrong code on that, but that's definitely not correct.
Through you, Mayor. Most of the expense what Mr. Bob code on the AP that is been entered, and I'll double look into that. It is been, if something is coded wrongly.
So do we believe that 3,400 is in fact the
Yeah.
correct number? Is it, are we expecting the cost to go up from what it was? So what should the number be then?
1,700? But it's 3,400.
Sorry, Bob, we can't, nobody can hear you.
It should be 1,700 times 2, which makes it 3,400. And the reason it's times 2 is because we're getting the new truck. And until at least we find out about the tanker shuttle service, we're keeping
Okay,
the old truck. So therefore
that's,
it's
so that is why it's 30, so 3,400 is the correct number.
It is the correct number.
And the
but-
explanation is it's 2 trucks.
No, that's not what I was talking about. It said I only spent in 2023 $297 out of the $1,700. That's not correct. I spent pretty much the whole $1,700. Because it's saying that in 2023, I only
Yeah.
spent $297.
Yeah.
So either I coded something wrong or there's a mistake there because I spent pretty
Yeah.
much the whole $1,700 in maintenance.
Okay, so we've noted that 297 is wrong, should be approximately $1,700.
Right. Times 2.
But it's, the reason it's double that in 2024 is because it'll be done on 2 trucks,
Correct.
correct? Assuming we get the truck in 2024. And not 2025. Okay, but
Okay.
is everybody clear about that?
Yep.
All right. So, all right, now we have some questions if you'd like. Counselor Nash, go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, so on page 2 of 9, that's what I'm looking at here. Fire vehicle equipment reserve. Last year it was 5,000. This year we're asking for 10,000.
What number is that?
16-223.
All right, thank you.
Bob, can you explain what is the fire equipment reserve? I know it's not the vehicle reserve. Is that for like a pump or just kind of anything? 16 dash.
Oh, fire vehicle, okay. thank
Pretty
you.
much anything, pumps, defibrillators, any basically equipment that we need that's not PPE, which is under a separate budget for bunker gear, helmets, boots and stuff like that.
And am I right? I'm looking at attachment C, I've flipped through. Is that showing? I think right now in that, once we do this, we'll have 47,000 budgeted in that reserve at the end of next year, if I'm correct. So kind of putting 10,000 in, we have about 50 grand at the end of the year. Okay, that's answered that. Forest fire reserve, I understood that you've asked for 30, but it's 0. But based on the answer from last year about the insurance, I'm okay with leaving it at 0 because I understand the insurance deductible. We would cover it as we have. Forest fire reserve, we have $50,000 left in it, which would cover any insurance deductible. So I guess that leads me to the fire pump reserve. And I'm not sure if maybe, it's just a question, so maybe it comes back next time. Instead of saying fire pump reserve, if we say fire vehicle reserve moving forward, because I think right now, this year, we're talking about the pumper, but as soon as we're done this year, we need to worry about rescue 1, which is the ambulance, and the tanker truck, if I'm correct. And when I look at that, if I'm gonna call it fire truck reserve, 16-224-1, you have it as 105,000, you've requested 130. That 105,000, if I'm correct, Manish, you don't need to answer because from what you said, I understand. I just want to make sure I understood it. That the 105,000 is coming off the purchase price in a way to reduce our loan for this year. The fire chief had requested 130 be added as a new number. With that said, I'm okay with not having money going into the reserve for new equipment this year. For next year, we can deal with that next year and okay with whatever goes into it this year coming out of the reserve right away to lower the borrowing cost of that fire pumper. With that being said, I think earlier in the day, it was noted that if it's $1.5 million for 20 years, that would be about $75,000 a year. And if you take an ambulance or a fire rescue 1, as we'd call it, $250,000, and every 10 years or so it needs to be replaced, that's 25,000. And the only vehicle left out of the major vehicles for the fire department that's not there would be the tanker truck. And I'm saying if maybe we budget 20,000 a year for the tanker and just the 4, like the pickup truck, maybe that number isn't 105, but is 125 or so. If we increase it to 125 this year, we can take an extra 20 grand off the loan this year for the fire truck. And just, we can think of it as saying 125 is a number we need to carry every year for the next, whatever it is, decade plus CPI every year on it or something. So I'd like to see that number increase just a little bit, knowing it's gonna go to help offset a little bit of the loan this year, but know that that number is gonna have to be very high year after year after year after year for the next, for infinity.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I follow this thing.
Mike?
Maybe all the time, but if you're
Mike?
suggesting, oh, sorry,
Sorry.
if you're suggesting, and again, I know where you're coming from, so with all due respect, but if we're gonna add another 125,000 that isn't in the budget now, if I understand this right.
No, not adding that at all.
Oh, because this 105 here, I thought was going to reduce the loan.
Correct.
Technically, it is through you, Mayor. When we put 105,000 reserve and end of the year, we are taking all the reserves from that fire pumper around 406,000.
So the 105 is going to the fire truck, right?
Fire truck reserve.
Okay,
And
and then it's coming out to pay
Correct.
for the truck,
Correct.
right? So if I hear what is Counselor Nash, are you suggesting that all this becomes zero for the year and we don't add anything in the budget?
I'm suggesting increase of 105 to 125. That's it.
Council,
For the loan purpose?
For the loan purpose.
that
So it'll be
loan,
increasing it by $20,000, in effect lowering the loan by 20 grand, but then that number, that 125 would be what you'd see in 2025 budget as well.
but 20,000 will be on operating expense, that will be increase the tax.
Okay, well, again, I
Well,
keep
unless-
saying where are we gonna find all this
But-
money, but.
Well, but it wouldn't be if we find savings somewhere else, right? We could
No,
say if, no, but
in my mind.
no, but it would be like saying, well, if we didn't use 105 and did 50, we would be lowering it as well. Just because I'm saying it should go more, doesn't mean it's.
No, I don't think we should be putting anything in for a reserve for 20 or 25 years out when we haven't even got the truck yet.
I'm agreeing on that.
You know.
Nothing should go in the reserve for 2025 until 22. Anyways, I was just trying to say 105 is not enough on a long-term number. That's all. That was what I was trying to say on that. And then the last number I had on this page is helipad maintenance. And it shows 0, right? I note the helipad maintenance, and I'm sure I'm gonna get some looks here, as a huge, huge insurance liability safety concern, right? We,
16-250
no.
dash
260.
one.
No, yeah, 260-1, yeah. And it shows 0, right? We had a big storm, crews were out. But we have a service that we have to provide to our residents, the 911, I'll call it, be it our fire station or stand pumps or helipad. And last email I'd gotten as an update, we'd decided as a municipality or staff had that we're gonna terminate cleaning out the helipad. We're giving 30 days notice and staff will not be plowing it anymore. And we're gonna have to go out and get a third party. Right now, I think since then, staff has gone out and done some stuff. We can't be on the hook for thinking, is it gonna be plowed? Are we gonna cancel ourselves and fire ourselves as a community for doing it? So if that's gonna be the case, then I think Bob has to put a big number in here to go out for helipad maintenance. And any contractor that's gonna go out and do helipad maintenance for snow plowing. I'm assuming that's what this would entail, helipad maintenance. I'm calling it snow plowing.
Okay, so the question is, if you don't mind, the question is, why is it 0?
No.
Let's not talk about all the other, how to solve a problem. Why is the budget 0?
Mr.
That's the
Mayor,
question.
if you just let me finish. Where I was trying to go was, we don't have enough money there, period. 0 isn't 0. We're not wanting to do it as a municipality anymore. The fire chief's gonna have to go and tender it. Insurance on that, not for municipality, any contractor is gonna plow that and needs emergency service insurance. It's gonna cost 30, 40, 50 grand a year to plow that, to get somebody to plow it. So I think we need to carry a number in here of a huge number that, yes, is gonna be finding more money from somewhere, God only knows, until we can be assured that no matter what, our municipal trucks are gonna go out and plow that, and people aren't gonna say, we're firing the fire department from, we aren't gonna plow it anymore. We can't have emails like
Okay,
that.
please, you have asked the question. Everybody understands. We need an explanation from staff as to why it's zero, that's all. What's,
Well, in my budget that I submitted, I had 5,500 in there. Plus the 35 from Orange, and I don't see it in this budget here, so yeah, I have no idea why it's not there. I-
5,500?
Yeah, a couple of months ago, you guys approved the $5,500. We submitted a report that Dave, and it was 55, and then we get 35 from Orange. So 55 and 35 is,
25?
no, it's not 25.
well, it's 8,000, but why are you adding it together? Doesn't the 3,500 from Orange offset the 5,500 that you're?
No, we already had the 3,500. We were told by Public Works it would cost them 5,500 to do the helipad. It came to council, they approved that, so why would it offset the 35? You add the 55 to the 35.
Yeah. And maybe I'm wrong.
So, I mean, I don't-
Okay, sorry, could we get our staff to answer before we get more speculation about what the, about this from the, David, can you? Is this, I guess this isn't actually in your budget. This is in Bob's budget. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that it's not in my budget.
All right, so Bob is arguing that the number in fact should be $8,000 then, or is it? Or $9,000. You're right.
Well, no, I'm arguing that we have $9,000 to plow the helipad. I don't know how much it's gonna cost to plow the helipad.
And the 5,500 fire chief Whitman, the 5,500 that was approved, was that for maintenance including snow plowing? Or is that for maintenance for gravel works?
I'm not sure. I think it was just.
Uh,
Not sure.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can answer that. The 5,500 was for the services of the large truck while it's there, limited to the large truck while it's there. If the large truck was able to maintain in a satisfactory manner, it was there, it was available, and that's the cost. That was it. And during the previous storm that we had, the large truck was not able to get around the pylons sufficiently to maintain it in the manner that's needed to keep it open. We can respond after the fact. And we pulled, the next day, instead of going out plowing, we had an inch and a bit. We went and pulled our services and went up there. Because we pull our backhoe and that, so our backhoe can't load and different things. We pull our guys and go up there. So we just gave notice that we can't, the large truck can't maintain it to the service levels that, well, I don't even know what the service levels are. I don't know what the service levels are.
And I guess, and I'm caught on this one because I find it very troublesome, right? That we were gonna say we can't plow an Air Orange ambulance helipad. But what I'm understanding now, so helipad maintenance is really would include winter maintenance. Bob, you had 5,500, it shows as zero. But if I'm gonna say the fire department gets charged for plowing of the helipad, where's the bill for the library snow plowing? How come the fire department's billed for helipad? Is there a bill that comes to the library for their snow plowing, to the community center? I haven't seen any of those before. So
If-
where is that included?
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, I understood, this is where it came about, this is my understanding, is I was approached and asked to estimate the cost for what we do up there. And that was last year, we had the big truck plow, and to go to Orange to see if we get more money out of it. So $5,500 was a number that was given, rough number that was given, that I understood the fire department was gonna go to Orange and see if they could get that 3,500 increase to cover that.
They did go.
there is no invoice that's been passed on anywhere. It was just a rough cost, what it would be for us to do the services to try and increase, to then capture that from Orange.
Okay.
So, but it was, so here's the, we've requested service levels. I don't know what the service level, how often it has to be plowed, to what extent, how high. I just don't know. Our big trucks up there, can you plow in between the cones? We do our best. We see what we can do. And then it turns out we can't do it. But what are the service levels? It's hard for me to be accountable for something I don't know what I'm accountable for. And I'm asking for that because I have to plan our guys. We have to train our guys. We have to budget for it. All these things have to go in to make me accountable. But to just say, can you do it while you're there? Yeah. We want to try and help. We always want to try and help.
Which is great. Thanks, Dave. So when we go to the dump,
Okay,
we
sorry,
not-
look, I'm gonna cut this off.
That's
We,
fine.
we will be here till 7 o'clock and there's no dinner provided if we keep along this. We clearly do not have an answer to the question of what is necessary to be put here. We're here to flag items that need further work done. This one needs further work done. And we need to let the fire chief and the manager of public works figure out what, how this is going to be done going forward after this year and come up with the appropriate number to put in here and we'll get it the next time around. We're
Mr.
not
Mayor,
going to solve this
with
problem
all due
today.
respect,
And there is no more, we don't need any more pontification about how important it is or any of this other stuff. We just need to get a proper number to put in the budget. And it's obvious that we don't have it today. So let's move on to something else.
Mr. Mayor, let's come up with the number that we think we need to put there. for
We
next time.
cannot, I just finished saying, we can't do it. Please
So-
step back and move on to some other
Mr.
item.
Mayor, I have the floor. I'm allowed to speak to an item. It's the budget.
I'm gonna put it to, I am ruling you out of order.
Great. I'll continue to talk and I'd love you to
No.
kick me out because I'll go home. So I'm gonna.
Well, is that what
continue
you
to talk.
want? I mean, if you want,
Yes,
if you want to
please
go.
kick me out because I'm allowed.
I'm going to
talk.
ask the council if they want to continue to discuss this for the rest of the afternoon, because
I
we're
have
still
the
not, an
floor.
hour later, we will still not have
And-
finished.
And it all comes down to your dinner time and how there's no dinner. So you want to wrap it up.
Okay, guys.
Every time I talk, it's about dinner time and how you have to finish.
Councillor Lamb has the floor now.
Actually, I had the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I
So-
ruled you out of order, so now you don't.
Come on,
Okay.
we're trying to get through a budget. The way I see it, I think you legitimately brought something. You've got the road superintendent, you've got the fire chief here, and there's another iteration of this coming back. You'll come back in a month.
They don't even know what my concern are, Councillor Lamb, with all due respect, because I got cut off and I'm not allowed to finish it.
They know absolutely what your concern is. We've already had this discussion
They don't know my concern because you cut me off and never let me finish. So I'd ask for,
Well-
I'd ask under the new bylaw that there be a vote to see if I'm continued to allowed to talk. I'm allowed to call for
You
that.
will have to challenge the chair and ask the council to
So how much you talk? Minute?
Yeah, 1 or 2 minutes.
2
That's it.
minutes max. You can talk 2 minutes max. I'll vote for that.
So I'd like there to be a vote read and a recorded vote that I've asked that I not be called out of order by the mayor yet again and ask for a recorded vote on.
Let's get sick. Talk for 2 minutes, please. Tell them
After
what you-
recorded vote.
or
You're-
for what?
You're,
That I
you're,
shouldn't have
you're
been
just
called out of
repeating
order.
yourself. I'm sorry.
I'm asking for a recorded vote that I felt that I shouldn't have been called out of order. I'm
It's
asking
like
council. to-
children playing in a sandful,
Yep.
right? Better
Yeah.
get along. Anyway, the fire chief.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I have contacted Orange for help with a solution to replace the cones to some kind of lights. They're gonna help me, assist me in trying to find some surface mounted lights, but as of yet, I don't have a price or a time frame on that. Why I help get Orange to assist, because if they don't approve it, it really doesn't matter whether it's a $5,000 or a $50,000. They're not gonna land there with those lights, so we might as well let them help us out with the lighting system. So that's just an update.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And I think in the process of that discussion, then the works manager can get the service level standards that are necessary, so he knows exactly what it is that that has to be met. And then we can figure out what maybe it would cost and gets a correct number in the budget.
And
And nobody is trying to minimize the importance of this issue, believe me. That's
Are we
not,
gonna have
that's
the
not the
vote that
purpose of
called
it.
for? We seem to ignore that part most of the time when I ask for it.
You have to challenge, you have to make a motion to, if you want to challenge the ruling of the
did. I
chair,
asked
you
if it
have
could
to
be
make a
vote for
motion.
it.
Somebody has to second it,
That's what I'm asking.
and
to
then
be
we have a
done.
vote.
That's what I've asked.
Well, nobody seconded it. Do you want to move on, or do you want, or do you want to support? Does anybody want to support Councillor Nash's request to continue? Okay, I hear no answer, therefore the
Can we
motion
take a
dies.
5-minute break so I can leave, please?
Hmm?
Can we take a 5-minute break so I can leave since I can't get out of here very easy? Thank you.
You may if you wish.
Thank you.
I'm
Do the business that the ratepayers are asking versus stomping out, leaving, saying whatever, like, come on, like, it's happened far too often. I don't know. But I'm sure we've been.
Thank you. We're not hearing you, Councillor Nash. We're recording the meeting. So if I could go back now that we're recording, point of procedure, a member may raise a point of procedure with the chair at any time, whereupon the chair will interrupt the matter under consideration. Ask the member raising the point of procedure order to state the substance and basis of the point of procedure order and rule on the point of order immediately without debate by council. So can we say that that happened? Okay.
yes, I think it did. Yeah.
Yes. The member, who's Councillor Nash, may appeal the ruling of the chair to council. Council will then decide on the appeal without debate by way of a majority vote of the members present.
That is the point of order.
That's the point of order.
The process is the same.
That's point of order / procedure, same thing. If you're talking about the point of privilege, a member may raise a point of privilege with the chair at any time they consider that their integrity, the integrity of council, a member of staff, or a member of the public has been impugned. Once the point of privilege is recognized by the chair will, all those 3 items that we talked about. A member may appeal the ruling of the chair. The council will then decide on the appeal without debate by way of a majority vote of members present.
So hold on, all I have to say is nobody needed to first or second it, which is what I said, and call the vote. And I was told that was wrong. That's why I'm still leaving. People need to know the rules when they call other people and say that's not how it works.
I give up. I really give up. Done. I don't use the way we said it. I've tried my best to mitigate a lot of stuff. I finished with.
You're recording.
Finished.
Yeah, go ahead. Sure. Thanks.
Thank you. We will, Mayor, if you're agreeable, we'll take a brief
Yes, I think we'll
recess.
take a recess. Yes.
Thank you.
We're at recess, and Councillor Nash has left the meeting, so we are carrying on with, I guess, with protection of property on pages 2 and 3 of 9. And are there other items that people wish to raise on these in this group? Yes, Councillor Woods?
I just had the one about the police services board, but I think we went over that. So that's just, the 5,000 was just basically an estimate for half a year or a year? We're not sure. It's just a placeholder number.
Sorry, which item? This is, Police Services Board.
Yeah.
You said, yeah, okay.
It's approximately half a year. The legislation comes into effect April 1st. We don't think that anything is going to happen as of April 1st, but through April and May. So it's the best guess that Councillor Bray and I could come up with.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's all I had.
That's item 16-XXX under the protection. All right, anything else?
You can expect at the next meeting that Councillor Nash will be bringing up the Benzic monitoring, and that he'll be bringing up the ice pack. And he will be questioning whether we need to do that. So staff should be prepared to probably answer that question at the next meeting. Okay, I don't want to get into it today, but it's going to be coming.
Where is the benthic monitoring?
It's under other protection it actually was nothing budgeted for 16,272. And as I
Oh, that's the biosphere monitor. That's what he's.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, those two line items are now under environmental services. When we get there on page 6, you'll see them.
I'm sorry.
You'll see them on page
thought
6.
that-
Yeah.
I was wondering
Oh,
why-
okay, so move to, that's why there's zero, is
Okay.
move to environmental services.
When I get there, I'll explain where he's
Yeah,
coming from.
okay, thank you. Okay, so, and there's nothing under building department here that anybody wants, okay, that if not, that finishes protection of persons and property. Transportation services is next, and it is it goes on for the whole of page bottom of page 3, whole of page 4. And there's 2 lines of it on the top of page 5, which are the road reserve for equipment and the road reserve for construction. So anything under transportation services that you wish to, Councillor Nash, or Councillor Lamb, I'm sorry. I'm so used to him going first. That's all right. Sorry,
Sorry, no, that's fine. I take it in the spirit. Okay, road sweeping. 16,344. So it looks like we may be putting this out to outside rental this year. So again, because Councillor Nash has spoke to me, I'm just going to speak to it in general so that you're prepared at the next meeting to answer the question. In his mind, we got a new backhoe or excavator or whatever piece of equipment, and we sold all our attachments, including the sweeping part. We didn't. Okay, so does the sweeping thing fit into the machine we have so that we can do our own sweeping as we always have? Well, I'll ask the question. We don't need to wait till next month, right? So the point is, when we got it, did we get rid of all our attachments and now we're just gonna go buy attachments when we could have bought something that would have allowed us to use the other attachment? That's really what I'm getting at. Does that make any sense?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are in a bit of a situation. The attachments fit only the case, and the case that we had, we only got rid of it because of the excessive maintenance cost. Year over year over year, it was excessive and it broke down. It wasn't reliable. From what I understand, the dealer to the north of us, Preston's, were no longer carrying them as well. There was no changes to the model. So the inherent problems that were with that machine were still there if you bought a new one. So the transmission leaked and blew apart and different things, different problems it had. So when we tendered, we excluded that unit, but that unit has the only quick up or connections. They're measured a certain width apart. It's got the only connections that fit some of our attachments. So our forks wouldn't fit, our thumb wouldn't fit, and our sweeper wouldn't fit. the new one. We are in the process of trying to source out, switching things over to keep what we have. A new unit, a new sweepers, we've priced out 35,000, which I don't think is practical. We don't use it all the time. It would make more sense to rent something that we don't use all the time, or try to find a new plate that would fit ours. Trying to find a new plate that would fit ours. If it fits our sweeper that we kept, then we're off to the races. Just a new plate that our quick attach goes into, might take some welding. We're trying to find a solution that we can still use what we have without being excessively expensive. So we can go back to a lower cost every year using our attachments. We're working on that now. This is a placeholder for now until we have that solution. We're getting closer, but we haven't got that solution yet.
So we can't put the sweeper on it now.
We're trying to get a plate to make it work.
Okay, and that would then take it back to more like what we were budgeting or actual 2,500.
Yes, that's what we're,
Instead of 7,000.
yes. That's what we're working towards right now. So we got some measurements. We've talked to some people.
Will we know that by May, David?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
So this number may adjust. That's my point.
yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Sorry, can I just ask what number that was?
That was, 16,344, road sweeping.
Oh, road sweeping, sorry. Okay, now I see where it is, yeah. No. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, he is probably gonna come to the point of saying, yeah, why do we throw this out and didn't do that, but then, you know, so you need to be
Sure.
prepared to answer that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to get rid of the case that we had and the high maintenance that we had, there is only one solution, and that's get rid of it. They were proprietary with their attachments. They only work with that machine.
Okay.
So if we wanted to buy that same machine with the same problems, which we know about, that were very expensive to maintain annually and not be reliable, if we wanted to get in the same boat, we could keep our attachments. The other option is we went with a different machine, and we're trying to find a modification that would allow us to use those attachments. We're working on it. We'll have an answer before
Yeah.
next
okay.
week.
Yeah. Thank you. I just couldn't see on the list where it was you were talking. You had another question, Councillor Lamb?
Yeah, boat launches. $399. It seems
Yeah.
to me that 2,500 seems low. So I guess Councillor Nash is gonna, I know it because he's again talking about this, he wants more in the boat launches. Not to speak for Councillor Woods, I think I spoke separately with him. He wanted some more into boat launches, but I don't know what the answer is, Dave. Like we shouldn't just put gravel in boat launches if they don't need gravel. I would put to you that we should be grading boat launches and that sort of. But if we put 5,000 in or 7,000, whatever, I would want a plan as to where it's going and why it's going and all that kind of stuff. But it just seems 2,500 is a low amount, particularly when I think of, you know, we did make this council decision that we were going to get rid of shore dockers out at Bolger, and we were going to get rid of the trailers at Wawashkesh, right? And that's for August 1st, and I don't know whether that's that initiative is inside of this 2,500. If not, then I would put to you that it's got to be much higher, because just getting someone like Larry Watkinson or someone to pull all the whatever shore dockers are left out, and store them in our yard or whatever, you know, so is that where that is? Like that's my general concerns about boat launch.
So is there any answer for who can answer that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, when we were looking for budgets and to be conservative as we can, that number was put in to try and get whatever services we could for that amount of money. We did receive yesterday a list from Wawashkesh, request of services, and things that need to be looked at since we took over the docks, at the landings for Wawashkesh. the concrete, they've requested some things like the concrete's tipped and moved and, they want some maintenance done to the docks and that. And the work there is estimated $3,400. Throughout the other, boat launches, signage is of the 2,500s, signage would take a portion of it. Signs are not cheap these days, especially if we have custom signs. So it should be increased if we do want to address some of these issues, especially at Wawash. So we could
And that
discuss.
Bolger, like, I mean, in terms of the shore dockers that I spoke. about.
Yes, and we didn't address that. 2,500 did not address that. That should be added in there as well.
Okay, so maybe staff can take a look at this boat launch. You know, I don't know what the final figure should be, but it should be more than 25. And probably less than 75, I would put you. Councilor Woods.
Well, while we're talking about boat launches, because we did discuss this before, and I was gonna speak to it when we got to land use permits, but snakeskin. Because I remember you said you were working on a land use permit for it, but I just didn't know how this would work. I know we weren't planning on doing any serious amount of work there, but just to throw it out there and keep your mind on it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is on the list here for snakeskin, and there was not a whole lot of work planned. Grading would be the biggest one, removing some trees and such, but any in-water work, if we're gonna look at that, because I haven't had a good look at it, we'd probably need a permit. And then we would look at it that way. But for now, just some grading, moving some trees and that, so accessibility for trailers and getting into the water. Any in-water work would probably take time to get a permit and then look at it, but it is here. It's not a lot of money, but it's a good. It's starting at a good point. It's pretty level and access is pretty good. We try and keep everybody. Trying to upset as few people as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
I only have one more and then don't have anything on the next page, so again, sorry for keep talking, but
Go ahead.
the very last one on this page is Harris Lake Road Association. And it's down to zero. We were paying $1,000 up till 2023. Are we paying like a road grant to Harris Lake?
Manisha's going to jump in, or I can,
You're smiling.
yeah, well, it's a legacy issue, and what I've been able to find out is that because of amalgamation, council of the day agreed to pay $1,000 as a road grant to the Harris Lake Association. And every year they call us up and send us an invoice and they show us the council resolution. And, you know, it's just, it hasn't been an awful lot of money, so it hasn't maybe been a concern. Last year, they didn't contact us. We didn't offer them the money. We didn't, Manisha saying, they did contact us?
No, we send a cut a check and we send the check to the mailing address what we sent previously, but the check came back. And
Okay.
Nobody claimed it's a stale dated.
Good. So I
Okay.
like
So
the
that-
zero. That's not, that's in, we're Archipelago or something, isn't it?
Yeah, it's up that way.
Why would we be paying for road in Archipelago? So
Well, it's apparently what I understand from talking to quite an elderly lady who was in charge of the road group, that it's just a legacy issue that the council agreed to because there's residents of Whitestone that actually use a section of the road to get to the marina to access their boats. So it may just disappear naturally and resolve
budget.
itself.
it's gonna
Yeah.
finish, right?
Yeah, and it may be time that they wrote a letter to council if they really
And
want
we're
the
looking
money.
at the other thing, which is the garbage thing. We already talked about that. You're looking into it or something.
Yeah, we know how many properties they are and.
Okay, thank you. And I don't have any questions that I don't think on the next page. Thank you.
Okay, does anyone else have any questions under transportation services? That sounds like a no, so I guess we will,
Mr. Mayor,
yeah.
I will bring to everyone's attention, and if you haven't noticed it already,
Oh,
that we did not budget an increase for the road grant.
yeah, that's what.
Yeah, and the reason we don't do that is because it requires council direction and discussion. So we simply, I'm just trying to find the number here.
It's right at the bottom of the,
Oh, there it is.
page 4 of the small page. It's
16,440.
16,440. Yes,
Right,
thank you.
so you can see we budgeted 94,063, and that was the percentage increase as requested by council in 223. We spent 8807. And I believe everyone was approved. Were there any people that were not approved, Manish?
There was one application was rejected because of the bylaw that they didn't provide enough documentation on that.
That's correct. The owner of the road would not give
Yeah.
permission. It was a small amount. So we simply rebudgeted the same amount, less $1 for some reason.
Just throw it out there. Had that on my list. I throw it out. I don't think it'll have no budget ramifications. The difference between 88 and 94, there's enough money in there. I would suggest that we increase the road grant by 3%, and it's not going to cost us any more than what was budgeted.
3%.
So if you take the 88,000 and add whatever that is, 2,400, that takes you to whatever, 91,000, you still got 3,000. So I'm saying budget exactly what we did last year, and people could think on it. That's, they want to cut it back. I don't, I think inflation's 3%. I think it's an important program, and
But you're talking about increasing X and Y and leaving the envelope the same.
right. That's
Yeah.
just for discussion. I guess we can have a.
Yeah, no, I understand what,
The next time, if people don't want to do that, and do want to do it, just have a heads up. Oh, up or down.
all right. X and Y by 3%.
Last year, we were talking about some road that was $2,500 that got their application late or something. Did that road, did they participate this year?
Yes, they participated this year, and
Oh,
they
they-
came on time this year.
So someone else must have not participated.
Somebody else they paid, but there is no permission from the road owner. We didn't got, so
Okay,
that's the
well,
reason it's been.
That's the
delayed.
way it's written, so good for you for administering it that way.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are now then, am I right, down at environmental services? Which is 2/3 the way down page 5 and 9 on the short pages. And it goes across to the top of page 6 of the short pages. I'm sorry, I should look where it is on the long pages.
They're coming later.
Is everybody else on the long pages? Maybe, okay, why don't I do that then? I don't need to keep my keyboard
Mayor
off.
Comrie, I think Councillor Lamb would like to discuss debentures and loans briefly.
I don't know, just,
Well, sorry, that was part of transportation. Those are transportations, specifically transportation debentures and loans. I'm sorry that I thought we were doing that.
oh, okay, sorry.
And I was surprised that there, you didn't have a comment, but anyway.
Well, yeah, well, I haven't got anything highlighted in there, so maybe you didn't wanna, I realize the loans that we have,
You know, in fairness, Councillor Nash did raise some of these issues, of course,
he
and
did.
we talked about them earlier. I
Yeah.
think not to suggest for a minute that there isn't a little more work to be done on
yeah,
some of this. But we dealt with the
yeah, we did.
engineering parts of it. and,
Okay, so I won't have anything to say there. I'm sure he will. So we'll be going over that next month. Although I don't know what we can do, again, borrowing for things for the pool, and we're borrowing for the fire truck. And Councillor Nash brought up about 100 grand extra that he would rather us somehow find money for, I don't know where. But, guess that's all there is in the thing, right? So,
Yes, Councillor Woods.
Where's is it in capital, the resurfacing, slurry seal on, that's all in capital, isn't it? Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, that's all I have.
Yeah. Councillor Woods, you got an item? No?
Answered it already.
Okay. All right. Okay, so environmental services, anything under? I'll tell you where it is on the big pages. I'm sorry. Just. It starts on page 6 of 9 of the big pages. I think. Yeah, well, the title environmental services is right on the bottom of page 5, but yeah. Okay. Councillor Woods.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I got a bunch of lines here, but I've got answers to them as we went through the meeting. But the one, 16,484-2 lake planning. We don't have a value in there. Did we want to put one, or were you gonna wait to talk to our new planners?
What's the number again?
16,484-2.
That's through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Lake planning was a budget item 2002. It wasn't acted on. And then it was moved to a possible capital project last year. And again, I think at $15,000. And again, it wasn't acted on because I think we could say we don't know what we don't know at this point. So we will need to engage planners, whether it's our current planners or whether we, find other planners who know this. But that's why there's nothing under operating. It really is more of a capital project.
Okay.
Manish, you got a comment?
Yeah, through you, Mayor. On the loan, there is one loan is going to be paid off, tandem snow plow. It will be paid off in the month of April. So that loan is going to out of our loan schedule from this year.
Okay, so you're still back under loans to ventures. You're on 16,441-11, the tandem plow loan for Freightliner, that one?
Yeah, that will be, we are paying till month of April. Then after we don't need to pay that loan. So we have a room of that loan. We can accommodate another loan for that.
So is that number too large then, that 25,701 or?
It was reduced from previous year. It was at 77,000. This year only 24,000.
Oh, all right, you're just explaining. So the message is it ends in February of 24, right?
December, sorry, it will be in the month of April.
Oh, April.
Yeah.
April.
Then we have
24?
another room for 250 or 290,000 for another loan.
Okay, April 24. All right, thank you for that piece of information. Okay, back to any comments, and nothing further about lake planning, right? Or,
No, yeah,
Yeah.
it's just like.
okay, another one then.
So I have recycling. So it's at both of them, 16,448 York Street recycling. The actual last year was 46, and 2022 was 35, and suddenly it's 20. Which is, I don't know what that is. And then if you go down to all.
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
I think we've already answered this.
yeah.
We were paying for half a year. So you'll see the prices are about half the price. It's actually less than that. So we're paying until July 1st. The bulk of our recycling is in the summertime when our residents come up.
Right.
So we are only paying until July 1st. So actually the end of June. July 1st, we no longer pay for it. So we don't pay for that. We don't have a cost. So Manish has gone back through previous years and picked out the cost from January to the end of June and used those costs and move those forward to this year forward. So we're using the same numbers we used in previous years, but just to the end of June. After the end of June, we no longer pay. It goes on to the producer responsibility,
Okay,
which is
okay.
CMO,
Okay, I
and
get
then
it.
we transition.
Okay, I'm sorry, I forgot about that program, but
Yeah.
That's good. Are the
Those
costs-
numbers are pretty good. Like these numbers that we have here for the recycling and the money we're receiving in revenue, they're pretty solid.
Good, excellent. Well, that's good news for us, right?
Very, very good news.
Yes,
Yes,
indeed.
thank you. Okay, the benthic monitoring is here. Again, I won't, well, I will speak for Counselor Nash, because he's sort of talked to me on this. So, again, what I was saying through the meetings before about how the Whitestone Conservation people paid the first year. They did pay the first year. Was $1,100. They contributed.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I did look into that. They came to council and asked for a donation, and council gave them the full cost. So they paid nothing. It was $1,100 for the first year of the one
It
lake.
says in a report here somewhere in the papers that $1,100 was paid by Wallachton, or not, Whitestone.
Yes, it was paid by Whitestone to the Conservation Association, who then paid the Georgian Bay Biosphere, and that was the
So
full.
they didn't contribute?
No, that was the full cost of the program. So the Whitestone paid, it just went indirectly to Georgian
I
Bay
don't remember.
Biosphere.
I don't remember it that way. I thought they wanted it done and they came and said they would split the cost or whatever, so, but anyway. And then, it was a 3-year program, because I remember Dennis Morrison and others saying 3 years, right? So we did Whitestone for 3 years. We've done Wawashkesh for 3 years. We've done Lorimer for 2 years. 1 year?
no, sorry.
2 years.
Well,
right?
Washkesh
So-
is only two, too.
So the question is, do we, obviously I'm in support of carrying on with Lorimer Lake for this year, right? Putting that in. The question is, do we put another lake or two in there? And if so, what lakes are there? And that needs to be kind of worked out. I guess the other back story will be, what have we found in the 3 that we've tested, right? Is there any, people doing testing will tell you, well, keep testing, something might happen. So I guess that's the backdrop there. And I'm, again, Councilor Nash is gonna bring this up more. And so don't shoot the messenger.
Could I just?
Are you finished
you-
with that item? Because I want to speak to it.
Yeah,
Just take
I
just
just
a
want
sec.
it for clarity. 2020, we did Whitestone. 21, we did Whitestone and Wabakesh. 22, Whitestone, Wabakesh, Lorimer. 23, Whitestone, Wabakesh, Lorimer. So Whitestone's been done 4 times. Wabakesh has been done 3 times. And Lorimer has been done twice.
But initially, when this was
Right.
brought to, it was supposed to be a 3-year program.
Right.
And Dennis Morrison, I think, will tell you, right? So I don't know how we ended up with 4th year on Whitestone.
Yeah, I think that's partially my fault, to be honest with
But-
you,
but
but
if you-
that's where we ended up.
Sorry, you said 2021, it started, right?
2020,
But the only one that was done that year was,
Whitestone. So that we've had,
are you saying there were 3 years done in Washkesh? Because-
yes,
Yeah,
21, 22, and 23.
All right, well, anyway, so if that's the fact, then it would seem that the one that is left that has a year to go is Lorimer, right? No,
Yes,
in that case.
yes.
But, sorry, did I cut you off? I mean.
No, that's not, I just wanted,
Talking about our clerk, okay,
yeah,
so.
clarity.
so
But I cut Counselor Lamb off, so we're all guilty here, but I
So,
just wanted that. clarity.
Here's, there's kind of, there's a sort of a taxonomy to water quality monitoring, right? So if you're going to do anything, the first thing that you do, and I'm talking about water quality specifically, the first thing that you do is you measure dissolved phosphates, basically, because these are the things that encourage the growth of algae and weeds and stuff where you don't want it and that kind of thing, right? So, and this is being done on a number of lakes by volunteers. And it's a very simple thing to do. You take water samples and you send them, you fit them over here in the municipal office, and a guy goes by from takes them to Near North Laboratory, and they send them back, and they give you the same people that do our testing for coliform. And by the way, you should be doing coliform too. That's probably a level 0 thing, except all of the samples out of all of the lakes are showing positive fecal coliform count, which means you cannot drink that stuff without getting sick. Most people can't anyway, without treating it. And almost everybody knows that. But anyway, putting that aside. So the next thing after phosphate is you start looking at, there's some other basic things about the water itself. The thermocline, the measure of how the temperature changes with depth, dissolved oxygen, pH, those things. And those are measured with special instrumentation. And they are done on some lakes by volunteers, Dennis Morrison being the one, because that association has a piece of equipment that measures it. And so does the Wabash Conservation Association, except that their piece of equipment needs some repair, right? But and because it's a deeper lake, it has a much longer, the cable on it that lets the probes go down is much longer. But contrary to what you may have heard, volunteers can be trained to do that accurately and reliably, and have done so for many years. We know how to do it. And there are people who know how to do it who can train people. So that's the second tier. The third tier is the benthic monitoring. So if you said, well, we'd like to extend this to a lake, let's pick Gooseneck Lake or Shawanaga Lake, right?
Yep.
Then my suggestion to you is that my suggestion is that you would start looking at the basic things first. Like, let's look at the dissolved phosphate. You need to build up these readings. You need to take the same readings in the same place year after year. I'm not sure that you need to do the benthic monitoring every year in the same place. You might get away with doing it every 2 or 3 years in a particular place, but it's not the first thing that you should do if you haven't been doing any of the other things. One final comment that I want to make. I keep hearing, oh, well, we'll get our planners to give us advice about this. Planners have absolutely zero knowledge about water quality. That's not who tells you about this. You need to deal with environmental, if you want a scientific opinion, you need to deal with environmental people. And there's people at the biosphere who will give you advice about how to do this, by the way, and it's a lot cheaper than going and getting it from ours. This is what I had hoped that we would get, and I still hope we will get from our Environmental Stewardship Committee. I think what they should be doing, one of the things they should be doing is coming to the council with a program and saying, look, here's where we are with respect to water quality monitoring on our lakes. I think this is I think this is a really serious issue. In the Magnetawan River system, a lot of our water comes from somewhere else, and it is getting worse. It's getting dirtier. And so we should be monitoring it. But the question is, what should we be doing? And I think we should get some advice from somebody about that, and we should be putting stuff in the budget, but it's not going to come from a planner. It's going to come from folks who work with water quality, like Azimuth and Fricor and those people, or the biosphere. The biosphere they'll tell you what I just told you, and they can give you a whole bunch more details about how to do it and all that kind of stuff. So how does this help? Well, I don't have a number to put in here. I'm not suggesting, but I would hope that perhaps by later on in the year, we could get a number and sort of have a presentation on what would be a cohesive program that we could be following year after year. So sorry for being long-winded about it. I happen to be, having been involved in this for a long time, I'm fairly passionate about it, and I think it's something that we should be concerned about as a municipality, and I think it's something that we should expand to other lakes. A few others, we don't need to do all of them, but ones that come to mind are Shawanaga, which
I
I
think
don't,
what you're saying is the Bentic monitoring, we shouldn't go to another lake because we haven't done the other two.
if we're not doing the others, I wouldn't start with benthic
So
monitoring.
We can say
Yeah.
we're gonna finish off Lauren.
Yeah.
Right? And then next year you can assess where we are on the other stuff. I
Yeah.
think people understand.
Yeah, and they are doing some of the other testing on Lorimer.
Okay.
And
The next one.
I've
is
seen reports.
Ice cap, and again.
Yeah.
Again, don't shoot the messenger, because there's gonna be another discussion on this. What are we getting out of it? We paid, I was gonna say roughly 10 and then 10 and then 10, and when does the tens finish and we start doing stuff versus studying stuff? That sort of thing. I think people ought to be able, and maybe it's Councilor Bray, you don't need to go through it tonight, but maybe I'm just suggesting at the next meeting that you be prepared to talk about ice cap, okay?
Yeah,
Because it's gonna come up as an issue.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that that's a valid point, and we can get that information, because there are a lot of things that will be coming up that we have. Yeah, you're right. It has been a lot of study, but now we're getting to the planning part. So I'm hopeful that whatever we can present to you as council, that you will understand how important ice cap is in comparison to when I look around the province, and I have looked at other places, and being able to have the West Perry Sound and some other places as well included, so that we're all working together. It's incredible how much information comes out, and what we have, what we have is collaboration. So I'm hopeful for that. And that was the ice cap was actually where I first found out about the grant for the EV stations and the grant, but also the fact that Lakeland Solutions would be willing to do the program. So there are benefits being part of a group. And I'll leave it at that, and we'll bring more to you the next time.
Yeah, thank you.
And if I may, I'll just add one comment. The 2003 ice cap report from Georgian Bay Biosphere will be presented at the February 20th meeting. So that will add to some of the questions that you may have.
I'm a pretty simple guy when it comes to this. I think, you turn your temperature down in your buildings, you turn your lights off, and you, I guess, migrate to electric cars. And I'm sure there's a bunch of other stuff, but that's what I understand. So I just don't want to keep spending 10,000 every year. I'd rather spend the 10,000 doing the things that we should be doing, right? But I think you're telling me that you're getting, or not you, but that they're getting near the end. Maybe, is this the last year for ice cap, or is there another 10 next year? I guess is my question. And does it keep going on a year?
Ice cap, the whole process of ice cap, and I can get into that in detail, but I not the time right now. It is an ongoing process, and it's an ongoing process for us to learn as a municipality how we can help the municipality as well as our residents be more resilient for climate change. And I think that's the big thing. Now, if you look at all the municipalities, the bigger municipalities, they have to hire their own person. And this is where the collaboration of all the municipalities that are part of it brings so much more information and a richness for us, because other municipalities are at different stages. So we are able to gather information as to how things will evolve, because we see other places. But we don't have to pay for our own climate action expert in the municipality. And that's where we save the money. And yes, it's $10,000, but that's good $10,000
Yeah.
towards programs that we have an opportunity to be part of, we have information, and we also have an expert.
Is McKellar part of it?
I don't think so.
No, McKellar was, and they dropped out of the program last year, I believe, or the year before. I'm not sure. It may have been just last year. All the other municipalities are,
I didn't know the answer. to
Partners,
that.
yeah.
But
yeah.
I didn't ask it for, but anyway.
The-
All I'm saying is there's gonna be a debate either at the next council meeting or the next budget meeting, and we need to be prepared to have that debate. That's all. Thank you, sorry. for taking-
I think that the really significant costs associated with a program like this are,
Sorry, my watch went off.
oh,
It told me I'm just doing my job. I don't know what that.
oh. Well, sorry, what I was starting to say is it determines what things we would decide to do as a municipality. And this is a subject, as Janice says, for another day, but, and I'm not suggesting we put anything in the budget for this year because I know what kind of a budget we've got. We got enough hard decisions as it is. But down the road, we need to look at how we can reduce our energy consumption and our carbon footprint, because the cost of it, let's face it, look at where we get energy from. Its costs are just going up all the time. And we don't even have all the choices everybody else has. And those are the choices for us as a municipality I'm talking about for our, campus here and various other things we have. Plus, there's things that our ratepayers could be doing. So, but I think that's a subject for another day. And some of those items will have capital cost implications for sure, but they will also have paybacks for sure. So we just, where will we get those ideas from? Well, IceCap is the best source we have right now because we're not plugged into any other sources of expertise in my view. So that's, anyway, sorry, I don't want to prolong this. Have we got anything more on environmental services? If not, can we move on to health services, which perhaps I ironically include the cemetery. Anything there that you want to talk about? If not, how about social and family services? Nothing? Okay, recreation and culture, we did it. Well, I shouldn't say we did it. We did we have facilities, so yes, we have to do that one.
And under.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question. Again, this relates back to the boat launches. It says Bolger Lake Landing, at one point we budgeted in 2022, $4,000 or so. We never spent it. And then anyway, it goes to zero. So maybe that's where you put in the amount for getting rid of short offers or whatever else was there and whatever. I just noticed that one.
Maybe, Mr. Mayor, just quickly on that,
That's.
we did contemplate that. We just weren't sure whether we should budget or not. Certainly the letters are going out in the next day or two, so people are going to be aware of their responsibilities. It was just, it was just a question mark on our part, how much budget.
There's been pushback on decision, it's
Right.
been council twice. I don't think anyone on council wanted short offers. I think we were unanimous on that.
Mhm.
And basically the cost is to say, you got till August the 1st to get rid of your short offer, and 15 of them or 20. But those that aren't taken, I guess we have to do something about, and that would be taking them out, right? We talked about that, so I don't know what you want to budget.
I'm thinking,
It probably would.
$2,000,
Well, I don't know what, it would be, again, I keep saying.
whatever contracted
I don't
services.
know. It might be other contracts.
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, if you leave it with us, I'd like to bury it with the, bury it with the boat launches.
But are
We
you
don't know
able
the
to do it,
cost.
Dave?
Well, if we put the cost in there with the boat launches, it just put a whole line item for a one-time thing. I don't know if we need to do that. It's boat launches. We can just add, we did it last year. We added some more money to boat launches and for some one-time costs. We
No, but
could-
my question is, are you gonna take a municipal truck out and pick up a shore docker and bring it back and put it in our yard over here? Or are you gonna say, contract that out to someone? I suspect it's more. of a-
I think you know where I am. I'm pretty amiable when council gives me suggestions. I am, so I'll do my best. We'll see where this leads to and if Bolger is cooperative and there's not a lot to do, then maybe that's the way we go. But if it goes a different direction, maybe we look at contract services.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I'm sorry that I have to speak to this again, but the shore dockers are not that's only one part of the issue. And that's what I'd call the punitive part. Council said, no, we don't like shore dockers, so you have to get rid of them. And you know, it's kind of questionable why we are spending money on that. But if let's assume we're going to do that, then we're going to end up having to take some away or something. The effect of that will be that there will be more demand on people pulling stuff up at the landings and leaving it there. We have to make, in order for that to be a practical solution, we have to make some more investment in the landing itself. And I have to repeat what I've said, many times already. That is I don't care what it is you want to do there, that's a very expensive proposition. It's not a cheap proposition. You can't just say, oh, we'll send our staff out and they'll spend a few hours and they'll look after it. Just getting any kind of gravel or equipment or anything else in there, or grading anything or doing any of that you could do fairly cheaply and conveniently at our other landings, we can't do that there. We literally cannot do it. You've been there, you've seen it, you know why. Right now, we're in a situation whether people, when the ice and snow are all gone, whether people are actually going to be able to get back there unless they have jacked up four-wheel drive vehicles, right? At that Naskoot River crossing. So, you know, this is not a simple thing. So I suggest that if we're going to put a number in there, and I'm very happy with David's suggestion that it be that it be just included in the landings budget. But if we're going to do stuff there, and when by the way, when we had the landings budget before, my comment beside it was where and why, right? So where we need to have an idea, what are we going to spend at each landing? And so I think we need to figure out what we actually would do there and who we would get to do it and how much it would cost so that we can come up with a number. And when we have that information, then council can sit at the table and say, hey, look, given the budget situation, what of this can we actually afford to do? Because it could be quite a bit bigger number than it ain't zero. It could be quite a bit bigger number. Anyway, that's anything else under facilities? Councilor Bray, did you? Oh, sorry. Did you have an item?
No, not really. It was still around the Bolger Lake Landing. Your comment about us not wanting to have the shore dockers. I think the issue was not the issue was the permanent structure, the infrastructure being placed on municipal public land. It's not about whether we willy-nilly like shore dockers or don't. I think it's the permanent structure, which means that person who permanently put something on municipal property now has the ability, has the sole ability to use that piece. It's not up for everybody in the public. So that's where the issue is. And if they had been at all amenable to looking at the land use permit process or something like that. If they brought something through, there might have been another decision or or something else could have been worked out. But I think the problem is that we have a situation where we're not really, they're not looking at other solutions. They're looking at only having shore dockers on public land. And I think that is the issue. It's not whether, it's not I don't think it's a punitive thing. I think it's a practical thing in terms of liability and us being aware that something like that is happening on permanent or on public property and not, so I think that, yes, I do agree with you. There needs to be an amount in there. And I think we need to be thinking about what we're actually going to do and how we're going to do it. I think that, I don't know what the amount is, but I'm hopeful that Mr. Creaser will be able to think of something that will at least give us an amount to work with.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
If you don't mind, I have a quick question for Dave Creaser. Dave, 16777 is municipal building maintenance. We also have an office building maintenance in 16151. So we may need to look at those. Hopefully we haven't double budget. If we've double budgeted, that helps us. So I just brought that to your attention. I've never noticed that before. So we'll have a look at that. That'll find us $4,000 or so.
What one was that?
So it's 16777 under facilities,
Oh, yeah, municipal building.
municipal
I
building
see it.
maintenance.
Sorry, yeah.
We have a line item in general government for office building maintenance. So I just want to double check to see where what we're charging where and how those
Yeah,
monies are
yeah,
being
I
used.
see what you mean, yeah.
And just maybe
So
we'll find a
it's
few
a
thousand
comment
dollars.
That's big, yeah. Okay, if there's nothing else on this one, we've got recreation. And we did it. There is the after-school program. We didn't, the thrift shop, we didn't talk about that, but I think we talked about everything else that's in there. So unless there's something else we missed. How about planning and development? Go ahead.
I don't think there's enough in there for 50,000 for the budget. Even though it was 31, I don't know, again. Councillor Nash talks about double and triple and quadruple and all that kind of stuff. I don't think it's near that. I think we've always had a bit of a break when it comes to John Jackson. His hourly rate was really, really advantageous to the municipality. And obviously, I would put to you, it's probably going to be double in what John's rate was. So if in the 50,000, which is line whatever it is, 16,843 planning and development, if that's what it is, that mostly John's time, or is that Paula's time, or what time is that?
So under planning and development,
Because it's been all over the place, right? Like it was 68,000 in 2022.
right? So in that line item are our planner's costs. Some of them are recoverable, which you will see in revenue, and some are not. Sometimes we use our planner for general advice for the municipality. We've got a planner who's going to do some training for our committee of adjustment. Those kind of things aren't recoverable. So some are, and it depends on the item. There may be a planning item that's before council where we're still getting advice after the fact, and that's not always recoverable. So we try to recover as much as we can. There is an increase in cost of hourly rates compared to our new planners. It's not double and it's not triple. I would say it's and it's not 50%. So it's probably 40% increase. And our intent is to manage the plan, our new planners, the same way we manage John Jackson. In other words, we don't need a 50-page report. If a 5-page report will suffice, and we'll have to keep an eye on our new planners. Will there be more costs? Yes, and there'll be more revenue associated, but there will be higher costs for those costs that aren't recoverable. This is a tough one, and we've talked about this numerous times, and it's really just a good guess, but we'll go back and have a look. We haven't had any applications to forward to our new planners yet, but it's only the end of January. We start seeing interest. We start seeing questions come February, March as spring approaches and people see what they want. So we'll have a look at that as well as the revenue and see what we can see what we can come up with. It is a best guess, to be honest with you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so and again, 16.844-1 Parkland Reserve contribution. I guess I'm not sure I really understand what, like, why is that an expense?
In the previous year, through mayor, we used to leave that as a blank, but Councillor Nash has requested we had to put 35,000 on the revenue and 35,000 on the expense side. So same concept we applied, and this year too.
All right, but what are we spending it on? Where does the money actually go?
So it comes in as revenue and then it's expensed out and goes to our reserve.
Oh, so it's going out of operating into
Into the reserve. It's just a shuffling.
All right,
It's
so,
a-
well,
it is
so anyway, okay, now I get it. Okay, so he did, I'm just reminding everybody that he mentioned the possibility that we might not be in compliance with our requirement to spend it on something.
He being Councillor Nash.
Councilor Nash, yeah, sorry. This is, so I just, that's an item that our staff are gonna look at, right? Okay, that's all. I don't wanna, I just wanted to lose it when I saw it
Okay,
there.
What's next?
Community and economic development. Anything there?
Cino's done, right?
Hmm?
That's why it's zero. Cino.
Oh, Sino, yeah, or,
Zero.
well, I don't know, whatever, however you say that.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like
You
to
want to
speak
comment
about
about that?
just
Adam?
briefly.
'Cause, yeah,
So there was a steering committee meeting and then there was a meeting with the remainder of the members of council that was still part of this. And what we decided is we were going to look at there's still an interest in doing some strategic planning around this. You know, what does economic development look like in West Perry Sound? And is there still interest because there's money in the budget? What we know is there's going to be absolutely no cost to any municipality this year because we do have money in the budget. And I think we thought it was 19,000 and it's turned out to be, Mayor Comrie, do you recall? 3 or 4 times that?
yeah, it's
Yeah.
more, it's more than that.
It's
There's,
very closer to 100. This is in the reserve. So
this is of the FedNor, this is FedNor money
Yeah.
that was received, but not spent because the economic development officer, you know, we went through a couple of vacancy periods and we don't have one at all right now. So there's essentially no burn going on, right? But it's,
Well,
So the answer is there's no expenses this year, but there's still been no, and actually I need to look into it, decision of what the next steps are. There's some municipalities that have signed on for strategic planning, municipality of Whitestone being one that resolution stands. And I'm just waiting for a report back to look at the minutes so that the mayor and I can report back to council on where that group is.
yeah, I mean, when we passed that, we passed it, I think, under not the condition of, but the assumption that most people were gonna be in it. A whole bunch of people said, I have nothing to do with it, right? And so if that money, if it's 100,000 to be distributed, where would it go? Would it go back to the municipalities? So I mean, why do a study on economic development that when the organization, the end of the study, like, there's no organization again? Or are we going to say, well, we're going to pick up the slack and pay a lot more money for this than, I mean, who went out? Didn't Seagram go out and McDougal and some of these places?
Seguin, McDougal and McKellar.
Well, it's toast. Like,
Yeah.
why are we spending $100,000? Is, anyway, not for maybe tonight.
Yeah, we will come back. I was hoping that we would have a report or at least a memo for the February 20th meeting, but I'm not sure we will at this point. But I think the most important piece at this point is there to be no money spent from our budget in 2024.
But also from my standpoint as a counselor, I would want this to come back to council for debate before we authorize any of that strategic. Like, we need to revisit this, given the reaction by other communities, right? Not to say, go spend $100,000 and I don't, you know what I'm getting. I don't think in the next month before it comes to council, they're gonna go out and spend $100,000.
No, they have to get the permission of the members that are still in the cooperative.
Okay.
Yeah,
proceed. Yeah.
the problem is that you're assuming that it is all Whitestone, that it is all that the money in the pool belongs to all of the municipalities. It doesn't. Some of it maybe does, but
Okay, well, then
but
it'll
but
come back
most
to council.
most of it is most of it is actual federal funds that were intended to be spent for something, and I don't know whether they have to be given back or not, but the
Something economic development related.
the issue is that there's still a need for some, and we give little bits of money for various kinds of economic development things in other spaces, and I guess it's a question of how do why do we need to do some further investigation? It's to figure out how we get a coordinated effort that gives us some bang for the buck. And I'm, but you can, given where things are at, it's safe to say that there's no drain on our budget this year.
Yeah.
And maybe down the road, then we will have something to debate where we can say, well, we want to be part of this, and will it use some of the funds that are left there to get it going, or what, I don't know. It's not, and nobody's going to spend, but I don't think anybody's going to spend in the short term what's in the budget. It's just to clarify that nobody was asking for more of this in 2024.
Okay.
Anyway,
What's next?
all right, so that is my last page for the rest is just totals. Okay, page 9 of 9, or the last page of the sheet. So we are essentially, if there aren't any other comments, sorry, we're done with this, with the expense budget. We have not yet done capital and reserves.
We are
kind
at
of talked
curfew,
about
Mr.
these.
Mayor.
What?
We're at curfew.
Okay, that was my next question to you, so. Right. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone hereby continues the January 16th, 2024 regular council meeting past the allotted time of 7 hours, which would be at 5:30, I guess, and continues for an additional, what? We finish in half an hour, or?
I don't think so. Now,
1 hour?
hopefully we can get done before that.
Well, that'd be nice. So who's going to move that? Councillor Bray moves, and seconded by, I see Councillor Wood's hand up. All those in favor of continuing? I was gonna say my hand's not up, Councillor Lamb's. No, your hand's up, Councillor Lamb. All right,
Yeah.
all right. I'm sorry, what? Oh, yeah, thank you. Sorry. That's all right. I usually catch them, but sometimes I don't. Okay, so now, I don't know, we're not going through attachments in any order, but I guess what we really want to do, the meat of this is, the second big attachment A, which is capital. And there isn't a small attachment A capital, is there, or is there? Oh, you got one. I don't know. Look, never mind. I got one. We'll just work. I don't care. We'll work up the big one. So, once again, I think we should try to go through it just down by sections and look at these things and see what comes up. So under general government, we have a few items there. Any questions about those or concerns?
Yep, the community center communications. I never knew that was coming out of reserve. I mean, that's good if it is. It's coming out of what, asset management reserve? We can do that, I guess.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak to that. I've since the January 16th meeting and the discussion on the RFP, I've had a conversation with Dan Hildebrand. So we know we can trim that down. It doesn't need to be 35,000. What I heard from council is that you want a projector, you want a camera, and you want a screen. The audio is not perfect. There's definitely things that we can do to improve the audio, but it may be some incremental improvements so that if we have a group of people on Zoom, we can see them, a much larger TV, something that's a little more visible. Maybe it comes up from the wall. The mayor visualizes something that comes down. I don't have all the answers, but in talking to Dan Hildebrand, and that's without getting any quotes or talking to anyone else, we can probably do that for 20,000. I know the mayor doesn't agree with me. He sees it not at all a different vision, but that's just for discussion here. It doesn't need to be 35,000, and that was based on that RFP. And of course, this was already built. So there's definitely room for improvement with that number.
To all that before we finalize the budget.
Well, I think we will, but I think there needs to be, as I said, the mayor and I are kind of and I don't have a strong opinion on this, but the mayor does. I think he feels that just a camera, a projector, and the screen is not enough, that there probably needs to be improvement with some audio. And this is where we're getting into the realm of I don't know what I don't know. But I do understand that council's not willing to spend $35,000 at this point. But it would be nice, I have to say, if we had people on Zoom, it's not just the mayor and I seeing these folks, it's you seeing them as well in a presentation. So that means a big screen and something visual. So I'll let the mayor speak.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I
guess my question would be, where do you think where do you think the answer is going to come from in the rest of the budget process if we don't involve is somebody who, I mean, these things have to be installed and they have to be chosen carefully, the components. That's not Dan Hildebrand's, frankly, is not his sphere of expertise. And I think that the cost of it is being underestimated, in fact. But we got to get a proposal from somebody that, like, we have to see the details of how this whole thing would be integrated. And by the way, it has to be installed, right? There's an installation cost and there's a bunch of wiring and cabling and things like that. So it's not, this stuff adds up. The other issue that I really think, and this is a decision for council, like if you are happy with using these, what are essentially performance mics, but you've seen the problems that we've had with them. And you've seen the problems that we've had with the sound dropping out for various people. And I don't know what's causing that, but I think we probably have to get somebody in who really knows what they're doing to figure out what's going to cause what's causing that, and then council needs to make a decision. Do you want to have a system that you can, where you can sit at the table like this and without having the microphone right in front of you, like you're a singer at a nightclub kind of thing, because that's what that's the way this current system is set up. So I don't know if it's, again, you have to decide what you're happy with, but I'm concerned that we're not, we're working on a solution to a problem that we haven't really defined yet properly. And so I'm a little nervous about the 35,000, and I don't want to get into the situation where we say, fine, we're going to do this, and council agrees, and you get the project, and then when you're finished, you say, well, that isn't what we wanted, and it's not satisfactory, and so on. So somehow or other, there needs to be a proposal on the table saying, this is what we're going to do, and this is how much it's going to cost, and this is who's going to do it. And we're not there yet. So I guess I'm asking, where do we think that's going to come from? That's all. Anybody want to respond, Dave, or?
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have clear direction. I don't. I'm not an expert, and I'm not even a novice when it comes to these things, or audiovisual, or how you'd have an intuitive camera move around. I don't know, or even setting this up. So I wouldn't know. I would need assistance. If I were to go out and talk to anybody, I would need some sort of assistance. I don't know who that would be on council, but that would be.
Again, we're debating stuff that is gonna eat into our hour. That
Yeah.
I think we should be discussing at another meeting, right? And I mean, we're not gonna solve it tonight. I heard at the meeting that where this came up, that, we want a big screen. I don't care whether it comes out of I guess it could come out of the wall if you wanted to, and reconfigure the room if you need to. When it came to the camera, I think it started by saying, well, we just have a fixed camera that'll show the room and whatever. And then I think the mayor said, well, you can get another camera that zooms in relatively cheap, from the first camera. But personally, I don't think that we need, this is just my opinion, a camera that zooms into every single person as they talk, right? Like, that's gonna add more cost and probably someone to operate the damn thing. Like I don't know. But and also I heard at council that we were okay with the video or the audio the way it is because it's been fixed a lot over the last 6 or 8 months, right? It was ridiculous a year ago what was happening, but as much as it's inconvenient, we've spent the money to do this, and it wasn't $5,000 or $10,000 not too long ago. And if we go and throw it out and say, we're now going to have this new system, you're going to be up to far more than 35. You'll be 50 or 70 or whatever. So I don't know which way to go, but I think I think council has sort of spoken to it. Maybe we have to speak again. I don't know. And again, I don't know about this. Probably the mayor knows much more than I do on it. So.
You're right. We can't solve it tonight. Let's try and firm it up. All I'm saying is I'm just
Somewhere between
not
20 and
suggesting that
35,000.
we should just reduce the number. I'm balking at reducing the number to 20 until we have some a list of what we're gonna buy, who's gonna put it in, and all that
Well,
stuff.
hopefully that'll come
Okay.
before the end of May.
Well, yeah,
That's right. So fair enough.
Will be too.
We're going to continue with the direction of a screen, a camera, and a projector. And the details around that, Dave and I we'll see what we can find out and come back with some pricing.
All right. So anything else under general government?
Well, I guess the
Yeah.
AMP thing, I guess we have to do, right? That's mandatory. The 50,000 for AMP.
If I may, I have the RFP. It won't take long here. So there's a phase-in schedule for the regulation. Approved asset management plan for all municipal infrastructure. Remember, our original asset management was core assets only. We happened to add in fleet. So now the second phase is identifies current levels of service and the cost. So all infrastructure assets. So that's everything we've got now. And it'll identify current levels of service, the cost of maintaining those levels of service, approved asset management plan for municipal infrastructure assets that, and the cost of maintaining the levels of service. And then has to be done as of July 1st, 2024. I can guarantee it won't be, talking to any of the consultants, but if we're at least on the page of trying, then we're not going to be, it's not going to be a problem with any of the government officials. And then as of July 1st, 2025, approved asset management for all infrastructure assets that builds upon the requirements set out in 2024. This includes the identification of proposed levels of service, what activities will be required to meet those levels of service, and a strategy to fully fund these activities. And I don't disagree. This is a very expensive requirement that all municipalities have to follow, but that's why
We have
there's,
to do it.
we don't have a choice.
Okay, done. That one. The next one that I have highlighted is the official plan consultant, $50,000 for 2024. I don't think we'll be getting to that degree. You know, I think the 50,000 would stretch 2024, 2025, that sort of thing, but I don't see us. What are we going to advance this year for $50,000, I guess is my question.
That's through you, Mr. Mayor. Again, this is a good guess. We didn't do any official plan work last year. It means municipality really should start something this year. And our current planning consultants were not hired to do the official plan. They were hired to do land use planning.
Yeah.
So if we are going to do an official plan, there needs to be an RFP, and that will tell you what the numbers look like. And then once you know, you can actually stage the work, because it's a year-long process between public meetings and making decisions. So I don't, our best guess is 50,000. We can diminish that if that's council's direction.
This appeared high to me for this year, right? All in one
Right.
year, but maybe I'm wrong.
Sorry, I think there needs to be something there, because we
Oh,
need
yeah.
we need to have some discussions about how are we going to do this, who's going to do it, and all that. Do we think that our official plan is an asset? I mean, how does it get covered out of the asset management reserve?
Through you, Mayor. There's a council discretion, like if you want that one be used by another reserve or funded by operating. So I choose as a asset management reserve. So it's a flexible. We put lot of money on the one side though, so that way we can take it out from there.
Okay, well, I guess.
It's a council discretion.
Well, if that's the choice, I would echo Councilor Lab. Anyway, okay, never mind. I don't want to nitpick here of what.
My next one is Lake Plan Initiatives, $15,000, and I said, what initiatives? Like, do we know what we're doing? And I think we put it in last year and didn't spend anything. Now we got another marker in this year.
Yes.
So who's going to decide what Lake Plan initiatives? And you can bet Councillor Nash is going to have something to say about this. So I don't know what, but.
They are a component of the official plan, lake plans. And the reason they are is because, as you know, in the lake plan, in the official plan, you've got sections for each lake of any consequence, right? So I mean, and the question is again, it's the discussion around, well, what is it that we need to do to update the lake sections to the official plan, and how do we do it? And maybe how do we try to try to engage assistance from the lake associations and various other things, to get it
So-
done. But
so
so
the-
we need a little placeholder
Yeah.
to cover some costs that we're gonna have.
So we really
That's all.
have 65,000 in related to the
Yeah.
official plan, is what you're saying.
And maybe that's twice as big as it needs to be at the total. I don't know. I
Yeah.
mean, maybe they both need to
I
be
just don't think we're
15%,
gonna
but-
be spending
yeah.
$65,000 surrounding the official plan, which would include what you're talking about as lake plan.
don't know.
Anyway,
Yep.
it is what it is.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's a placeholder, and we wanted to respect the fact that council talked about it last year. Nothing was done, and we brought it forward in 2024 for discussion, knowing that there may or may not be an interest, there may be a combined cost. So we're happy to remove it or add to it at your discretion.
Okay? As long as all these things that we're taking out of asset management reserve are covered in the studies that say you should put $500,000 in or 400,000. If we're starting to make up, well, we're gonna assign that to asset management reserve, then we're fooling ourselves, right? So if my comment would be on all these asset management reserve items, they better be part of the funding we have, not outside of it. You know
Yeah.
where I'm going here? Like,
Yep.
or we're fooling ourselves. If we're saying, oh, well, I think we can put that into that category, then we're short-sighting ourselves, right? And so is there anything, because I see down here, everything's asset management. Are all these things covered by the asset management plan? Or are there things that are outside of the asset management plan that we're now taking out of the asset management plan?
The public works is vehicles and equipment, and
Yeah.
that's all asset management plan. We can resource, we can use it.
We can, maybe I'm not explaining myself right, and maybe I'm having a hard time understanding it. But, Councillor Nash will sit there and say, it says 500,000, we're only putting 250 in, right?
Correct.
But I want to make sure that within that 500 that they say we're supposed to put in, regardless of us only putting a half in, that all these other things are in there. Like, if not, then
We put 250,000 for the asset management from the operating, and we are taking 303,713 for this on this particular budget for this first fiscal year. On the reserves.
okay, I'm not sure I understand, but maybe I'll go on. I think
Yeah.
people know where I'm.
We'll come to this under reserves, but we're slightly depleting it in a sense, right?
Correct.
Because we're taking out more than we're putting in, but
Well,
We are taking 50,000 more than what we're putting.
it's like, I run a condo, or I'm the president of a condo, and I have a reserve plan, right? Like saying, here's all those items. My question is, as long as we're using, our monies that are identified in our place, the reserve plan. But if we start saying, well, that's not in the reserve plan, but we want to do our social room, so let's spend 50,000 on our social room, and it's not part of the reserve, we're only shorting ourselves, right? And that's what I'm getting at. Are we shorting ourselves on any of these items? So maybe you could just look at that. I can't explain it any different in my unsophisticated ways.
yeah, that was the gist of my
Oh, you were asking.
my comment about, yeah, anyway, never mind. But all the ones that I see below, the references to it under fire department, public works, roads and bridges, they are all legitimately covered under the asset management plan. And so there's no. Is there anything else under general government you want to talk about? Or anybody else want to speak to any of those? If not, how about fire department? Anything that we haven't already talked about here?
Well, I do.
We got replaced pumper truck there. We kind of exhausted that one.
Consultant review of the pumper truck purchase, $15,000 in 2024. What are we doing?
Whoops.
That
Through-
come out, can it?
Through you, Mayor.
Yeah.
This is what we paid in the year 2023, but I accrued for 2024. It's associated with the fire truck purchase. That's in a consultation. We paid 15,000 for the fire pumper.
Oh, so we
last
didn't
year.
budget for that study?
That study we did in budget last year, so I accrued for this fiscal year.
But why? Haven't we already paid for it?
Yeah,
Should be
we
in
paid
this year.
last year, but I accrued that expense for this fiscal year. Because that is not part of the last expense last year budget.
Oh, I
So you're taking it out of the payment out of 2024 funds instead of 23 funds. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, this we paid in 2023, but I accrued that expense for this fiscal year. And that is we are going to take it from fire vehicle equipment reserves.
Okay. Alrighty.
Huh, that's weird. So why wouldn't that just be paid in 2023 and it will decrease the surplus?
Yeah.
That's the way I would think it would work, not pass it off. That's great, because I'll take a whole bunch of stuff and pass this into 2025, right? Spend it
Yeah,
this
it's
year.
a council
do it for
direction.
next year.
If we want, I can reduce that. It will make maybe we can reduce previous year surplus or deficit for the last year.
Well, I don't know. I'm not an
Yeah.
accountant, but that would make sense to me. That we pay it out of last year, we spent it last year. I didn't know we
Anyway.
could defer stuff and put it into next year. That'd be great.
Okay, so anything else and about fire department? Bob? Bob?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I have a couple quick questions. That was one of them, but so under the Steinhoff report, it's somebody's put in $3,000 for station 1 and $1,000 for station 2. Steinhoff is and I know we're not gonna solve this tonight, but Steinhoff is recommending we put an HVAC system in there for almost 15 grand. I don't think it's required. Checking into something, because I think that's an older building. So we're not changing the building, we're not doing construction in that building, so I don't see a reason to spend that money on a HVAC system, but however. But according to the Steinhoff report, if we do all the work, it's $56,000. $56,000 to change a door, and it doesn't say why. So I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do there. Like it says front door changed, but it doesn't say what's wrong with it.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think Dave Creaser could probably speak to that. I think what Dave was trying to do, and myself as well, is have respect for the Steinhoff report, not certainly some of the recommendations, the Ardbeg Fire Hall seemed a little bit excessive. And certainly they could be phased in. I know that there was a sense you need a new door. I don't think you would agree that you need windows. There was an item which I think you were copied on. I noticed it in the report, and it was related to air quality, and it's a requirement of the building code. So I did ask Jamie if now that it was brought to our attention, that it was whether it was just a recommendation or whether it needed to be done. And I believed he indicated it needed to be done. And this was just over the last couple of days that this has come forward to us. So we need to do a little bit more investigation. If it's a requirement of the building code, then I would say we'd need to comply, but I haven't had a chance to talk to Jamie about it. I don't know if you have Chief Whitman.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I talked to him briefly, but I made some phone calls, and I don't think some of this stuff is required, because we're not retrofitting the building. It's only to make those changes if we're changing the building. It's kind of what they call legally non-conforming. Like if this building doesn't exactly meet the fire code, I can't make you change anything. But if you're going to renovate this building, then you have to bring it up to today's building or fire code. So I'm not sure, and I mean, I want the building safe. I'm just not, I'm just not sure that we need to spend all that money for, people being there twice a month.
I think there needs to be some more offline discussion about this. This is an occupancy, whether or not you need to comply is an occupancy issue. And it really boils down to the question of what it is you're actually using the building for and how much time people are spending there and what
think
they're
it's-
doing and a bunch of things like that. So I think that's that kind of discussion you had.
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
Well,
that's
fine.
what the plan, I hope to do, working with Bob going forward is look at, just, we have to investigate a few more things. And then some of the ideas that Bob had, which I agree with, phased in approaches such as for heating and that, when our tank comes due for, our oil tank comes due for changing it out, we'll look at an energy efficient, solution and different things in a phased out planned approach. And, but we do have to do some more research and get some more information on a few items.
Okay, thank you. Anything else under fire? How about public works? Right, bridge and structures, et cetera.
If I may speak to it first.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry,
By all means.
there's there's an item here that under the radar sign, which I believe was put in place, maybe can be taken out, the 20,000 this year and 20,000 next year for the radar sign. I think it was misdirection on my part.
Yeah. We're gonna have them all over the place.
Fancy ones.
So that can come out good.
So you're not gonna go with the one that automatically takes a picture of the license plate and sends them a summons, eh?
That may help with revenue generation.
It can be done, but except not on Highway 124 because that's under MTO jurisdiction and the legislation that covers it does not apply to MTO maintained roads. So just,
Okay, so we saved 20 grand there and it was
Right.
for the asset.
okay, so what else under Public Works? Did you have one?
That's what I was.
Oh,
What's sandbags for, I see generators for the library and the public works garage. What are those, like a Generac or something?
We applied through you, Mayor. We applied for our emergency preparedness grant and it's subject to approval. So on that, we are planning to buy 2 generators.
Like that would be like a Generac?
yeah, an emergency power.
Okay, good.
To provide emergency
And
power.
that's subject to a grant. That's good. Okay,
So that when the hydro goes off, they're not completely in the dark and no
okay.
compressed air and so on. No lighting, no nothing. If there's nothing else there, we got roads and bridges. And there's quite a few of those. They go down, they're continued on the next page. Any of those you want to?
Well, what's the 115 Maple Avenue Road, Highway 20 to Shady Maple Trail? What's that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was planned for last year and was put off. And that's a double surface treatment. We ripped it up in 2022. We milled it, applied gravel, and we were gonna put down a surface treatment, and that was pushed off to this year to replace the double surface treatment.
Are we,
And it says OCIF, which I'm take to mean that money is coming from OCIF, right?
Correct, Ontario Community Infrastructure.
So it's a grant.
Correct.
but the grant could be applied to other things. Not just that, right?
Yeah.
Like I mean, I don't know, so is it in a condition now that it would be graded? Like, let's say we didn't do this work, would it be in a position we put gravel and grade it? And we're deciding to put a surface treatment down, and then we'll want to slurry seal it after that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you are correct. We have prepared it. It is, we did grade it last year. We did put the calcium down by calcium to it. We did get some complaints with the dust. We struggled to keep up. So we had to go to get some additional calcium out to try and get in front of people's houses. But the plan was double surface treatment and then slurry seal afterwards. We have done improvements to the roads, the drainage, transitions and that. So I believe the platform is much better than it was. If we do a surface treatment on that road, it should last a very, very long time. It's got good crown, good drainage on it, without rocks or different things put into it. Ditching's been done, so that would be the next step. The risk would be is it would remain a little bit dusty. That's with the houses so close to it, it would be a bit dusty. And I say a bit, it will be dusty with the houses so close. And it has been surface treated before, so people are not gonna be happy.
How many people are on?
I don't have those numbers in front of me. The road has been improved, so people have been happy with the improvements because it was quite rough before. So it's much smoother now. People are happy with that. So.
Councillor Woods?
Sorry, thanks,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor. Right where the thrift shop is, basically, from there forward and down the road on.
Over the two
Into
bridges.
Maple Island, across the bridge.
It's on this thing is on the other side of the bridge, right? After you cross off the island onto,
This,
No?
as
Yes,
Councillor
sir.
Wood stated, so it picks up from the thrift shop. It goes over
Oh.
the first side of the island, which is under the corrugated steel pipe, the culvert. And then it
Oh,
goes,
okay.
carries on to the bridge.
Yeah,
And then it goes just after the bridge. So it's directly Maple Island.
Yeah.
It's essentially Maple Island. And then it
Yeah.
ends at the end of Maple Island. So everything on Maple Island with all those houses and that,
yeah,
It's
there are
currently
quite a few
gravel.
houses.
they're,
Okay,
they're all
sorry.
in gravel right now.
Sorry, I kind of thought somehow it was going, you
No.
was only when when you left Maple Island and were going up the hill.
No,
but
it's all those houses where the houses are
Yeah,
concentrated, close to the road, that's where it is. And that was surface treatment for years gone by.
yeah. Okay, yeah, thanks.
Well,
That's helpful, yeah. All right, anything else about these projects? What other ones have we got?
well, I would question that one, again, for debate at the next meeting,
I-
to, you know,
If I may respond, in my opinion, you're better off to apply the slurry seal on and protect your assets you have on the bunny trail as a higher priority. And we did Farley's Hill, but we're starting to peel on a couple spots.
Yeah.
But that's fresh, double surface treatment we did a couple years ago. You're better off to spend a little bit of money on those and do those and protect those assets. If you don't put double surface treatment on this year for Maple Island, you won't lose any money.
Yeah,
Your
that's
assets won't depreciate.
I'm just thinking when push comes to shove.
And that's
it
what-
Comes 2 meetings from now, that's I'll say a question mark, so maybe an area that is more flexible than slurry seals. Okay, thank you.
All
Having
right, are
Said
the-
that, my next question is on the slurry seal.
Which one's that? The Money Trail Slurry?
I think both of them, so, I think Bunny Trail and there's another one, isn't there?
Well, there's two parts to the Bunny Trail. But there's only one in this year.
Slurry seal is.
And
well,
Farley's, those are the two that are, the
yeah,
only
and
two that
they're,
are,
how much are they until, sorry, I should- it's getting so long, I can't follow my own lines, I guess, Harrison.
24.
Slurry seal, Farley's Road. 44,000. Well, that's coming out of asset, everything's coming out of asset. And the Bunny Trail, so I'm just warning you that next month when Counselor Nash is back, he's gonna be having a lot of questions about the slurry seal. And the discussion have had with him is that the slurry seal protects the tar and chip, I call it, right? Like you tar and chip a road, then you put slurry seal down, and that extends the life of the tar and chip. Is that basically in the layman's terms what it is?
Through Mr. Mayor, you're correct. When you put it on down the road, let's say, so you down whatever number of years, 7 years, maybe is the number, maybe it's 9 years. But something like the Bunny Trail, which is further down, it's starting to get a lot of cracks in it. And those cracks, you get water in, and that's what creates the freezing comes up. So the road freezes, comes up in the air because it's got all the ice and frost underneath there. And then when that melts, you've got a void because the ice was under there, the water got under there, froze it, lifted it up. Now the cars drive over a void and break it, and then there's your pothole, bang. So you can have all kinds of potholes from cracks. So sealing it does preserve your surface for many years. It also, if you apply it well, it can also do some profile corrections. Some minor problems, we got some bumps in that. It's a straight edge that goes across. It can fill minor areas. It can do some filling and do some profile correction. So when you see it put on an older road, sometimes you're like, wow, it did a pretty good job. Some spots, it can't take it the high spots off. It can't, it'll just knock right off. It'll rip it right off, but some low spots it can lift up and do some profile correction. So you get the benefit of a smoother road, sealing the road, and you're protecting your assets. So you don't have to rip it all up and kind of do it over again. It's
Okay, you're.
money well
You're
spent.
preaching to the converted, so I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just warning you what's coming next month.
It's insurance. It's insurance for your assets is what it is.
Okay, anything else under roads? How about fleet?
I had a couple, okay, so these bridge and guardrails and what, they're all necessary. There's 110,000 in there for this year, right? This is for actually doing the work, not for studying to do the work.
It's correct. We'll tender it and do the work. The asset management calls for higher numbers, but we're trying to be as frugal as we can and get what we need to get done.
Okay,
Fleet?
why did I have thumb for the forklift backhoe and adapter? What's that? I don't know. I forget. I'll retract my question. 'cause I have no
Did we
idea.
talk about that already? Is that,
We did to a certain extent. We do need a thumb for the machine, for the back of the machine. We can't pick things up with it. And we're hoping to trade our forks in and at the same time, or
Okay.
modify it and make our forks work.
and get ones that fit the new,
Absolutely. Yeah.
or the new backhoe, sure. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Anything else under fleet? How about landfill on the next page? If you're on big sheets. A little bit here for, oh, we actually don't have anything for landfill capital, I guess, do we?
Nope.
Not this year. Okay, so how about facilities?
I have one under ACDA. It says automatic door openers for the Dundome and the community center. I think you need to do it at the library too.
If
think
I
those
may.
Washrooms are in the same situation.
If I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, I recently, I think it was last week, maybe, I had the door opener professional come from Muskoka, came and look at our door here. The installation that was done, he said was not right, and that's just a contractor grade that's why it's not working. It's not the right one for the automatic door opener. But to do an automatic door opener is about $3,500 per door. So the number is a little bit higher than what we estimated here. So just to do these two, which are not required unless we do work to the building, major work to the structural work to the building, that is required. One of the doors, I believe it's the women's doors, is not wide enough, so we'd have to remove the whole frame, replace the door and put an opener on it to make it the proper width, because we're about short about 2 inches on the women's. The Dundome down there, it is so stiff to try and push that. If you're gonna do any, that might not be a bad one to do
I
because
think the only issue that was brought up was if you're on a walker and you go into the washroom, you can hit a button that'll open the door, but how the heck do you get out? There's no button to hit to open it up so you can get out of the water. That was the issue. That's what we were gonna try and fix here. And at the library and down there, you can't get out. And, you know, I know people that are in that situation. That's all we wanted to fix.
it's 3,500 per door. It sounds like there's 4 doors plus this one, which might be covered under maintenance. I was hoping to do it under maintenance, but the price did come up. 3,500, that's 5 doors. It's 15, what's that, 18,000?
18,000, put a button on the inside of these two washrooms, or not, I mean, 3,500 each, so $7,000.
We'd also, maybe another 1,500 for a door, a proper door, to replace that.
But I
door.
don't think anyone was complaining about the size of the door. They were just complaining about the button.
Well, if we're gonna do work, we need to be compliant.
Yeah.
We can't do work knowing, and we have the information, knowing that we're not compliant. So if we know we're not compliant and we do work to it, I wouldn't recommend doing that. We need to, if we're
We
gonna
could do
do,
things to make ourselves more compliant, would get in trouble. Is that what you're saying?
so right now, we're okay where we are. If we don't do any work, if we start doing work, we need to be compliant.
So we're not gonna have any buttons inside our washrooms, is what you're saying.
Okay, so Councillor Bray has a comment.
We have till 2025 to become compliant with the AODA regulations. And that's everything. So that means we have to have buttons inside and outside the washrooms. I don't think you can just have them on the inside. And I think,
No, but aren't they on the outside here?
is there a button on the
There's
outside?
no automatic door openers on either
No,
one of them.
there's no.
None of them have none of these have, this one has one, but it was never installed properly. That's why there's a button on the side of the door.
And we've had a
So I
No.
know people were complaining, like if you're on a wheel or a walker or something, you can bum your way in, but you can't bum your way out.
Yeah, but
Right?
under
You
the
can't
AODA,
open the door.
if we're going to do this, we should do it properly. Like,
Yeah,
let's
I
not
agree.
do little things and then find out the government comes back and says, we're not in compliance. That's all
Absolutely,
my,
I agree. So what are we gonna do?
So just to follow with that, if we didn't do anything in 2025, we're still in compliance. But you're right, if we start doing something, we have to do it
Okay.
the appropriate way.
I think they have changed some of that.
Yeah, I need to
There's
check.
Something I saw
Yeah.
recently suggests if you're not,
I mean, for instance,
Yeah.
the Maple Island Thrift Shop.
Yeah.
As long as we don't do anything, then we're certainly not in compliance
That's
now.
my
But
understanding.
we don't need to bring it into compliance unless we
So
do
you do
a renovation. And that applies to these washroom doors as well. Now, we'll check on that and get back to you, but that was my understanding, talking to the architects.
that's what they said originally.
Originally,
it-
but
what-
there's some limitations to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I read was to what Michelle said, through you, Mr. Mayor. I did read that you're fine with existing. And I've read through it and that's the way it is.
But when you say $8,000,
That's not a correct number. I've got new information that's better. It's 3,500 per door for just the door openers with the buttons installed.
So it's really, that 8,000 should be replaced by 17,500 if we're gonna do it, right?
So you're saying 2 doors here, 1 at the library and
14 plus 3,500,
2 at the Dundome. Yeah, so that's 5.
2, 4, 5.
Yeah.
For a door, commercial door, if you've got
I've-
a wider door and plus the work to take it out. Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
The woman's washroom, if the door's not big enough and we're gonna be putting them in, to take that door out, buy another commercial door, you could spend $3,000 to $5,000 just changing the door. And then you gotta do the door closer on top for the woman's washroom.
Thank
Right.
you.
Yeah, you're right. It could be
Thank
more
you.
expensive, yeah.
Thank you. So it sounds like we're closer to 2021. We can
Well,
pick and choose what doors we
we-
do. We don't have to do it all in 1 year. We
Yeah.
can, we can plan some of it out.
Okay, well, I guess we can't finalize it now, but if we can take it away, folks, and figure out.
Maybe the library and the Dundome we want to
what's-
look at this year,
what's
maybe. the next-
reasonable to do. All right, what,
Well, why? Can you do one and make it unisex or something? You know, like, we're in the modern world, like make a washroom that you don't do 2, do 1 and make it unisex. I don't know. I don't know.
That might be deemed to be, once you're starting the renovation, you gotta finish it, right? You know,
I didn't.
they might turn around and say, yeah, by 2025, you gotta do it all. If you start working on a particular facility.
I mean, I don't.
I don't know. I am just,
So just for clarity, because there's lots of ideas thrown around. Am I hearing that perhaps 3 doors this year and 2 doors, we have 5 doors to do plus this door here? Is that correct, Dave? This door is maintenance. So we actually have 5 doors that plus 1, this door is here is maintenance, but all the washroom doors, we have 5. So it's either 3 this year, 2 next year, or 2 this year and 3 next year.
I think so.
With the, through you, Mr. Mayor, so just to be clear, the library, are we doing both doors or just the one door for bathroom?
The library, pardon, I'm sorry.
Right,
Isn't it just 1 washroom at the
I
library?
think
Or
there's only one
it's
washroom.
2.
Was there 2?
is there 2?
Again, do 1, so if somebody.
Okay, so we have 6 doors. I thought there was just 1 door, 1
No,
washroom.
We just have to do the one at the Dundone. There's one we have is kind of an accessible washroom, and you can't even bum your way in. It's so, yeah. That's right. So, and I would agree, the library, if we did the library, there doesn't need to identify which is which. We could just make one accessible and the other one being non-accessible,
someone could
and we would be in
use that one.
compliance. So I think 5 plus 1,
the library, each washroom only holds 1 person at a time, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, so I mean, it doesn't really matter
Do one of
who's
them.
in there, yeah.
that's right. We just offer, as long as we offer the services to one, it's fine.
Yeah, okay.
As long as
all
you
right.
don't get 2 handicapped people in there at the same time. You use that one.
I don't think that would work.
I don't think it would.
To be in compliance, you just have to offer equivalent services in the building.
Yeah.
So 1 is enough.
Again,
All right, can we move on? We're just about running out of time here. What, so anything under library,
yeah, or no, no.
anything under recreation?
One small one, installation of sunshades. I know we put them down there. I know they're used a lot. Last year we cut out putting 1 more sunshade in down there. And I would suggest that we maybe talk to the Lions Club, that staff talk to the Lions Club, because I've talked to them. And they wanted to know a program or something they could do for the municipality for all that they do with the bottle shed and whatever. And I suggested to them a sunshade, so I think they'd be amenable to paying for that, which I thought was $3,500, but am I wrong or right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'd have to take a good look. I know we have 2 already in the beach. How does it sit with having 2? Would we have too many, or I'm just trying to think, would we have, because we have another one beside
Not as
the.
far as the people using the beach in the middle of summer, but
Okay.
there's not too many.
Yeah, I think there was a thought to put another one at the beach, but just a little bit close to the fixed dock, a little bit closer to the lake people. It's prime real estate in the middle of summer, those,
Yeah,
the
true.
sunshade, so I think there might be room
Anyway,
there, but
ask
I
them.
will
They
talk
may
to
say
the
they
Lions Club.
don't have the money to do it, but I think they'll do it. So we're getting our own bottle shed money back. There you go.
Okay, so recreation, well, on other. Can we get to the bottom of the page here?
I think we've talked to some of this stuff.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that we haven't talked about already, but if there's nothing there, yeah, I don't know how you feel about this, but we've had, if there's nothing more on the capital, we've had some discussion about reserves. I wonder if there's anything more that we need to talk about now, given that are there any?
Well, again, I think it comes down to to, where you're gonna get the money, right?
Yeah.
Again, Counselor Nash is probably gonna argue that we need to put a lot more into reserves. And in a perfect world, maybe we do, or maybe we could, and that's what we have to figure out. As far as when I've been on council, we've always seemed to morph between roughly $1 million in reserves and $1.5 million, right?
Yeah.
You know, that's the range that it's been for 17 years. So I don't know whether that's good or not. Maybe in inflation, it should be more than that. I don't know, but we're going to end up at the end of the year with what, 1.1 million or something, isn't it, in, if I read it correctly, in reserves, that kind of area?
Right now, 1.2 million.
Okay,
1.2,
1.2.
yeah.
But what'd we start with?
We start with 1.5 million,
So no matter what we put in, we're taking out 300,000 more than we put in. So that may be bothersome with,
Total-
with a AMP or not AMP, but the studies saying we should be putting more and more in. That's the calamity we're in, right? So you can short circuit yourself and not tax people and not get this or that or whatever and become a hero to the taxpayer, or you tax the living bejesus out of them. And that's what that's the dilemma, which I talked about 6 hours. And this is worse than it's been in any other year, in my opinion.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Go
I-
ahead,
I
Councilor Craig.
agree that we're sort of we're in a really difficult spot because putting things off, for one thing, just means that it's accumulating in another year. Not putting enough money in the reserves to cover the things that we know are going to come up and are going and have been identified, like, you know, our asset management plans are useless to us if we don't actually pay attention to them and look at them. And how we're going to see that through, I'm not sure, but I think somewhere along the line, a council will have to bite the bullet and do what they need to do in order to be able to keep our municipality sort of on some kind of an even path. I don't know if it's this year, but I think we really have to think about it. I dealt with asset management plans and reserves and you know, and with buildings, and the amount of money that it can add up to is a lot. But if you don't have that money, you know, just in my own case, when I was doing social housing, we would have ended up like Toronto, where Toronto housing can't even scratch the surface of the amount of money that they need in order to be able to upgrade, bring their buildings up to some kind of a standard. So we don't want that to happen either. So I think it's a push and pull situation. We're gonna be in a tight spot.
I guess I would say this, just for my 2 cents worth. I mean, I guess if you accept the fact that 2 things are going on in the background of all of this. Number one, we are increasing the assets that are covered under the asset management plan. We're adding things to it that previously were sitting out there. Not under asset management. And the cost of replacing things is going up. So theoretically, you could say if you're decreasing your reserves, that's probably not the direction you want to go. I guess I would offer 2 things and to sort of counter that argument. The first one is that, well, just a general comment. We have historically, without having had formal asset management plans, I guess, but we have as a municipality, it seems to me, done a better job than many of this. If you go to these meetings where you talk to other people, you get to listen to folks talking about how all of a sudden the council discovered that there really was not proper planning for replacement of assets. And now all of a sudden we got what, 24% tax increase is the only way we can. And these are mandatory things that they got to replace. It's like the fire truck for us only 10 10 other things like that that all of a sudden have to be done right away. And they don't have the reserves and because they haven't been paying attention to it. Of course, it gets immediately downloaded on the ratepayer. I guess the second thing is that if we weren't in the situation we are right now with the fire truck, and I'm not blaming anybody, I'm just saying it looks all of a sudden like we have to get some money right away. If that truck was not in fact coming till the end of the year and maybe being paid for in 2025 or something, we would in fact be we could easily put $1,500 into reserves, right? So perhaps you can look at this as an anomalous situation and say, well, if we, maybe we want to make the best use of the funds that are available to us right now. And avoid, interest costs and future interest costs and that kind of thing. But maybe, putting off the sort of the evil day for a year isn't all that bad, as long as we don't do the same thing again, as long as we can see clear to not do the same thing again next year.
But we did last year.
Well,
We pushed
yeah.
last year's, partly this year. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. No, I've made my point. You go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything other than.
Yeah.
You said about pushing it, like last year, we really pushed it a bit because we thought interest rates would be down already, right? It was part of the reason that we delayed but anyway, sorry to interrupt you.
Well, and again, it's how confident you are that that's going to happen, and it's hard to say. So, I think we have to have this discussion. I just honestly don't know. Like, tonight, I think everybody's aware of the situation, but I don't know whether we can just say, okay, fine, this is what it is today. We got a little more information to come and see, maybe some of this will shake out, and maybe the decision is to add 1% to the real tax increase and not put off the evil day, just to hedge our bets. Anyway, that's, I don't know what the answer is. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, so I don't want to have to say 6:30 after a long day at them.
Mr. Mayor, you've got at the low end, I think the lowest you could ever go, and I'm not suggesting, I would have been like their CAO, let's head for 6%, which would look like last year. And the high end of that is 10%. Okay. We're looking at somewhere between a 6 and a 10% increase. Okay. Now, one might argue you can be realistic and politically commit suicide and put through a 10% increase, right? But you gotta buck it up and say, what is it that we need to do that's responsible for the municipality? And wherever that shakes out, we're a fiduciary for the municipality. We can't forget that you can't do things. I remember in Burlington for years and years and years, there was a guy by the name of Walter Mulkowicz, who I won't tell you his political persuasion, but it was a far left of center, let's just say that, right? And he was a hero because he never put through tax increases, right? And then suddenly Cam Jackson and other people got in charge and they had to bring through tax increases because they got in the bind you're talking.
They look like
right?
the bad
So-
guys too,
so
yeah.
We don't want to become
Yeah.
in that situation where we just pass to the next council, whatever they are, a sinking ship, but everyone thinks it was wonderful. But anyway, I don't, have we added to the budget today? I don't know. Have we added or have we subtracted?
Yeah, see, Mr. Mayor, that's actually a good segue into my question. We've added to the operating. We've taken a few things away. I think I've seen more discussion on capital and some more opportunities perhaps in capital, but again, it's delaying the inevitable. Some of the little things that were there last year that didn't even get discussed, I'm sure you agree with. We need some siding on this building. We need some new chairs. They're a little bit uncomfortable. We get complaints from folks. You can see how a little bit ratty they are. So I think for us as staff, it would be helpful if we had some guidance at this point. We did our best, you know, as Councilor Lamb said, we had planned to stay with 6 or just under. We ended up with 8.2 at the first draft. It may or may not be palatable. But if you'd like to give us some guidance on where you think you'd like to land, we can land there and then let you know what was removed from the budget and let you know what the opportunities are. So that some decisions can be made. Frankly, we're not that far from the next meeting, which is March 5th, I believe. It leaves us probably 2.5 weeks to get everything in order and then get the agendas produced and there's a lot of calculations that Manish has to do that we can't do at the last minute. So I think my question to council is where's your comfort level and where would you like us to head in terms of the next iteration of the budget?
Well, I can tell you, I've moved after going through this today from 6%. That this is just our budget, not forget about the education plan. I think I've moved more from 6 to 8. Okay. I think once you start getting near 10, might as well. Whatever. Better have one heck of a communication program to go along with that. If you're up at we put our taxes up 10%, because don't forget, maybe we made a mistake last year when it was, 6 down to 4.9 or whatever. But in terms of people's inflationary thing, they're looking at 3 or 3.5%. You come and say, we're going up 10%, you better communicate, as I say, communicate the heck. So I would do everything in my power to keep it at 8, which would take it down to 6 point something overall. That's my feeling. Right?
How about this end of the table? You got any thoughts you want to share?
I don't think people might not like seeing a tax increase. I wouldn't like seeing a tax increase, but at the end of the day, every single aspect of our lives is going up every day. So for us to maintain the level of service that some people complain about here in Whitestone, and I think we do a pretty good job, it's going to cost us more. So we have to raise taxes. I wouldn't want to see us go to 10, but if it's 8, it is what it is. We have to provide the level of service. We got to pay people and people have to see us out doing work. As long as we're not burning money and throwing money away left, right, and center and try to be as frugal as possible, the increased number, it is what it is.
Councilor Ray?
Well, I think I spoke before, just saying that, I think we have to, I don't think we can delay it too much longer. And I think that 8% is about where it looks like it's landing. There isn't that much that can come out. And there may be a few things that need to go in and from our discussions, I can't even remember everything. So I think I think it's around 8. I can't see it being anything else, unfortunately.
I don't know, I guess, yeah, I mean, I tend to look at it from a kind of a bottom line thing, which is, I do exactly myself. Personally, I do what Councilor Lamb talked about earlier, which is, I look at, well, you paid X dollars on a particular piece of property last year. How many dollars is it this year? And by the way, the tax bills show you on the back of it exactly what that was. You say, last year you paid on this particular property, $2,001, and this year you paid $2,079 or whatever it is, but so that's the number, and that's of course combined with the education rate, which is not going up. So if that comes out somewhere close to 6%, I think that's defensible to us. And how would you communicate it? Well, you would say to the public, you know, we have a lot of mandatory requirements we have to, and they are in the best interest of everybody to avoid unpleasant surprises in the future, because we didn't plan for something properly. So, you know, we're required to look at what it's going to cost to replace all of our assets and so on. And now, but as of this year, we've got everything under asset management, and so we can now, yeah, you know, you can blame it on that, and you can also blame it on, you can also highlight the fact that, you know, some of our assets are getting more use. This building is getting more use. The bunny trail is getting more use, you know, and the people who use these things want them to be maintained, and they want them to be nice. And so, you know, I think, I think an argument can be made is what I'm saying, and I'll stop there because, you know, so
The only,
Hmm?
yeah, the only other thing I can think of that I forgot to bring up as we were going through the budget is York Street and its life, and we didn't talk about that, right? I think you have to look at what the useful life is. And there may need to be 50 or 100 or whatever put into replacing it with the transfer station. I don't know what that number is, but I don't think there's anything, unless I missed it. Is there anything in the budget for that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm gonna bring back something to council. I did talk to, the conversation wasn't as long as I wanted it to be with our consultant. To transition to a transfer station, he doesn't see it being complicated. You basically just start doing what you're doing, but do more. Just send it over to McDougall. That's what he says you're doing. The C of A doesn't change, like you're already doing it. We're already transferring to McDougall. We're already kind of a transfer station partially. So he says that doesn't really change. The big cost is gonna be your closing costs, you know, covering it 2 feet and doing your slopes and seeding it. But this year I was hoping to look at and see if we can start finding spots. Well, we know where the spots are, to see if I can close it so I can fill in gaps. So if it was missed in the past, some areas filling with garbage, we could start closing it. So if we had less big projects to do, that was one thing I was gonna explore, spend time with, looking at our pit to see if we have the material, which I believe we do. And we could start addressing some of these things to close it out, maybe in-house, part of it, so we don't get that big cost. And then the transition, when we transition, is a smoother transition and we don't have a big cost. So that's,
But you're gonna have the cost of actually hauling all the garbage.
yes. So I can give that number. It's not gonna be based on the material we have there. I'll bring something forward with what we're gonna be looking at, what the estimate, it's gonna be a range, because right now we have garbage we place, and we got some numbers over the years of what we place on it. And then we put cover on it. So it's hard to back out the cover. It is, because sometimes you put cover in, and then sometimes we can go in, which I like to do, is take the cover you got, pull the cover back, build it up higher, and then put the cover back on, so you don't have wasted volume. So there's things, there's gonna be a range, but I'm gonna bring a lot of that information. Colin thinks that we can do a lot of that information in-house. I'm gonna work with him and get some numbers together for you, but it's not gonna be a big consulting fee to do that. I think a lot of the information I can bring forward to council. Council can ask questions, and then we go from there. Do we need another report, or do you need something? But at that point, you can make some decisions on some meaningful information.
Okay.
Okay, folks,
About time.
can we wrap it up?
If I may, if I could just consolidate everyone's comments. What I'm hearing is an upset limit of 8%-ish. So we're at 8.2 now. If you can bring it down a little bit, it would be good to see it in the high 7 point something. So knowing that, if I think I heard everyone correctly, we don't want to be close to 10. We don't want to be higher than where we are now. And that's a good starting point for us. So we can put our mind to that. And what you'll see next is some iterations and some refinements to the budget, the things that you've talked about. I don't think we got consensus. Some people wanted certain things and other people didn't speak to them. So we'll try to try to understand what might be important, what we think is important. And then we'll have a list of things that we've got removed or added to, and then that can create the discussion on the next round. What I'm not sure, just to back up, and am I hearing that for Benthic monitoring that we just want to do Lorimer Lake? Is that
That's
would,
where I would.
because that's, these little things help us because that, that for $4,500 makes a difference. Ice cap, there's still a reason that you feel you want a commitment, so that can stay, and then it'll be for further discussion. Okay.
I think the other thing is though, Michelle, that I really feel that we can't sort of say, well, it's 8.2, so let's sort of leave like there's a lot of discussion today. And I think there's more has to go into reserves, quite frankly. Okay, so
We'll take
you
that
need to
back.
be able to, I'll say, cut enough in other places and, in cap or whatever. You need to be able to do that in order for us to, if we're gonna be, if we're gonna be fiduciaries, we need to put more into. I think Councillor Nash has a point when it comes to some of this stuff, right? We're only putting in half what we're supposed to, right? And so I think that has to be the driving force. We have to cut or do whatever here in order to put a little more into reserves, right? And that's a hard task. It's a hard task.
Okay, we're up to it. We've heard from council, and I think we could take that direction. We'll increase the 250. I don't think we will quite get to 500, but we hear what you're saying, and then next year we'll be, without the burden of the fire truck, which is an important purchase. It may look a little bit different. No, I didn't mean it, the burden of the financial cost, although if it changes, based on when we receive it, an important burden. How's that?
Through you, Mayor. So just want to get your council update on the reserves. We put 105,000, if you count as 250,000, which we put asset management reserve. And part of the vehicle also part of the asset management reserve. So you combine that to reserve as 355,000. Like, it is not recommend 105,000 for fire pumper, but council is deciding in this consequences. So if you can consider that is total of, we are taking from the taxpayer around 355,000. That is including 250 contribution for the asset management and 105,000 for the fire pumper. Fire pumper, basically that's one of a kind of asset for a municipality.
Yeah.
So technically we are contributing this year for the asset related to around 355,000.
Yeah. Okay.
So
that's a good point.
Yeah, that was the point. I thank you. That was the point I was trying to make earlier there.
So we already
Yeah.
contributed for the asset management this year, 250 plus 105,000, which we paying for the pumper, technically.
But the question is, what did we do last year, which is the same report? And it's cumulative. It doesn't go away because we didn't pay it last year, right? So if we underfunded it by 150 last year, then it's still there.
I was just reviewing the opening balance and closing balance of both the reserve for asset management, road capital reserve and vehicle equipment reserve. So it says in the year 2024, we contributed 300,000 and we withdraw 300,000. And same thing for the vehicle equipment reserve. So the opening balance is 215,000. So we contributed around 200,000 and we are withdrawing from 350,000. This is in our asset management schedule, that is the reserve schedule.
That's attachment C, is it? You're talking about?
This will be like our asset management plan is the reserve schedule.
Oh,
section
sorry,
3.
it's no, it's in, you're
No.
talking about AMP, yeah. I don't know where that is.
Okay, I'm done.
can we,
Wrap her up.
I think we need to wrap it up, folks, to be honest. I think we're kind of getting a bit. Could I get a mover and seconder, please, to reconvene into our regular meeting from Committee of the Whole? And that's moved by Councillor Woods and seconded by Councillor Lamb. Thank you. All those in favor, please indicate. Looks like that's unanimous, and we are now back at 6:43 PM. Okay, the next one, there's just a few things here. Matters arising from Committee of the Whole under 5.1. Mover and seconder, the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone does hereby receive report FIN 2024-01, which was the budgetary control report pre-audit for the 12 months ending December 31st, 2023, for information purposes, and that staff continue to keep council updated with quarterly budgetary control reporting. Who would like to move that? Councillor Bray. Seconded by Councillor Woods. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, thank you. That is carried. Next one is 5.2. Mover and seconder that the Council of the Municipality of Whitestone received for information report FIN 2022-02, or sorry, 2024-02, annual review of the Municipality of Whitestone's asset management plan. Mover and seconder, I need. Councillor Woods. Seconded by Councillor Bray. Thank you. All those in favor? That is carried. And finally, 28, for this section anyway, 5.3, the draft operating and capital special projects budget. I need a mover and seconder that the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Whitestone receive report FIN 2024-03, which is the draft operating and capital / special projects budget for the year 2024 for information purposes. Councillor Woods moves, seconded by Councillor Bray. All those in favor on this one? Two more. Confirmatory bylaw. Mover and seconder that bylaw number 07-2024 being the confirmatory bylaw for the council meeting of the Municipality of Whitestone on January 30th, 2024 is hereby enacted as passed this 30th day of January 2024. Moved by Councillor Lamb, seconded by Councillor Bray. All those in favor? Thank you very much. That's carried. Last of all, whereas the business of this meeting has concluded, now therefore be it resolved that this meeting be adjourned at, we're going to say 6:46 PM. Until the regular council meeting of Tuesday, February 20th, 2024 at 10 AM or at the call of the chair. Moved by Councillor Woods, seconded by Councillor Lamb. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you for your perseverance. And hope you have a good evening. We are concluded.